3, 2, 1. Good evening and welcome to the Thursday, October 22nd, 2020 meeting of the Northampton School Committee. I'm Mayor David Narkowitz, the chair of the school committee. This meeting is being held remotely via Zoom pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency order modifying the state's open meeting law issued on March 12th, 2020. This meeting is also being audio and video recorded, and it's being broadcast on Northampton Open Media. Because we're on Zoom, I would just ask everyone to please mute yourselves. Obviously, when we get to the public comment portion, I will call on folks and ask them to unmute, but if you could please just mute yourself just so that we can keep out any extraneous noise and focus on those who are speaking. So I'll begin by asking the clerk to call the roll of the school committee.
Member Kaufman?
Present.
Member Goldman?
Present.
Member Voss?
Present.
Member Gold?
Present.
Mayor Narkowitz?
Present.
Member Busansky?
Present.
Member Fallon?
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Present.
Member Condon?
Present.
And Member Levy?
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So, as I'm sure folks know who are tuned in this evening and who've joined us on Zoom, we have a short but obviously significant agenda with a couple of items on it that I know a lot of folks have joined us to hear about. We will begin as normal with our public comment period. I would ask folks, I see people already queuing up with their hand raise function, and I will call upon people using the hand raise function. Obviously, if you're on computer, you can raise your hand using the Zoom feature, but if you're calling in by telephone, you can utilize the star functions, *6 to raise your hand. And so I will go through the list. I will ask people to unmute and to please say their name and where they live for the record. I will be keeping a timer. I would ask you to please, conform to our 3-minute time limit just so that everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. I will let you know when you get to the end of your time and just ask you to wrap up. So let's begin. The first person who has their hand raised is Summer Cable. Summer, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. My name is Summer Cable and I live on Barrett Street in Northampton. The prospective plans to reopen the Northampton public school system have caused a deep division in the city, and it's exposed how each of us is hurting individually. Throughout the last 6 months, we've heard the refrain that we need to think creatively about educating children. We've read arguments for and against reopening schools based on cherry-picked studies and anecdotes, and we have consistently been reassured that the reopening will be guided by the science. However, as we all know, the science is still evolving. We're only 7 months into a pandemic that will likely stretch for another year, and we're continually having to reassess how that impacts our families. There's no single plan that's going to adequately accommodate every family in Northampton. We need to stop thinking about reopening as a binary and instead adopt a plan that will accommodate in-person and remote learning. I know an equal number of families who can't absorb the risk of sending their children to school, as I do families who are desperately in need of sending their kids to school for structure and interaction, even for 2 days a week. My own family, we don't know what the right choice is. But the numbers that the survey brought out seem to reflect these divisions. Nobody should feel shamed by their choice or feel the need to defend their choice or feel that they're being forced into something that's potentially dangerous. No single group should be forced to take the short end of the stick to protect their children's physical, mental, or emotional health. Instead of sacrificing one group to absorb the excess burden and risk, the district needs to create a model that provides access to equitable education for everybody. In the Joint Labor Management Committee meeting on Tuesday, it was stated that families who choose to stay remote, which is possibly 40% of the NPS community, might not have access to teachers depending on the staffing requirements for the hybrid model. But in a few days, the district is going to send out a survey asking us caregivers to commit either in person or remote without knowing the details of the plan or having sufficient time to consider the cost and benefit of each. Our current situation is not the fault of teachers or of the union or of caregivers. It's the consequence of decades of defunding public education combined with a catastrophic natural disaster. However, the idea that the district would potentially implement a plan that leaves a third to half of its students by the wayside educationally is shockingly out of line with our community's values. We can't change the situation, but we can try to remember ourselves and what we hold dear as a community. I encourage the school committee to amend the current hybrid plan to provide both in-person and remote students with fair and equal access to education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Summer, for your comments. The next person who has signed up is Will Bangs. Will, you can go ahead and unmute.
Good evening. Thank you for your time, dedication, and service during this crazy year. My name is Will Bangs. I live in Belchertown, but I teach humanities in the 6th grade at JFK. I'm the proud recipient of the Grinspoon Teacher of Excellence Award, the Northampton Parent Special Education Advisory Award, and have been awarded several grants through the NEF. I say this not to brag, but to hopefully show that I work hard on behalf of Northampton students and feel like I have a pretty good handle on best practices from a teaching standpoint. That being said, I strongly advise that you vote to remain remote. It's not ideal, but it's the best bad option we have in front of us. It's not just me who feels this way. As you know, teachers across the district are overwhelmingly for remaining remote, as shown in the recent NACE survey. Listen to the teachers. We are the experts on teaching and learning, and our collective voice is saying stay remote. Students thrive on routine. I can say from experience that 6th graders need routine and consistency. It's a clear developmental need. We have just settled into a routine, and to switch to hybrid would throw that into chaos. Students need time with their teachers. In the plan submitted to DESE, students' time with teachers would be cut in half if we move to hybrid. It's not developmentally appropriate to ask students to work independently 3 days a week. If we go back hybrid and cases spike to a point where we need to shut down, this would be a huge disservice to students on IEPs who are currently receiving in-person services. Just look at Amherst. They were back hybrid for a short period of time, cases spiked, and now they're back to remote. Again, more chaos, temporary loss of in-person services for students with IEPs, and of course, exposure to the virus. I have major concerns about the HVAC system. In my room at JFK, for example, the air exchange rate is 0. It's supposed to be at 12, but mine and many of my colleagues are at 0. Last but not least, I'm a parent and I know how hard this is. That being said, from a teaching and learning perspective, staying remote is the best bad option right now. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bangs. The next person who has their hand up is Ms. Vivian.
Yes, hello, good evening. I'm sorry, my phone is ringing in the back. It'll stop. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm not a speaker, but I know I need to say this. My name is Vivian Flores. I live on Holyoke Street in East Hampton. I'm an ESP at Jackson Street School. I'm also a parent of a 9th grader at Northampton High School. I see both sides. As an employee, I see all the hard work put into the remote teaching. It's overwhelming, but it's being done with so much care, dedication, creativity, and lots of hours put into it. When I go into the classroom that I'm supporting students remotely, the teacher teaches with such ease, calmness, and support to her students that at moments I forget that I'm on a Chromebook. Our teachers are superheroes. Our ESPs at the front line with students in person, I give them a standing ovation. Remote or hybrid, either way, we will encounter issues and unsatisfaction, but for sure the safest is remote. What I know is that this is a pandemic, and in taking care of myself, I take care of my family and my community. Our children are being educated. We all have different situations in our lives within the same living conditions, COVID. My situation is I care for my elderly parents and a husband with cancer. The emotional toll that this takes during this time is immense. No need to say, you all know, you have your own situations. If going hybrids, I feel that there has been a contradiction. For example, I was told in a class that I went into that there was allowed to hold 10 people. Then 3 weeks after, I was told only 3. So that really is a big concern for me. I do not feel our buildings are prepared for us to be going back in a safe manner, and has created distrust in me. And it's not acceptable. We need to be clear. I beg the school committee, the superintendent, Mr. Provost, we can't go hybrid. This is like gambling with human lives. I don't want that for us. If we go hybrid, our children will receive 2 days of instruction instead of 5. Then parents, we will be on our own if we keep our children remote. For my child, that would be devastating. He is just starting to feel comfortable being remote. And now let's just take this away from him and our other children. Now he and others will be left with no structure and instruction that what are we doing? Depriving our children of their education because we will not risk their lives? Please, let's take care of each other. The only way it's remote, and let's continue our hard work to keep our children safe and receiving the best education we can give them. Going back and forth is not the way. Let's give them some stability in these such uncertain times. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. The next person who is signed up to speak is Patrick Burke.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, school committee members. Patrick Burke, actually, 43 Pearl Street, Holyoke, Mass. But I'm the president of the Hampshire Franklin Labor Assembly and executive vice president of the Western Massachusetts Area Labor Federation, of which NACE and many other K through 12 unions throughout Western Mass are members, and I myself work for the UAW 2322, and we also represent a number of workers in higher education in K through 12. And and I also come from a family where I have a relative actually works, not in Northampton Public Schools, but at the Voc, and a father who recently retired from being a teacher, who's special ed in part because wanting to keep his career going, but unfortunately because of the circumstances in which this pandemic has put pressure on folks. And I do want to speak, in favor of keeping things remote. Even just in my own experience with working with folks at UMass and seeing the sheer amount of planning and work, even with their considerable resources that went into trying to have some semblance of on-site teaching. There have been a lot of problems and mistakes there. And I know that many school districts, have had to reverse, including Amherst. And even districts that are currently in a hybrid model are already starting to see COVID cases. So while again, I agree with folks who've already spoken that it's not, these options aren't great. We wish that things were better. But the fact now is that we still don't have the sorts of resources we need to make sure that, workers, families, and students are safe, and guaranteeing that and not having to do huge reversals, which again has happened. And, so I just really want to, speak in favor of, the folks working to, keep things remote. And I do agree that we need to be focusing on how to support parents, students, and families, with this option, because it's not easy. It's not easy on anyone. And, I really want to, continue to have that conversation. But at this moment, we really need to stay remote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is Ilan Abrel.
Hello. Sorry, just a sec. There's a feedback. I'm Elon Averill, and I live on Park Hill Road in Ward 6, and I'm a caregiver to a kindergartner at Jackson Street Elementary. I know lots of people are speaking to the safety issues, so on that point, I'll just quickly echo the words of epidemiologist and director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota, Dr. Michael Osterholm, who said that earlier this week on Meet the Press, the next 6 to 12 weeks are going to be the darkest of the entire pandemic, end quote. This is obviously the worst possible time to move away from an all remote model. But beyond the safety concerns, a hybrid model would create a major equity crisis for the Northampton public school community. Teachers are working extremely hard to give students the best remote learning experiences possible right now. To add to that workload, the demand that they also develop an in-person curriculum would be more than is reasonably possible to expect of anyone. Based on the recent survey conducted by the district, 40.2% of respondents do not currently support a hybrid model. This, of course, does not provide a precise indication of how many families will choose to remain remote under a hybrid system, but we can assume it will be a significant enough percentage of the community that teachers will need to continue planning all remote curriculum at the same time that they would also be required to develop an in-person crisis for the Northampton. Our teachers are amazing, but they are also human and they have families and lives outside of work. Something will have to give. And if one curriculum isn't degraded by this unreasonable demand on teachers, both will be. The hybrid model will essentially either lower the quality of education for everyone or create a two-tiered model of education in which caregivers are potentially required to gamble the safety of their children to access the better tier. For a community and district that rightly places such a high value on equity, this would be a tragically ironic outcome. In terms of both safety and equity, the hybrid model is an untenable option. For the health and safety of the Northampton public school community, please extend the wisdom of your previous decision on this issue on reopening schools and vote to keep our schools on the remote learning model. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person who has their hand raised to speak in public comment is Haley Pearl. Haley, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, I'm Haley Pearl. I am on Birchpit Road in Florence, and I'm a teacher at JFK. I want to address some concerning and hurtful things that I heard on Tuesday night's meeting, not necessarily tonight, but on Tuesday. Over and over, I heard comments about how teachers in the school committee do not have the best interests of the students at heart. When the committee decided to go fully remote, they did so along with countless districts across our state and nation. They did it out of prudence and a healthy fear of the unknown, and we should be grateful for their choice because it gave us more time to assess the impact of a deadly pandemic, deal with air quality issues, gear up for inevitable quarantines and shutdowns. The decision was not only in the best interest of our students, but for our community as a whole. Throughout these discussions, I've also heard phrases such as get kids back in school and learning, or even simply let them learn. To imply that students are not learning is at best flatly false and at worst a resounding insult. These claims and others like them are meant to disparage our union and degrade our professionalism as educators. I've been in this profession for 12 years and I have never worked so hard as I have this year. On Tuesday, I also heard words like creativity and ingenuity used as weapons. In fact, those are the very words I would use to describe the reinvention of learning I've witnessed over the last 6 weeks. I'm proud of our work, even though I wish it didn't have to be this way. We are connecting with students. We're learning how to learn in this crazy time together. And I'm thankful for the grace and appreciation I've received from the vast majority of students and their caregivers so far. I say this after having spent my day teaching students about the life and times of John Lewis through his graphic biography, March, after viewing a student's beautiful interactive social studies notebook and a hilarious science experiment video. We are creating inventive projects, opportunities for group work, discussion, real-time polling, interactive reading, artistic creation, and more. This is high quality teaching and learning by any standards, pandemic or not. I can't say what a hybrid return would look like, but I echo other teachers' concerns that it may not be as consistent and supportive as our current model. Right now, our remote schedule at JFK offers comprehensive supports to students, including in-person learning options and unfettered scheduled access to their teachers for extra help multiple times per week. In some ways, this remote schedule supports student learning better than any schedule I've worked under. What will the day look like for students when their teachers are working in person and providing an education for remote learners? Given the survey results, it seems we would see about half of our students in person and about half remotely. This will create challenging schedule issues as well as new equity gaps. However, I'm confident that we can do it if needed because we've been doing it all along. Bottom line, if I'm needed in the building, I'm going to be there when it's time. But I can say that for many of us, this may not be the case. Until our nation gets this pandemic under control, we will lose many teachers who cannot go into buildings, including some of my greatest colleagues. This is not a scare tactic. This is the truth. And might I mention, one of my colleagues, a cancer survivor, has been teaching in the building since school started. As someone said on Tuesday night, we are all human and we all have fears. Any choice made tonight will require major sacrifices. The one thing I'm sure of is that teachers will meet the challenge. Any suggestion otherwise goes against the very grain of who we are.
Thank you very much. The next person who has signed up, has their hand raised to speak is, oh, sorry. That's the timer. Sorry about that. That's Hannah Karpman. Hannah, you can go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, hi, my name is Hannah Karpman, and I'm speaking both on my behalf and on behalf of my co-parent, Katrina Hall. We wrote these comments as parents of a JSS kindergartner and also with our perspectives respectively as a children's health and mental health researcher and a pediatric healthcare provider. We have 4 points that we'd like to make. The first is that we believe we are talking about the wrong issue, that what the issue we should be talking about is air filtration. Hybrid learning and remote learning will not meet the identified needs of the community. Parents are expressing a need for childcare and for education. Hybrid and remote learning do not solve the childcare issue. In terms of educational needs, while remote learning could be done well, it takes time and resources for teachers to get up to speed and to do it well, and many are. Remote learning for young children is mostly uncharted territory, and we don't yet have enough information to know whether to throw in the towel or not. Hybrid learning, by all reports in the research, is not effective for meeting educational goals, except under very specific circumstances. The literature suggests it does not give teachers adequate focus. How can they do both at the same time? It also suggests that it favors students who are in person when groups are divided, creating inequity. What the research on hybrid says is that it is only effective when done as two parts of a single course by a single instructor or instructor team. For example, today we're going to learn this topic and tomorrow at home you're going to do the experiment, with the classroom of students staying constant. That is not the models that we are looking at. What will meet a need for childcare and for education is fully in-person learning. However, we know it is unsafe at this time. We also know that we could make it safer and that air filtration is the one and only way to do so. The studies on PPE show that children take them on and off throughout the day, which makes them ineffective. Early findings on air travel underscore the point about air filtration. Note that air travel has been deemed safer than train for reasons of design and air filtration. Our current school setup is much more like a train than an airplane. People can share indoor spaces safely if the air is appropriately filtered and circulated. If it is not, the risk is clearly high for transmission. See any college campus as an example. I urge us to maintain the suspension of in-person learning until a time when adequate air filtration and circulation is available. We strongly urge that we shift the conversation in our community, not to whether we should be online or in person, but to how we gather resources both locally and by putting pressure on state and federal legislators to put money into air filtration and circulation systems in all of the public schools. Discussions of viral rates are politically driven and from our perspective as health researchers and a provider, scientifically unsupported at this time. Our second point is that our inability as a community to commit to a model is making it impossible to do any model well. Remote education can be done well and in some cases already is. It requires lead time, prep time, long-term learning, and adjustment. We just began online learning a month ago. Why would we abandon a model teachers are just beginning to master in favor of a different model?
Hannah,
Our third, sorry?
You're at time.
Okay.
You're past time, so.
Sure, sorry.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'll send these comments. Thank you.
The next person who has their hand up is Mary Beth Stratton.
Thank you so much. My name is Mary Beth Stratton, and I live at 80 Damon Road in Northampton. We have one son who's in kindergarten at Bridge Street School. I'd like to start off by saying that we have had an amazing experience with remote learning at Bridge Street. My son is completely engaged. They keep him moving throughout the day, and I see the learning happen before my eyes. The kids are getting to know each other even though it's on screen. They can see their friends' faces and hear them clearly. I fully admit this is not ideal. It's hard on working parents like myself, but I'm committed to making this work because I feel this is the only safe way to conduct learning at this time. I've listened in on the recent JLMC and school committee meetings, and I hear the pressure that parents are putting on all parties to open in a hybrid model. I get it, I really do. But we have to all take a step back and realize this is not safe. I heard the public health director state in the JLMC meeting that we should not look at the COVID numbers in our community or in surrounding communities. I heard it stated that we should instead look at the transmission numbers in our schools. What does that mean? Think about it for a minute. We should wait until there's transmission in our schools. We should wait and sacrifice our teachers' health, our students' health. What number of teachers and students need to get sick before we send them back to a remote model? Do you hear how that sounds? And this is not a scare tactic, as I've heard many people say. This is reality. These are people's lives. In addition to a hybrid model not being safe, there are two important points to consider about the hybrid model. We'll actually be transitioning our students to receiving less hands-on instruction. Currently, my son has remote schooling 4 full days per week, where he sees his teacher and classmates and they interact live. Going to a hybrid model will mean that my son will only have this experience 2 days per week. That's half. The other 3 days, we're on our own, either watching recorded videos or completing assignments. That actually is going to put more pressure on parents to be involved. How is this better? A hybrid model means that children cannot see their teachers' expressions. They can't see their friends' expressions. They will only hear words, no smiles, no emotions. A hybrid model means 6 feet of distance, as we all know. It also means no sharing toys, no playing tag, no real playing as our kids know it. If my son falls down at recess, there's not going to be someone there to comfort him in a way that he would see or feel. Please, school committee, vote to keep the current remote model in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. The next person with their hand up is Dinah Mack. Dinah, you can unmute.
Great. Hi, thank you, Mayor Narkowitz and the school committee. My name is Dinah Mack, and I'm a teacher at JFK, beginning my 16th year. I agree with everything my colleague Will Bangs said about staying remote at this time, and I can't say it any better than Will Bangs did. I want to address the vitriol and slander that I've heard over the past few weeks during public comment and that I've seen posted widely on social media directed at the Northampton Association of School Employees, or NACE, which has become a target of much of the city's rage, frustration, and COVID anger. NACE is not, as one person wrote on social media, working hard to keep our children from receiving an appropriate education, or as another person agreed, it's like it's their full-time job. I have heard school staff be publicly named and insulted at public comment, and I just want to say this is shameful. NACE is made up of over 450 people. NACE is food service staff that is working to feed children daily all over town. NACE is custodial staff who are now in charge of cleaning a brand new virus from all surfaces of our schools. And because residents can't go without swimming at JFK during a pandemic, might soon also need to clean a swimming pool on top of their already massive load. NACE is clerical workers who not only fix every single snafu that this district throws at them daily, but are also left with students to care for and the public to care for on a daily basis. NACE is made up of ESPs who are working both in and out of buildings to support our most vulnerable students, while also taking care of their families, their children, their loved ones. NACE is made up of teachers who are working both inside and outside of buildings, around the clock to support their students, families, adjust curriculum, also meet the needs of their own families, their own self-care, their own mental health care. NACE is made up of guidance counselors, nurses, adjustment counselors, school psychologists who have caseloads in the hundreds to support city youth in crisis. NACE is made up of administrators who are working around the clock to plan, replan, plan again, this moving target, and support needs of staff, students, and families. So for people who are speaking out against NACE, Your anger is really misdirected. Be angry. Be angry that money rules and that most of our schools have ventilation that is unsafe and our buildings are unusable. Be angry that private schools across town are COVID testing students and staff weekly so that their students can be back inside. Be angry that we did not have tents or outdoor spaces this fall, despite teachers and creative thinkers asking for them. Be angry that our nation has absolutely fumbled efforts to curb a brand new virus and allowed a pandemic to ravage our nation. But please reflect on who is the target of your anger and recognize that when you blame NACE and you disparage more than 450 school employees that are working above and beyond what they have ever had to do while keeping students and their families, their loved ones, themselves healthy, that your words become you. So I'm really asking that we stop the vitriol, we stop the anger. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you very much. The next person who is has their hand raised to speak is Bridget Pincinalt.
Hi, my name is Bridget Pincinalt, and I live on Sandy Hill Road and have 2 children at RKF. The remote model of teaching and learning is going great, and it's working. Students are learning and engaging. Your task is to ensure that students are receiving a high standard of education, including an equal amount of direct instruction time for all students under this pandemic. The decision should be purely about education, and instead we seem to be hearing a lot about childcare and socialization needs. It is your job as a committee member to get back to the task on hand, which is to consider which educational model provides the best education during our current pandemic. Which educational model provides equal access to education for all students in our community, including students who need to remain out of buildings for medical necessity during this pandemic? Which educational model will ensure that you can say with certainty right now as you prepare to vote that all students will be presented with the same amount of direct instruction by their teachers that they are currently receiving? Please think about the amount of direct instruction and teacher contact hours our students at all levels receive under each model. I think you will find your answer there. If it is less than or not equal to what they are receiving now, it is unfair. Can you truly say with certainty that a hybrid model with only 2 days per week of contact hours with teachers will provide the same education as the current model that at the elementary school level has 4 full days per week of direct instruction with teachers? I don't think you can. Our most vulnerable younger students would lose massive amounts of direct teacher instruction under the hybrid model. Teachers would be forced to give more independent, busy work during the students' 3 at-home days. In my profession, I've observed countless remote and hybrid lessons across a variety of states in this country. Students are receiving a far superior education during the remote model. It vastly outshines the hybrid model time and time again across our country. Please bring this debate back to its core and focus on the education of all of our students. The remote model works. It provides equal access to education for all students under the law. It does not prioritize one set of students over another, as the hybrid model undoubtedly will, whether intentional or not. To close, I spent today at the Cancer Center with my sibling who is undergoing treatment. My children, like many in similar situations, will be remaining remote regardless of your decision. My question to you is, can you provide my children with an educational model that is equitable, fair, and just, so that they receive the same educational opportunities as their peers, including the same amount of direct instruction hours from their teachers? The current remote model provides equal education for all. Thank you to all the teachers in our community. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed. You are doing a great job, and please don't let any negative comments spoken tonight let you think otherwise.
Thank you. Thank you for your Thank you for your comments. The next person whose hand is raised is Kieran Slattery. Kieran, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thanks, Mayor. My name is Kieran Slattery, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at Jackson Street School. I live in Northampton. Considering our technology constraints, my students are doing an incredible job and things are going well. My co-teacher and I have established a familiar routine with short bursts of screen time that we try to make as engaging and interactive as possible. Kids are laughing and being curious. Things are stable. In the afternoons, I offer office hours and meet with kids who need extra help or just company and moral support as they work because their adults are busy working or tending to their siblings, or the kids struggle with executive functioning or organization. If we go back to the hybrid model, I won't have the time or resources to provide the same support to these kids who need that consistency and stability the most. They will backslide. It will be utterly inequitable. I've noticed in the past few public comment sessions that the loudest voices are those of people with privilege. They do not speak for us all. School committee members, I implore you to consider the voices you are not hearing. Black and brown folks, folks who have to work right now, folks for whom English is their second language, caregivers who can't be at this meeting, but whose voices matter just as much, the 40% who voted to stay remote and the 20% who had reservations. Please be wary of folks who say the infection rates in Northampton are low as a reason to send us back. A large part of the reason that the rates are low is because students and teachers are home where it's safest. I've also heard multiple people say that students aren't learning. That's simply not true, and it's incredibly insulting. In just 1 month, my students have proven that they've learned the hydrologic cycle, strategies for multiplying double-digit numbers. They've created and executed their own math board games and played them with each other and figured out how to do it online. And they can interpret a map of the triangular slave trade route, the Middle Passage, and they can name countless ways that enslaved Black folks rose up and rebelled in nonviolent ways against enslavers. And that's just to name a few. Please remember, this is a temporary situation. The kids who need most to be in school right now are being taught so well and cared for by our ESPs and our special education teachers. Right now, our school air quality isn't even good enough to have our school counselors meet their kids inside. They've been forced to meet them outside in the rain because the air quality in their offices isn't up to standard. If you insist on sending us back into buildings before the virus is controlled, you'll be prolonging a situation where we'll continue to have to be remote for long after this winter is over. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person whose hand is raised is Tiffany Jewell. Tiffany, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. I'm Tiffany Jewell and I use she, her pronouns. I currently live in Ward 6 and my 9-year-old attends Jackson Street. I'm an educator who has been working with children and families for over 18 years, and I'm also the author of the bestseller, This Book is Anti-Racist. I urge you, as you make your decisions tonight, school committee, to center our most vulnerable children, not move to pushing us to the old norm, which has been established, framed, and maintained by the dominant culture. We now have the opportunity to truly embrace equity, not equality, because the reality is that not all children need the same thing. An example of equity, and this is based off of what I know from the school my child attends, which has one of the higher numbers of free and reduced lunch within this district. And I hope that all the schools, and I hope this is true for all of our schools, but if it's not, we can figure out how to better serve everybody. But currently our schools, Jackson Street being the one I'm speaking of, is able to serve our most vulnerable children in person, as Mr. Slatterly just said, but it's outside. The air quality is not great inside for people to meet inside. However, those students who are in person, some full-time, some not, they need to be in person. My child does not need to be in person, and a good portion of the children in this district do not. Our wants and our needs are not the same. Many of the children who are in person right now, are most vulnerable, are making more consistent success and progress now than the way they did last year and in the past because of their current situation getting more focused attention. Reintroducing more children and adults into the environment will not only compromise the health risk, but it will also take away from the current focused supports they are receiving. I want you, as you vote tonight, to center our most vulnerable children, those of the global majority, those who are living in poverty, those who have various academic, social, emotional needs beyond what is considered normal by the dominant culture. I urge you to continue with remote education for the majority of the students in our schools so we can best center and serve all children using a true lens of equity. Please don't fall into the old status quo. It has never worked for all, and it's not going to work this time. Lastly, when I asked my 9-year-old, who really wants to be in school with his friends, if he wanted to return to school, he said he did not. He shared that he and his classmates and his phenomenal teachers have settled into a routine. Consistency is so important for all children. We know this as caregivers, as educators. Anytime something goes off the mark, it's bonkers and bananas in our house. So moving into a hybrid model pushes our children back to day one, where they have to restart and restart. If school closes, they're starting remote again. We need consistency. We need to center our most vulnerable children. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. The next person who has their hand raised is Noel Rayleigh. Noel, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. Good evening. And thank you all, committee members, teachers, caregivers, everyone, for all of your time, thoughtfulness, and dedication in this challenging year. Though the topic at hand is the possibility of the hybrid model, I would like to focus for a moment on the reality that many students and families in our district have increased needs right now. And as a community, we have an opportunity to try to meet them together. I'm pleased to announce that to the school committee and all present, that the PTOs of the 6 district schools, along with REAL, Racial Equity and Learning Group, are launching a community fundraiser next week to support students and their families during the COVID pandemic. This fundraiser is called We Are Community. Funds will be used to support various needs of students and their families, from getting high-speed internet access at home, which, by the way, is an issue even if school moves back to students being in a hybrid model, to emergency relief for rent or groceries or whatever else families and students may need. The fundraiser will run for about 5 weeks and hopes to raise around $60,000. We already have a generous matching donation in hand, so we'll be off to a good start. We know we have a generous and caring community that is clearly evidenced tonight, and we're looking forward to strengthening the ways we can take care of each other during this time. Information for everyone will go out in PTO and principal newsletters, as well as through district social media. So please look out for that starting next week. Again, thank you all for your work and for allowing me the time to share this project. And I wish you all the best. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Noel. The next person who has their hand raised is Jen Lucine. Jen, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi there, I'm Jen Lucine and I live in East Hampton, but I teach kindergarten at Jackson Street School. The last time I spoke to you, it was August, and I was urging you to vote for a remote start to the school year. I sent you a picture of my kindergarten classroom with all of its age-appropriate furniture, materials, toys removed. I spoke about the impossibility and the inequity of teaching 5 and 6-year-olds in a space that was not developmentally appropriate. I spoke about the need for a thoughtful remote learning plan, and I spoke about the need for a community response to this pandemic. Here we are, 2 months later, and like all of us, I don't know what the answer is. Like all of us, I feel tired and fed up with the pandemic. So what do I know that is true that I can offer to you for your discussion tonight? What I know is true is my classroom is still not a space for 5 and 6-year-olds to spend an entire day. Their little bodies still need to move and play and connect with other little bodies and big bodies physically in order for them to learn. I can't imagine what our young children will do all day long in a space masked and untouched the whole school day. The inequity of this pandemic also still continues to exist. People of color are still disproportionately affected by this virus, and they are dying. Additionally, children of color make up a disproportionate percentage of our special education population. Thus far, special education students have been the only students in our buildings. At my school, Jackson Street, we have a wait list for special education students who need in-person learning. The wait list exists because there's not enough safe physical space in our building. In order to add more students, we either have to ignore the current safety metrics or lower the bar. The children who really need to be in our buildings are thereby put more at risk by adding more bodies and lowering safety standards. What else do we know to be true? Remote learning is hard on all of us. The tools available to us, such as Zoom, are just not developmentally appropriate for young children. The demands of the curriculum to proceed as if nothing has changed when we know everything has changed is not realistic. There is learning lost, and maybe that is just part of living through a pandemic. School is not the only place where children learn and grow their little brains. They are learning many things now, and it's not because I taught them that over Zoom. Perhaps we need to look at the curriculum and amend the standards to reflect the times we are in now, knowing that this will not last forever and our resilient little learners will be okay. We also know that families and caregivers need more support from this community than we are currently offering. Maybe school is just part of that equation. Maybe we need to figure out what else we can do to support families in feeling less stress and encouraging social connections. If remote school could look differently, if our curricular expectations could shift, standardized testing halted, and families had more community support to help with childcare and social opportunities, how would this conversation be able to shift and grow? The other thing we know about this pandemic is that it's constantly shifting sands. Whatever you decide tonight could be undone in a day or in a week. It's unrealistic to think that these shifting sands will not affect us. This is a ton of work, and with every shift, a ton more. We need to be thinking long-term, what is most sustainable for all of us? If we come together as a community, instead of tearing each other down in frustration over this pandemic, maybe we can come up with some creative solutions that have staying power. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your comments, Jen. The next person who has their hand up is Ms. Wallace. Ms. Wallace, you can unmute.
Hi, my name is Maritha Wallace. I live in Amherst. I do work at JFK Middle School as an ESP. I am also the Human and Civil Rights Representative to the MTA. I would like to take a minute to talk about not the rules, not the numbers, but the percentage of parents who answered the survey, and 40% of them said they wanted to remain in a remote model. This means something to us. But please, before you say I do not understand, please understand that I have 4 children and one of them is autistic. It takes a lot of time for me to work with him. And that's why I'm working as an ESP at JFK. Next, to bring it even more closer to me, is my daughter is a paraprofessional in Amherst. She had to be tested for COVID-19 as a teacher at her school tested positive. My daughter was at risk. But in the time between that, she came to my house. I have an autoimmune disease. It wouldn't have been on her. I was exposed. I could have exposed my newborn nephew, my parents, who both have health issues. Luckily, my test was negative, as was my daughter. As it's been mentioned before, Amherst is closing for 2 weeks due to the rising number of the surrounding towns of COVID cases. The teachers that I work with are dedicated. They have spent hours upon hours of talking and speaking with each other to give your students, your children, a positive outlook on this. We are doing everything that we can in our physical bodies to teach your children and help them. Your words the other night were hurtful. I will not be silent on behalf of my colleagues and on behalf of myself. I beg and implore, as a woman of color who will be affected by this, that you not return our children to a space that is not safe. And to use a quote from John Lewis, never be afraid to make some noise and to get into some good trouble, necessary trouble. That is why I'm here. I am a Black woman telling you, knowing full well whose community this influences the most. Please keep all of us safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Wallace. The next person whose hand is raised is Brian McDermott. Brian, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, thank you so much. And I really appreciate just this minute. I'm really sorry for all of us that we have to live through such an awful time. I really hear that in everyone's voices. It's terrible. as a parent of a first grader, I just wanted, I live in Northampton, a first grader at Jackson Street. I wanted to respectfully ask that we pay specific attention to our youngest children. I don't feel like that's happened, and try to bring them safely and creatively back if it's possible on the hybrid model. I teach at UMass. I know how hard everyone's working teaching online. It's exhausting. I know there's no perfect decisions, but I can't pretend that education by screen for a 6-year-old is a substitute for what I know we all believe is important about public school. He can learn why a flamingo turns pink from a YouTube video, and he did, but something is lost. And to our youngest kids right now, something significant is being lost. And I just personally here am struggling with the idea of a community that's willing to close public school classrooms for its youngest kids, while allowing private schools and daycares, our 2-year-olds in daycare, to stay open, and Newberry Comics and Local Burger and all the rest. And again, I say that totally hearing everyone and how hard a time this is for everyone, but I just felt like it was important to say so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian. The next person whose hand is raised is David Marlin.
Yes, hi, thank you. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of you, everybody. As everybody's saying, I know how tough a situation this is for everybody, and I really appreciate I listened to the debate when you guys, the school committee, made your initial decision to go remote, and I really appreciated the thoughtfulness of everybody in that decision. And you guys made the right decision. And I also, think I want to make a point of thanking the teachers who are doing an amazing job. I live in Northampton at 33 Ward. I have a son in JFK and a son at NHS. And I've been extraordinarily impressed with the job that the teachers have done under these situations. The energy, the way they've been engaging the kids. I think, the reason I feel so strongly that we need to stay in this remote model is I just think it's dangerous. And I think we're being very short-sighted sending people back. We see this rise in cases across the country, across the state. I was in Boston a few days ago, and frankly, it was scary walking through the streets of Boston. And you can tell there's a palpable sense of stress and unease with such a density of that. But I don't think it's possible to do this safely. It's coming back, people. I mean, let's acknowledge this. And there's the ventilation in our schools is totally inadequate to do this safely. And as people have said, that's the #1 most important thing. We're not doing testing. I mean, how can you, without the ability to monitor whether this is safe or not, until you've already had an outbreak? How is that ethical even? I mean, we until we can test and monitor, I just don't see how this can be done safely. I don't think it's fair to the teachers either, to force the teachers to expose their families or lose their careers. That doesn't seem right to me. I know this is really hard for a lot of families, but we're in an incredible situation, and we've got to stick to what's been working and stay remote. We've been fortunate, I think, because we've been careful, but it's coming our way. And I'm asking you, school committee, to please keep everything remote. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you. The next person whose hand is raised is Anthony Peck. Anthony, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Anthony Peck. I live at 9 Laurel Street, and I have a 5th grader at Jackson Street, and I'm an 11th grader at Northampton High. So COVID is extremely challenging. It's really hard to comprehend how difficult this has been for everybody. So I really want to thank the school committee, teachers, administrators, the staff, the parents, for all the work everyone's putting in. This is just an impossible situation. There are no there are no right answers. Everything's the wrong answer, frankly. I'm not gonna really weigh in too much on the decision that's facing the school committee at this moment, but I want to encourage the school committee to be thinking more long-term, specifically around testing and possibly, trying to get that into the queue for eventual reopening in-person classes, not necessarily in the hybrid moment that we're talking about now, but down the road. And the reason why I wanted to highlight that is that one is that testing is becoming more available and it's becoming cheaper, which is great. The current testing protocols under the antigen testing is about $5. It's not as accurate as the PCR tests, but a $5 test is not that expensive. I'm sure many parents can afford that. And then of those that can't, hopefully the school district can cover those costs. Plus, hopefully the state will be chipping in if there's a new administration. The reason why, the thing I wanted to highlight about testing was, so I work at UMass and I've been in a testing program for about since the beginning of the semester. And I get tested weekly and it's easy and it's quick. And we use the PCR test. It's highly accurate. It takes 24 to 36 hours to get a result. All my tests are negative, but these antigen tests will give us results in 15 minutes. And what the experience of UMass is showing is that it's possible to do in-person classes successfully. Although most classes at UMass are remote, there are approximately 2,000, 2,500 students currently on campus taking in-person classes with instructors in the classroom. Obviously, air filtration is an important issue to address on a different matter for Northampton schools. But if you are confident that your students and your teachers are negative, it's a great feeling. It gets you a long way in addressing this problem. So that's all I want to say is I hope the school committee will start engaging in long-term planning about looking into testing options, particularly the antigen testing at $5 a pop, to be thinking about 2021 in-person schooling with testing with universal testing. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. The next person whose hand is raised is Karen Hidalgo.
Hi, my name is Karen Hidalgo. I live at 133 Barrett Street in Northampton. I'm a counselor at the high school and I have a child at Jackson Street and a child at JFK. I think in a lot of the discussions that I've been hearing, it seems like the wrong questions are being asked. Like the question is, should we go back to school or should we not go back to school? Do kids need school? I think that at some level we all agree kids really need school. We're not in school right now because they don't need it. I think the questions that we should be asking are how and when to go back to school safely. And I appreciate the comments that Anthony just made about thinking long term. I think that's an important way to look at it. I've been asked, do I want to go back to work in person? Do I want my children to go back in person? Of course I do, like more than anything, but I'm not sure that we're ready to do that. I think at the high school, we just got back a report on the ventilation and I don't know what it means yet, but we literally just got the results from the testing for parts of the building. I don't know whether the ventilation is ready. So the question should be, how and when do we go back safely? What do we need to do to make it safe to go back? And I can't answer that question, but I'm going to share my thoughts. I do want to say that I heard people on Tuesday saying over and over again that teachers don't have the best interests of children in mind. And I was really offended by that. And I think that we need to be asking the school staff what they need. What do you need to be able to go back? And it might be that we're not ready yet. I know one of the issues is ventilation, and ventilation is going to be really key going forward. I think outbreaks are going to occur in our community. The numbers are low. They've been low for a while, but numbers are rising across the state, across the country, around the world. We will have outbreaks. So the question is how to prevent them, how to identify them, how to contain them. We're going to get them whether or not we go back to school right now. We're going to have to learn to live with this virus. It's probably not going away anytime soon. And we need to work on this together. We need to support each other. The vaccine is going to be important, but also massive testing is, I think, going to be key in getting schools and other institutions back to functioning. Everyone who works or goes to school with other people should be tested frequently. This should be possible with the resources that we have in our country. There's no reason that this shouldn't be happening. And we should be demanding frequent testing. Some concerns I've had about the hybrid model, just listening to people talking. I think, say that I wanted my children to go hybrid and that I wanted to go back hybrid. But as I'm hearing people's concerns, I guess I'm not sure what my children how they would work independently 3 days a week. That piece isn't clear to me. And I have heard suggestions that educators would be able to send their children 5 days a week. But then what about all the other working parents? Like, I don't see children being able to work independently, that many hours. That doesn't seem realistic to me.
You're at time, so if you could just finish up.
Yep, demand wide-scale testing. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. The next person whose hand is raised is Lucy Broadus.
Thank you, Mayor Narkowitz. I am a 9th grader at NHS, and I want to give a student's input. I see a lot of teachers and parents, but no students. I am enjoying remote personally. I see how hard my teachers are working, and I respect them immensely for that. But then I think about hybrid, and I think about, well, how much harder would they have to work? I also know I can work independently. I am able to do that. I have those skills, but many of my classmates don't. Many of my classmates struggle with the full remote days we have with the work they have to do independently anyways, that one assignment they have every night. Well, what about the full day assignments they have to manage by themselves? It doesn't seem realistic to me. I also want to give input on something that I think is primarily student, is that friends and social interaction. I go part-time with my father. He lives with his 2 elderly parents, one of which is 90 years old. I wouldn't be able to see him if I went hybrid. And that would take a great toll on myself and my family. But I would choose to go remote if we chose the hybrid model because I still want to see my family. But I have one friend who I trust, her family who I trust, and I've seen her a few times. I don't see her that often, but her mother is a teacher in the school district. And if we went hybrid, she would have to go with students in person. And I wouldn't be able to go see that one friend. I wouldn't have any social interaction with any of my fellow students. And I think that is more harmful than having one friend who you see twice a month and who I can FaceTime every day. I also know that the disparities, and I've heard a lot talking about equity and how if we were to go back hybrid, it would favor in-person students. That is almost scary to me because in all my years in the Northampton Public Schools, I've always kind of thought of how amazing it is, how they think of every student, how the teachers are able to handle a wide variety of needs in all students every day when we're in person, and they're doing they're doing as best they can remote in doing that. And so almost taking that away isn't fair. And lastly, I just want to kind of reiterate that the students who are in most need of being at school have that ability, have that choice. I have classmates who are in the building at NHS and it's working for them, but that wouldn't work for me. And I would be, if I had to go back into the building, I would be too scared to go near my friends or to go near classmates. And that's just not a way to go to school. If we can do Zooms and small groups on Zoom and talk to each other and have, I had a great conversation in my history class today with a bunch of other students, and it was really fun. But we wouldn't be able to have that at school because we'd be too scared for our safety. That's it. I hope you guys vote to keep remote. Thank you, school committee and Mayor Narkowitz.
Thank you, Lucy. Thanks for your comments. The next person who has signed up tonight is Adrian Staub. Adrian, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi. So my name is Adrian Staub. I live in Leeds. My kids are at Leeds at UMass. I've been paying a lot of attention to COVID data locally and nationally and internationally since the beginning of the pandemic. And the reason I'm speaking now is just to try to remind our community of the original context for our school shutdown and for school shutdowns nationally, and to contrast that with where we are now. So we shut down schools in the spring when we believed that the COVID fatality rate was 3 or 4%. And we believed that if we failed to control its spread, our hospitals would face a shortage of beds and ventilators and other critical equipment. So we all learned the phrase flattening the curve. It became part of our vocabulary. And this was a clear and sensible rationale for what was a very drastic measure of shutting down public education, both in Northampton and in the state and nationally to a great degree. So the goal was to slow down the spread of the disease so that our hospitals could provide timely and appropriate treatment to those who needed it. So since then, there's been a shift in our understanding of COVID. So we no longer believe that COVID has a fatality rate anything like the 3 or 4% that we thought at the beginning. So epidemiologists' best estimates now are in the range of 1/10 of that or even lower. We continue to identify new cases in Massachusetts through expanded testing protocols, but of course, the majority of cases that we identify are either asymptomatic or mild. And we also now understand much more clearly how the risk of serious illness varies with age and with other vulnerabilities. So most relevant to schools, it's clear that the risk to children is very small. In the US, so this year, many more children have died from the flu than from COVID. So while our understanding of the disease has shifted toward a much less dire outlook, our rationale for school shutdowns has also changed. We no longer speak about flattening the curve, as it's quite obvious that there is little risk at this point of overwhelming our medical facilities with COVID cases. Instead, many people in our community have come to believe that schools should not be open as long as there are cases in the community that could possibly be spread by means of contact at school. So we're not anymore trying to avert a possible humanitarian disaster, unprecedented in its scale in our lifetimes. We now find it unacceptable to reopen school as long as the disease is present in our community at all. So I want to encourage people to think about what a dramatic change this is in our justification for the very drastic measure of shutting down schools. In the spring, we thought that shutting down schools would help to avoid uncontrolled spread of a very deadly disease that our medical facilities could not handle. Now, we no longer think we are in such danger, but we've come to accept the current school shutdown as essentially a new normal. I think it's safe to say that at the outset, no decision maker intended our shutdown to last until every last COVID case is stamped out. Indeed, that policy would be truly catastrophic, as there is no plausible scenario in which that happens soon, or even in the next couple of years, even with the vaccine. As both a parent and as a community member who is concerned about the health of our schools, our community, and my fellow citizens, I strongly urge that we return to in-person schooling as rapidly as possible. And most importantly, I also urge that we recognize that there will be COVID cases in our community, but that we must learn to live with them. This means deciding that we will not shut down schools again if there are new cases in our community, as there are bound to be. We should recognize—
You're at time, Adrian. So just finish up your final thought.
We should recognize how our situation is very different from the spring, and we had valid fears in the spring that are really no longer sensible in our current situation. We should follow the data. Thank you.
The next person whose hand is raised is Mike Sidoti. Mike, you can go ahead and unmute. Mike, are you there?
Oh. I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mike.
Sorry about that. Yeah, my name is Mike Sidoti. I'm a parent of a second grader at Ryan Road and a 6th and 7th grader at JFK. And I wanted to speak tonight, honestly, because I have questions. I think I count myself in the 20% that's unsure. And I know this isn't a question and answer session. So I'd like to kind of direct my questions at the committee in hopes that you guys can bring that up when you begin your deliberations. One of the main concerns I have at this point, after listening to the meeting on Tuesday, was that I understand there's a recommendation for a new hybrid plan with sort of a caveat to prioritize the early learners. But I also understood in that meeting that this plan doesn't yet exist. And so I'm a little bit concerned that we're having these several hours here of public comment on a hybrid plan that no one's seen yet. I hate to delay this anymore because I know there's a lot of people who would like to kind of get this over with and kind of move on with whatever the plan is. But I would kind of like to ask if possible to maybe delay this vote until we can have a look at what the plan actually is and people can make informed decisions. Because I think there's some of us who honestly are just on the fence and the details matter. You know, when I speak to other people around the community, I think there's a lot of confusion over what hybrid means. I think some people are assuming that it means synchronous learning, when I believe the current plan that was voted on back in August does not include that. And that would mean, and that would sort of echo what other people have said, in that we're transitioning from a model where we have 4 days of teacher-led instruction down to just 2 days, and we're going to have essentially 3 O days. And I don't think that's well understood in the community. And I think, you know, going forward with a plan that hasn't been presented to the community yet, and voting on it tonight, I'm a little bit worried about that. Beyond that, you know, because of this sort of confusion over the educational value, I guess, of the hybrid plan and exactly what it's going to consist of, I would really like to make a request of the school committee to focus their discussions tonight on that aspect of it. Is it the best model for learning? I know that safety obviously is a huge issue, and a lot of the last meeting was dominated by safety issues. And I think, you know, it's been at the forefront of everyone's minds for the last several months. So I think you have enough information on the safety side of things, maybe, that you can kind of make your own risk calculations when you go to vote. But I think what I haven't heard enough of is the actual day-to-day of what is a school day going to look like for all of our children under this new plan that I guess is going to be presented after we're done speaking. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. The next person whose hand is raised to speak is David Velez. David, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, David.
Thank you. David Velez, live on North Main Street in Florence. Speaking on behalf of my wife and I, who are both parents of a first grader at Leeds, we're asking this committee to please find a way to safely and responsibly resume in-person education for elementary age children. And I want to be clear, based on what I'm hearing tonight, that we really need to have a separate discussion and decision-making for our youngest children versus the middle and high school age students. These are two different animals. Despite the efforts of her phenomenally caring and dedicated teacher, who I cannot say enough good things about, our daughter went from being excited about school and loving Leeds to saying she hates Zoom school. She's bored, she's not engaged, she's not being challenged, and she's not alone. I've heard this from several of her peers' parents. Being on Zoom school for several hours a day is an ineffective educational modality for young children. Those aren't my words. That's from pediatricians, school psychologists, educational experts. They all support that view. This school district currently offers in-person instruction for vulnerable populations and special needs students. They're in person today. I'll submit to you that all of our youngest age children, all equally require this in-person experience. Let's also acknowledge reality. Our youngest child goes to an in-person preschool daily. Our first grader, since she's not at an in-person school, travels now to a program where 2 days a week, she's in a room with other children, all with their Chromebooks open, with an adult standing in front of the room. We don't call that school. As a society, we allow this, but we're not allowing schools in our very own communities to open. I will acknowledge and add that testing is a big part of that model and that we need to incorporate testing here in our schools as well. I'll also add that my wife and I, like many other parents, report to work in person every day. My wife at a school. We both wear masks, we social distance, we follow the scientific and medical guidance. Neither of our buildings' ventilation systems were rebuilt. There have not been any outbreaks or any transmission at work at our workplaces, just as in thousands of other workplaces and schools throughout this country. This pandemic is scary, but the precautions work. We know that there's always going to be risks, Nothing is guaranteed. We know this is not easy, and you as a school have not been given the national or state level guidance that you should have been to follow. However, we're asking that you take a scientific-based approach, listen to the pediatricians, to the health experts, make decisions on data and metrics, not on insecurity and uncertainty. We as parents believe in public education and we want our children in public schools. We need our schools to open their doors for our youngest children. Please consider the younger children separately. Thank you.
Thank you, David. The next person who has their hand raised to speak is Janice Toddy. Janice, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Ms. Toddy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My name is Janice Toddy, and I am a physical education teacher at Jackson Street School. I am here to offer my respect and support to all, whether we agree or disagree. Pandemics are hard. We don't need to create any more hard for each other. We have enough. I'm here to share thoughts and questions in no particular order. Here they are. This pandemic has captivated public attention, resources, and budgets while the public health crisis of racism and white supremacy continues. Families and schools do not have enough support. It's not the fault of families, and it's not the fault of schools. It's our society. Educator unions exist to protect conditions for teaching and learning. It is a tired, worn out lie that union members care more about ourselves than our students. We will continue to be a voice for the safety of both children and adults in buildings. To be an educator and a parent or caregiver of children in our society is to be thanked, loved, denigrated, given limited resources, and blamed for things beyond our control. Let's not accept a false dichotomy of opposition. Amherst opened, Amherst closed. What does this kind of back and forth do to teaching and learning, to the health and well-being of our students? We will have sick children come to school. It doesn't matter what the data or the metrics or the policies say. We will have sick children come to school. It happens every year for many reasons. There are currently between 90 and 160 COVID cases among school staff and students in Massachusetts every week. Cold and flu season is incoming. There were 986 COVID cases in Mass yesterday. That's about half of the daily spring peak. Why are we not providing KN95 or N95 masks for educators who have known risk factors and are providing in-person services? Those masks are difficult to work in. There won't be a stampede for them. People can put other masks over them. There are plenty of staff who won't be able to afford them. 20 KN95 masks cost over $70, N95 over $100. Please don't be okay with that. It doesn't matter if that was negotiated and agreed upon. Please backpedal that and make those masks available for people with risk factors. Last, do the survey results from Dr. Provost suggest a mandate to reopen at this time? How does our process reflect the core values of anti-bias and anti-racist practices? How does it not? Whose voices have been heard? Whose have not? Who has participated in committees? Who has not? And what will we do about that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next person whose hand is raised is July Siebecker. July?
Sorry. So Mayor Narkowitz, it's me and also my son Torin, but we only have one computer, so we could only raise our hand once. Is that all right?
That's okay.
Okay. So Torin, you want to go first? You want me to go first? Okay. So I was one of the people who said I was not sure in the survey, and I just want to talk a little bit about that because I wish I could be able to say that we could go back to some in-person learning. When we shut down last spring, it was because we had this brand new dangerous situation and we desperately needed information in order to know how to deal with it. Obviously, 7 months is not tons of time to gather everything we know, but we know a lot more now than we did then, which changes our understanding of what is and isn't safe in terms of in-person learning. So just things we know, for instance, is COVID spreads primarily through air, not as much through touch, and it's definitely aerosol. So our highest priority, like what Hannah said, needs to be to clean the air. And masks are really our best friend. And while virus isn't thought to spread primarily through touch, hand washing is probably still our second best friend, because I have no problem not getting sick with all the other stuff that you can still get sick with if you don't wash your hands enough. We also know that whatever Desi said earlier this year, 3 feet, 4 feet, that is not enough space. It needs to be at least 6. We also know that COVID is not going to be done by Election Day or by this winter or this year or within a year of when the vaccine is available. This is a long haul situation and we're not going back to normal. Despite the fact that numbers were going up all over the place, I would like to be able to say yes, but here's what I need. I need to be assured that the air quality in every room is good, that it's going to be replaced 6 times an hour, that all filters are new and of highest quality, that there's a really excellent list of rules and repercussions that everybody's going to follow, that every teacher and staff member and student is going to be able to be tested weekly, because I also agree with what Andrew said about that. And especially that there needs to be a plan if we were to go to hybrid that does not involve that those who choose to remain remotely just watch a teacher talking in front of a room, because that is a very different animal in terms of teaching than what they're doing now with remote learning. I'm afraid that the window for when the hybrid model would have been a good idea has probably closed now. Maybe if we had started early with a bunch of tents when the numbers weren't climbing, not that I'm mentioning anything I said this summer, maybe we could have had 2 months of in-personing by now, and then maybe say, maybe we need to stop because the numbers are climbing. But we need to remember that it's not going away soon. We have to stop the mentality of hunkering down until it passes, because we're not just trying to make it to the end of the year. I want to hear more hybrid thinking. My kids are socially starving. They need to be able to see each other. This summer, people have been talking about, maybe there could be socially distant PE that happens in person or something. But we need some bones thrown at us so that it's not all or nothing. I also know that we have seen.
I just want to note that that's your first 3 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. That we have seen that it can be done safely in elsewhere. I'll mention Amherst College and a couple other places, and then I'll turn it over to Torin, who may have a different opinion than me.
Okay.
Okay, I'm Torin. I go to JFK, 6th grade. I go in person 2 days a week. It is not school. Being in person at your desk, 6 feet away from everyone else, on a computer doing the exact same thing as you would otherwise, is not in person. It is not in person to do the same thing. I would like to say that as many times as I can. Furthermore, I think safety is important. It is our very first priority to be safe. But if we are safe, we can still go back in school. That needs to happen. And that's all I really have to say. I just believe we really need to go back.
Thank you so much for your comments. Both of you, thank you so much for being with us tonight. The next person whose hand is raised is Michael Stein. Michael, you can go ahead and unmute, please.
Good job.
Thank you. I'm Michael Stein. I live on Columbus Ave in Northampton, Ward 4. I think it's fair to say that a credible case for remaining remote or going hybrid can be made from the available science. For all the talk about following the data, what we heard on Tuesday night, especially in response to committee member Gould's questions, was a recognition that good faith interpretations and assumptions are being made. This doesn't mean that decisions are anti-science or avoiding the science, but it's a reminder that the data never speaks for itself and that science can never absolve us of the need to make arguments and think critically. Scientists already know this. In the absence of useful guidance from the state, Municipalities are struggling to make these decisions amidst tremendous social, economic, and political pressures. In Northampton, this took the form of first the PRT and then the JLMC. Tonight, you have a recommendation in front of you to offer a hybrid education in Northampton based on the outcome of those public health conversations. What I want to stress is that having that information is only part of what this committee needs in order to make an informed vote regarding a transition to hybrid learning. I do not understand how this committee can vote without a realistic sense of the consequence of that vote. If we transition to hybrid, families like mine who have vulnerable family members will be left without synchronous virtual learning for our kids, and they will have no contact with peers or teachers. On Tuesday, Dr. Provost suggested that if only 50% of the students return for hybrid, it will require all staff. That means there is no one to teach any remote students. A survey isn't going out until tomorrow to determine how many families are committing to hybrid learning. We also do not have the ventilation report that the JLMC commissioned and whose standards are the CDC standards for workplace reopenings. We're having a vote without detailed plans from the elementary schools on how they can accommodate the transition. We don't know how many valuable staff and teachers we will lose from the district because they are vulnerable. We don't have a plan for transitioning back to virtual when numbers in Northampton invariably spike. This is particularly troubling as communities around us and across the state are shifting to virtual instruction as we vote on hybrid learning. I just don't understand how the committee can reasonably vote without this information. We should also consider the impact of these decisions on the school workforce. They are working tremendously hard and our actions may be asking too much of them. A clear majority prefer to continue the virtual model. Already so much anger is misdirected at the teachers and the union within the community. And if you vote to transition to hybrid, it will set off a long negotiation with the union that will further polarize elements of the city and vilify the people who are the heart and soul of our public school system. This will not serve anyone. And leadership must be honest with the public that a vote tonight in favor of hybrid does not mean a return to the classroom in a few weeks. I urge you to think beyond red or green maps, consider larger trends and the particular consequences that will flow from your decision tonight. Please vote against transitioning to hybrid until you have the necessary information to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That was exactly 3 minutes. The next person whose hand is raised is Sahara Pensivi. Sorry if I got that wrong. Sarah, Sahara.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much for your time. I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to hold it together for the entire 3 minutes because I would like to speak on behalf of my children who are struggling at different levels. And this is a very serious thing that is not being addressed. The remote learning is not working for all children. While my 10-year-old child can get through the day, frustrating as she is sometimes, not doing the work, so I do need to keep up with her on that. I have a 6-year-old at home who can't read, who is struggling every day and has been emotionally declining because she's not getting the education she deserves. She's not getting the help that she needs because all of the resources that are available to her are through a computer, which she says repeatedly, I can't learn, Mom, I don't understand. For a child to have to go through this at 6 years old, and the only option for her is to then attend another Zoom meeting, or for me to then attend another Zoom meeting with a school, or the school saying, we're gonna help you, anything we can do. And I say she needs some in-person services, but those aren't available to her because she doesn't have an IEP plan, are absolutely ridiculous. There is not a good option for every family. And there is no option for her at all.
I'll hook you up.
And that's completely unfair. These children need our help and they need to be back in school. They can't do this on their own. And for those of us that work from home while we have these children, we can't be helping them all day long to address these issues. We're spending our time afterwards to catch up with work from the entire day. They're not sticking to a plan. There are other kids that are distracting, and not every child can learn from a computer. The option should be there for all families, whether they want to be remote or in school, whatever is best for the child, for the children that are trying to learn. It shouldn't just be one or none. My kids live next to the school, sorry, I live at Ryan Road. 552 Ryan Road. And my kids see kids going to school. We receive weekly newsletters that look at these kids outside having circle time. They shouldn't have to see that and then be told, you sit in front of your computer and you try to do this, because that is not fair. Mentally, they don't understand. And she's 6 years old and can't read and is expected to have 6 or 7 different apps to sign on to at different times for different things. It's frustrating. There are technical difficulties which children take upon themselves and say, I feel stupid, which breaks my heart to hear a 6-year-old say, I feel stupid because my computer kicked me off again, when it's not her fault, but she's 6 and she doesn't understand that. And no matter how many times I reassure her of that, it's not making a difference. These kids need to be in school. They can do it. I have a 4-year-old who goes to school every single day at her daycare. Nobody questions the air quality there. Nobody questions the people and what they're doing because it's working. It has been working for months and nobody is speaking up about this. Very little bit do they talk about the fact that daycares have been open and not been having problems, and that these small children can socially distance and wear their masks.
Thank you, Sahara. Thank you so much for your comments this evening. The next person who has raised their hand is Dylan Boyd. Dylan, you can go ahead and unmute.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's a tough one to follow.
Oops.
My name is Dylan Boyd. I live at 6 O'Donnell Drive in Florence. I'm a stepfather to 2 school-aged children, a small business owner in the community, and a teacher at Northampton High School. I was at the meetings for Tuesday, and well, let me say also thank you, committee members, for your attention. Like I say to my classes, I'm really grateful for and proud for those of you who are comfortable keeping your video on for the class. It's great to see people. Okay, the first minute. The remote model stinks. I don't think anyone believes that this is really workable. I think the students are bearing the brunt of all of this. The families are a close second. And I have to acknowledge it's incredibly hard, and I'm incredibly grateful for all the energy that the families are putting into this. I also think that in-person learning right now is a myth. I think we think it can happen, and we're talking about in-person learning, and we're talking about sending kids back into the school, but they're not doing in-person learning. I can only speak for the high school. The students going to the high school are going to the high school so they can access the technology and have the in-person support to keep them focused on the internet-based learning. It's not what you think it is. And I guess this is the part where I get to, this is things that you may not know about what the hybrid schedule really looks like. And someone spoke earlier about the public health concerns that things have changed and maybe we should reconsider what the reasons are for closing. And I totally hear that. And someone else spoke about how the precautions will work, masks and the ventilation and social distancing, that stuff works. And I agree, it does work. The thing is that all those things lead to a very, very poor learning experience. I'm not trying to prioritize the learning experience over the health experience or prioritize learning over what the families are going through right now. I'm simply trying to draw attention to the fact that the hybrid model is not going to offer the relief that you think it offers. And that's the other thing is I think there's really very little benefit of the hybrid model. What we need is relief for those families, relief for those caregivers. And we think that a hybrid model is going to do that by sending the students to the school, where the school can again take on the roles of structure and support and supervision during the day. The thing is that, okay, we can probably offer those. We can have them go into the schools, but not in the numbers that you think we can. I worked very closely with the leader of the team who came up with a schedule, and here's what it boils down to. A high school student will be in the building under the hybrid model for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah, you heard that right, 3 hours and 15 minutes. And that 15 minutes is so they can move back and forth between the classrooms. That's 3 hours actually in the class. That's 45 minutes with each teacher. And that's 1 day a week. So I mean, 3 hours and 15 minutes per week of actually being in the building. The rest of the time, they're at home doing what they're doing now, but with less supervision, because the teacher every afternoon is going to be teaching the other third of the class in the building. So I don't think it's going to offer the relief we want it to. As much as I really think they deserve that relief and they need to have that relief, this isn't going to be it. And I'm asking that the committee really consider what the benefits are really truly going to be of moving to a hybrid model. And again, I'm only speaking for the high school because that's where I'm familiar with and that's where I have direct experience with. I admit someone mentioned that these are different when you have to deal with different ages, and they absolutely are.
Thank you.
If we're going to try to change things, it's going to have to be with a different kind of plan. I heard someone mention that happened on Tuesday. We don't know what that plan is. You're right, we don't know what that plan is. The one we have now
You're at time, Dylan. I just have to have you wrap up now, okay?
is not going to work.
Thank you so much. Thanks. I inadvertently lowered the hand of, I believe, Erica Karen, who was supposed to be the next person to speak, but as Zoom jumps around as people come in and out, I think I accidentally lowered her hand right after I lowered Dylan's hand. So if you want to go ahead, Erica, and unmute, you'll be the next speaker.
Okay, thank you. My name is Erica Karen. I live in Hatfield. I'm a teacher. I teach chorus and music at JFK. I'm not speaking on behalf of NACE. I'm not speaking on behalf of time, and I can't imagine what parents are going through. But I will say this: I get 5 rehearsals every 2 weeks with my students in regular, non-pandemic times, and that's barely enough time for us to get to the concerts, which are generally, from what I've heard, high quality that I give. And Claire Ann Williams has the same amount of time. Now, we have lost one of those rehearsals over 2 weeks. That doesn't sound like much. We already see our students half as often as the rest of the school. And on a hybrid model, I just don't see how we wouldn't lose even more. And if I'm still teaching those classes remotely, that's fine, because like that's what's safe, because Jesse has decided that singing in the building is unsafe. And I don't disagree. However, there is conflicting research that came out over the summer that hasn't been reflected. The students need the arts. They need it. I have students that literally only come to school for their music classes, whether that's band, whether that's chorus. Claire Ann and I are busting our butts trying to make a really great remote experience for these kids, and knowing that we can't safely lessons in the building are working even harder to make remote work. If we go hybrid, I will be seeing the kids when they are remote, but then I lose half of the rehearsal time with them. The rehearsal time's already strained. What did people turn to when the world shut down? They turned to the arts. They turned to the dancers, the singers, the musicians, the artists, the painters, the drawers, animators. And Northampton touts itself as a city that values the arts. And a hybrid plan, in the way it's currently structured, doesn't allow for that to flourish in the way it needs to for these students to have those social emotional learning experiences that they can have. Additionally, it's not about me not wanting to go hybrid. I want to make that very clear. I desperately miss my students. Teaching chorus, I'm making it work, but it's very challenging. But without knowing what that plan is now really the time to vote on it. Without having that negotiated with the union and without having that negotiated with all the stakeholders, is that really what we need to be voting on at this time? Or should we be working on coming up with what could be bad? I'm not going to say that hybrid's good. It is. I don't think remote is that great either. But I did want to stress the importance of the arts in our schools for our students. And I know I'm not alone in that sentiment. Many of my colleagues, we feel generally very underrepresented. And I think it's pretty clear what students need. Whenever I see them in class, they're drawing, they're singing. Students school, you're gonna have to be like, you got to do it at home. and it's breaking my heart, but it's a necessity. And I think we need to come up with something that is a little more equitable. I don't know what that is, but I really want to make my point known that I don't think tonight is the night to vote on a hybrid plan until we have something outlined that could be less bad. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, and again, sorry, I'm sorry I inadvertently lowered your hand there. So the next person that is signed to speak is Jarrett Krasaska. Jarrett, go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Mayor Narkowitz and Dr. Provost and the school committee. My name is Jarrett Krasaska. I'm a resident of Florence. I'm the proud parent of a child in the Northampton public school system. We are living in imperfect times, and none of this is ideal. And I so appreciate all of the hard work and passion that everyone is putting into these efforts to do what is best by all of our children. And what I am amazed most is that we are thinking of all of our children. Right now, the most vulnerable of our children are allowed to get their education at the school as everyone is at home. Now, as I mentioned, these are imperfect times, and my kid has been learning through distance learning. And much to my surprise, they have been thriving. They have been working hard, in large part due to their compassionate and hardworking teacher. Earlier, there was a comment in which a parent said they might be better off with their child in front of a YouTube video instead of distance learning with the Northampton public school systems. To that, I have to ask you, do you think a YouTube video is up at night worrying about the welfare of your child? I guarantee you, your child's teacher is. And your child's teacher is worried about the caretakers as well. Because that is what our teachers do. They care and they love. Now, I'm also an author of children's books. And in the before times, I was visiting schools all across the country, visiting schools in every single state in the continental United States. And I'm in touch with those teachers via email, via text, via social media, and I can tell you with certainty that those teachers who are teaching via hybrid are struggling. Something that I haven't heard much about is our teachers' mental health. We need to be concerned about our teachers' mental health so that they can give their very best to our children. I hope, against all hopes, that the school committee votes to keep things as they have been going, because we only have just been getting started. We need to continue to give this a try and work hard, because it will save lives. Again, these are imperfect times. There is no perfect solution other than getting rid of COVID and getting us in person. But until then, I value the love and dedication that every single teacher and paraprofessional, be it in classrooms or school cafeterias, are providing to our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jarrett. The next person who signed up is Brett Costello. Brett, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. Hi. I wish I had spoken a couple of nights ago, because I'm not going to be able to hit this 3-minute mark as well as Jared just did. So I'll do my best and speak fast. My name is Brett Costello. I live in East Hampton. I work as an 8th grade math teacher at JFK. It's my 8th year here, and I've been part of the JLMC since mid-September. And I wanted to speak back to that discussion from 2 nights ago, when there were some questions around the rationale to prioritize young learners. And I was one of the people who did that in our discussion, and I wanted to share why I did that. So I teach 8th grade. I have 13 to 14-year-old students. They're showing up 80–90% of the time. They're completing assignments 80 to 90% of the time. It's amazing me. My 6-year-old neighbor across the street, she's not loving Zoom. Right? She can't troubleshoot a tech issue on her own. She can't write her teacher an email. She's supposed to learn how to read this year. My 8th graders have been sending emails for 2 years. They know great tech workarounds. It's heartbreaking and it's not helpful for our 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds to be on Zoom. And teachers are doing amazing things with them, but we've heard from several parents tonight and earlier this week how hard this is. We have competing needs right now. Bringing all of our students back into school is competing with our current capacity. So literally space, time, and money that's needed to make our schools safe for everyone every day. If we can't fit everyone back into the buildings, we currently have elementary schools with high percentage of questionable ventilation spaces, then I should keep my 8th graders going remotely because we're doing it and we can do it. So that space that I would normally take up could go to younger students in an elementary school class, can be in there to get our little ones back in the building. And we need a community where we take on challenges for each other, not a community where we spread our anger and our divisiveness. I recommend bringing back our youngest students first because we should only open up our schools as much as they can safely be opened up. It's as simple as that. CDC released new guidance yesterday. A close contact is now anyone within 6 feet when you're both wearing a mask and who has more than 15 cumulative minutes within a 24-hour period. That is going to be every single student in my class when we're back in school. There is no way to contact trace my time at the copier, when I walk down the hallway to go to the bathroom with my kids or with my kids in class. And this may very well overwhelm every contact tracing system that we currently have.
So we were supposed to have them actually this coming week.
This is my time to keep speaking.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Whoever's speaking should please mute themselves. Thank you. Go ahead, Brett.
Thank
Sorry.
you. That's okay. I just want to say, like, I know that this guidance is tricky for our public health officials, and I know that Northampton has done an amazing job keeping our numbers low. I know our health officials are working tirelessly. So I just want to leave you with what I shared in an earlier JLMC, because the scale of our current situation is critical. And I think everybody needs to wrap their head around it. I hear our health officials saying masking, hand washing, social distancing works, which is why we can all be back in school right now. As evidenced, our local doctor's offices have seen 10,000 patients since the start of this pandemic with no known cases of COVID transmission. And it's compelling data. I get it. I'm a math teacher. Just think about the scale of that in comparison. So I'm the only one in the doctor's office, right, when I'm in for an exam. It's not me and 12 other people or me and 24 other students. It's just me. And the front doors of our schools will have 10,000 people walk through them in 1 week, not in 6 months. When we're all in, we have 2,000 students in our district, and every day our kids go home to you, our families. We know people can be COVID positive and contagious for a week or more before symptoms set in. So I stand behind my position that we should only open up our schools as much as we can safely open them up. This will require regular monitoring for mask compliance, mitigation for our ventilation system, and we'll do that because our community is worth preserving. And I understand that there are costs on both sides. I am wrapping up. I'll still take this one for the team Northampton. For my colleagues, I only want us to do this safely. For my students, I want us to learn and care about each other, but I will not speak with anger or malice toward the people I disagree with. We can bring to this community honesty, transparency, curiosity to better understand different perspectives, a willingness to dive into the scientific research, and a hope for better times for all of us. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much. The next person whose hand is raised is Ellen McGrath. Ellen, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Great. Hi, I'm Ellen McGrath. I live at on Washington Ave in Northampton. I have an 8th grader at JFK. And 2 other daughters in college, one who just graduated, or didn't graduate, I should say, didn't get to have her senior year really. But, you know, like someone said earlier, I understand that. And I think it was Adrian who said, you know, in the spring, there was a different goal here. The goal was to not overwhelm our hospitals, to flatten the curve. And now it seems like the goal has changed. The goal seems to be cafeteria style cherry picking of what information that we're going to believe, for example, and also that we should have 0 transmission and 0 cases, and this isn't safe for anyone. I would like to ask this group and everyone, and I'm sorry if I'm getting worked up. I'm not a I'm not a flat person. Anyway, anyone who knows me, but you know, other states Other towns in Massachusetts, many towns across this country have schools that are going back. For example, and I'm not saying Georgia did it right, but I'm just saying, I remember pictures on social media of students in hallways, and they had optional masks, and there was a case breakout in the beginning. And guess what? Now they are doing well. I don't hear of any schools across the nation have there been clusters of teacher deaths, children death because of school. What I'm hearing is no, that is not the case. That is not the case, and that we should protect our vulnerable. And a couple other things. I was on the JLMC meeting the other night, as well as the Tuesday night meeting. And I'm going to tell you what I heard both nights. Both nights I heard that our Board of Health recommended go back. Dr. Johansson, our district pediatrician, you need to go back. Nurses, nurse on the JLMC committee, you should go back. This JLMC committee that was put together to recommend to the school committee what to do, had a Harvard, I think, spoke to a Harvard professor or tried to get a Harvard professor. His name is Joseph Allen. He's a professor of public health at Harvard. And he talks about, yes, there are always ways to improve the air quality. There are ways to open a window and you get 4, 5, 6 more air turns in an hour. You can have portable air filters I'm not saying it right, but HEPA filters put into portable units. There are always ways. And again, I will reiterate what someone else said, that we have wasted 2 months already. We all could have, been doing it. And I don't understand. I want this group to answer, like, how come other schools can do it? We are an intelligent, creative, supposedly community. And I just don't get it. I don't get why we can't pull it together. I don't think this is a death sentence for kids or teachers. I think we need to get these kids back. My 8th grader is super unengaged. And as a matter of fact, he's not even required to put his camera on, which he doesn't do. And I can't monitor it because I'm back at work, as is my sister with a PT touching 100 people a day, people at Stop and Shop, people at Walmart. And I also want to just say one more thing. I have one more. Okay, I'll finish up. I applaud Summer and the other mom that say that this should be an option. There should be a remote option and there should be an in-person option. This shouldn't be this divisive. It shouldn't be this hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. The next person who has their hand raised is Michelle Sullivan.
Hi there. So I was not at the JLMC meeting on Monday. I was at the school committee meeting that took place on Tuesday, and I live on Ryan Road. I have a 9th grader at NHS. I'm an early childhood educator. I've worked in the community and surrounding community for over 20 years. My husband is a middle and high school teacher, also over 20 years in an adjacent school district. I have to say that at that meeting, I was really disappointed and shocked by the aggressive tone that took place in the public comment section. The arguments were very reductive. There's a lot of finger pointing. There was a lot of anger. It was really hard to watch. I'm really hopeful that the tone this evening can remain productive and not hostile. It's hard. Like, I was also really saddened by the genuine and wrenching expressions of desperation that people shared about what this experience is like when you have very young children at home. I work with very young children. It literally is my life's work. And I get that this is not ideal for anybody. The bottom line is this year is terrible. Everybody is doing their best. Nobody is going to get what they want. You aren't going to get normalcy. This isn't a normal school year. It's nobody's fault except SARS-CoV-2. We need to lay off each other. And we need to recognize that there are a lot of things in play right now. I want to address the person who brought up preschools being back in school and nobody talking about it. You cannot draw a comparison between what preschools functioning in person is like to what a hybrid model would look like. If you would like to look at the procedures and standards that we need to follow, they're drastically different than anything you'd be able to pull off in a public school setting. If you go to the Massachusetts Department of Early Education and Care's website and click on their COVID guidebook, you will see that our class numbers are very, very low. Our group sizes are static, and the groups do not change. They do not go back and forth. It's an entirely different beast. Please stop drawing that comparison. It doesn't help anybody. It's not real information. this is the real information that I can address from my experience. Since this March, I've continued to be blown away with the dedication and ingenuity and positive attitudes of the educators in this school system. They have absolutely done right by my child. I am so thankful and I am so lucky. Remote learning is working for our family. I know it's not working for everybody, but I will say that I trust the teachers and the staff of the Northampton Public School System. I believe they've eloquently stated their position that the Northampton Public School should stay remote at this time to protect the quality of our children's education. It's really, really important that we don't lose sight that that's why we have our kids in school. Is that my time?
Yeah, you're at 3 minutes, Michelle. So if you could just wrap up
Dang.
your final sentence.
Okay, well, my husband's been teaching hybrid in an adjoining district, and I have to tell you, it's not the same. The amount of prep that has gone into it is enormous. Northampton is not ready.
Thank you so much. The next person whose hand is up is Melissa Madison. Melissa? Melissa, you could go ahead and unmute. Melissa Madison.
She actually just texted. She's a professor, so she's actually had to leave because she has to teach a class. So she was unable to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Andrea Starkowski. Andrea, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andrea Starkowski, and I live at 35 Dana Street in Northampton. I'm a single parent, but a co-parent with Kristen Amy of a 7th grader at JFK and a 10th grader at the high school. And wow, this is a lot to take in. I'm just going to say that. And I'm going to read mine because I can't, it's just too hard to kind of pull it all up. It's a little intimidating to be on here, but I just want to thank the teachers and faculty for all the work that you're doing for our children. It does not go unnoticed. That being said, our stance on this issue does not diminish the respect we have for all of you. My co-parent and I both feel that are in favor of a full in-person model, obviously with appropriate ventilation. As a single parent, I've already reduced my work hours, and the financial implication of that is, impacts our children. I feel like I'm one of the parents who feel like we are sinking as parents, even though I'm educated and have tools and privileges. I still feel like we're sinking. We're doing the best we can, but it's hard for everyone. Unfortunately, we do know the risk. There are risks involved with everything that's happening right now. I'm out in the community working with patients every day, and putting myself at risk as well. So I totally understand. I have asthma. My son has asthma. Our son has asthma, and still we feel pretty strongly that even though we understand those risks, we feel the greater risk for our teenage children is the emotional and psychological impact that it's having, missing out on the normal social context, as well as the loss of live learning. As an occupational therapist, I also know firsthand that all children learn differently and do not benefit from one modality of learning, in this case, the online remote model. We are watching both of our children struggle for different reasons. And, as a study I read from a Harvard pediatrician, the study is showing that there's a rise for children for depression and anxiety with this pandemic, obviously. I'm listening to everyone speak about the remote model working for everyone, and I have to disagree. If you have a child with learning needs who doesn't qualify for an IEP, in our case, our son has ADD, and the accommodations can't be met on an online model.
We're at time, so if you could just finish up your last sentence or so, just so
Sure. Sure. I guess, and also my last sentence is that I just want to also speak for the children that are not our children, that are in homes that are in abusive homes, and now we're leaving them. Their only support, their normalcy was going to school. And so those children don't have a voice on here. And so I want to say, please consider those children that are not even my children when you make this decision.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you so much. Just want a little quick time check for everyone. We're now at 2 hours of public comment. We've got I think we've got 10 people left. And obviously we've got some important decisions to make tonight. So to the extent that 3 minutes is a maximum, you don't have to go to the full 3 minutes. So to the extent that you could help us, that would be great, because we want to be not making really important decisions too late at night. So the next person who signed up is Jude Almeida. Jude, go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Mayor Narkowitz. My name is Jude Almeida. I live at 59 Summer Street. I'm a district parent with children at both Jackson Street School and JFK. I'm also a social worker who has worked in youth mental health for almost 20 years and who for the last 10 years has done outreach to youth in several local school districts through my employer, who's a local community mental health agency. I'm glad to hear common conversations that center child and youth social emotional well-being. They are long overdue, and there is no denying the potential effects of this pandemic on all people, including and especially children. After supporting children and families through a variety of experiences and stressors over the last too many years, I want to talk a little bit about resilience. Resilience in psychology is generally thought of as an ability to overcome or manage the effects of hardship, a way to emotionally cope with crisis or return to pre-crisis status quickly. It is not something a person is born with, but rather is a development of capabilities that facilitate a person being able to adapt to challenging situations and absorb some of the potential consequences of that crisis. When life throws a challenge at a person, that person is better equipped to handle, absorb, and move forward from that challenge if their environment and personal situation contain several factors, including positive relationships, safety, stability or predictability, and continued participation in routines. Right now, the brilliant and dedicated educators of NPS are working hard, along with their caregivers, to help facilitate development of resilience in our children. They are connecting with students to build positive and supportive relationships. They are committed to our children's and our families' safety amidst this disease. They have tirelessly adapted their classroom routines and rituals to a virtual format in ways that are predictable and stable, bringing the magic from inside the school building inside each child's Chromebook. I'm working full-time from my closed bedroom, but throughout the day, I hear my fourth grader and his classmates engaged in fourth grade routines and rituals I remember from my older children's days at JSS. I hear Miss Alessi delivering yoga and mindfulness on Thursdays. I hear Miss Lily encouraging my son through his watercolor project. I hear Miss Toddy lovingly telling my son and his peers that Jackson Street is not a building, but rather a community, and that they are still Jackson Street. And his amazing classroom teacher, Ms. Mokerzecki, is spending her days guiding him through arrays, maps, word work, read alouds, and personal narratives. My middle schoolers are holed up in their bedrooms because they're 13, but I catch snippets of reading March and writing science notes, taking math assessments with Ms. Costello and learning about civics. I hear the incredible Miss Williams forging forward with middle school band, and we got to even pick up wet clay so my child could still make a coiled pot in art class. My children, all of our children, are adapting to this pandemic and forging forward. Is it easy? No. Challenging times never are, but ease does not come with a hybrid model. Our superintendent has said that he does not know if the district has enough staff to properly move forward with both a hybrid and a remote model, and there may not be enough staff to effectively run a hybrid model at all. Will my children work hard to settle into a hybrid learning model only to switch back again to remote on a moment's notice due to local COVID data as recently as occurred in Amherst? I know I went too far. I just want to say that I support all of our Northampton teachers. They're doing a great job. And thank you for making this stable for my children.
Thank you so much. The next person who signed up is Erin McDonald. Erin, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Erin McDonald. I live at 155 West Hampton Road in Florence. Clearly, this is such an emotionally charged discussion this evening, and for good reason. We as parents acknowledge that this has been so hard for teachers, and we commend all of your efforts so far this fall. All of us are really reinventing ourselves at our jobs this fall and throughout this pandemic while trying to help our children struggle through what is undoubtedly the hardest fall they've ever experienced. I just want to speak to a few things tonight, a few points that I think may be missed. When the pandemic hit, the goal was always to get our kids back to school in person. In-person learning should always be prioritized. And I feel like maybe that's something that we've gotten away from. We've seen districts all around us prioritize that, and they've gotten back and they've worked in ways to be hybrid that perhaps we should really be learning from at this point in time here in Northampton. I know that my children resoundingly want to go back to work. Want to go back to school. The survey results speak resoundingly to this. People have talked a lot tonight about advocating for the right decisions for them. And I think it's important to note that our kids have spoken to this and what they feel the right decision is for them. Our public health experts have said over and over again that it is safe to go back, and yet we're still not listening to them. We've heard from people that work in other school districts that safety measures have been implemented successfully. I think we need to do a better job of learning from the people around us. And I would really like to speak to the issue of younger children having priority in an in-person learning model. My kids are in 8th and 11th grade, and I have to speak for them. I feel that the same importance needs to be placed on getting every child in our district, older children included, back into the classroom. The younger children will have years to remediate this learning loss. Our kids are running out of time. The social and emotional toll is just as devastating to them. Getting up and going to school in the morning is all they've known for years. Being forced into a remote model is not a routine for them. It's the absence of routine. It's nothing that they've ever known, and it's nothing that they'll ever be used to. Being in a hybrid model, whatever that will look like, and having some in-person learning, some in-person social interaction and teacher interaction is what these kids crave. I'll quote something that I heard from another parent earlier on. Our children are socially starving, and that's every bit as important and prevalent in our older kids as it is in our younger kids. So I really have to make that pitch for our older kids. They are suffering just as much in this model, and they have less time before they leave this school district and go on to wherever they're going to go on in life with this bump in the road that could change their lives forever. So I really, really hope that the school committee can pay attention to all kids. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. I know that time is tight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The next person who's signed up to speak is Sarah Churchill-Windsor. Sarah, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi. Thank you for giving me time to speak, Mayor Narkowitz, Dr. Provost, and members of the school committee. My name is Sarah Churchill-Windsor, and I live in South Deerfield. I'm in my 12th year as a 6th grade special education teacher at JFK, and I'm the Professional Rights and Responsibilities Officer for our union. I have had the awesome opportunity to work in small groups and one-to-one with a small group of enthusiastic students in the building at JFK from the start of the school year. I feel so blessed to get to work with my bright and willing students on a daily basis. All of the teachers at JFK miss this intimate teaching and learning opportunity that I get to experience daily. Having said that, if we go to the hybrid model that's been suggested, I will not be able to work as closely with my students who are at high risk for learning difficulties. I will not be able to split my time between in-person students and those joining me on Zoom. I'm only human. I will only end up stretching myself too thin and neglecting my students who need me. My students deserve more. They deserve my time and assistance. Also, I can't even work in my own classroom at this time because of the air exchange rate. It is not safe to have more than 3 people in my classroom at this time. I do not want to work with my windows open in November. I can dress in layers. I'm used to that, but it's just going to get colder. Right now is hard. I miss the simple things like being able to work closely with my students and the simple ability to be able to point to something on a student's page that they're working on to give them direction on what to do. I miss the hugs that my students offer. 6 feet apart is hard. And also asking students to wear their masks correctly over and over is hard. My own child, who is an 11th grader at FRS in South Deerfield, is working remotely, and she's struggling and showing signs of depression. So I completely understand that remote does not work for all kids. And that has been a reality in my own family. But I do not want to change our model unless it is safe. I do not want to change the model if it means less face-to-face time with my students. I do not want to change the model when cases are bound to go up in the next 4 to 6 weeks due to the changing season. I love my job. I love my students. I'm so glad that students who need to be in the building to progress are there. But to put more students into the building at this time is irresponsible. It's okay to slow down. It's okay to be careful. And it's okay to accept this new normal until it is safe to return.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sarah. The next person whose hand is raised is Anna Feldman. Anna?
Yes, thank you. My name is Anna Feldman. I'm a para ESP at Northampton High School. I work with some of the most vulnerable students. I work in the Goals program with students with intellectual disabilities. By and large, our students have been working remotely, and some of us have been able to work remotely with them while others are in the building. Many of these students have compromised immune systems due to their disabilities, and their families do not feel safe sending them into the school building. I would like to say, first of all, that we have been very lucky in Northampton to have low numbers, to have very, very few COVID cases. And I think that that's being misinterpreted by some as a green light to open more things. And instead, I want to urge that perhaps the reason that these numbers have been so low is because we have been so careful. We have kept schools closed, and thus our numbers are low. It's not the same as opening a store or a restaurant where you can carefully monitor the number of people coming in and out, where you can only open if your air exchange quality is good enough. It's a different situation entirely. I would also like to reiterate that at no point has the positive experiences and at no point has the importance of educating children and putting them first been anything less than a top priority for us as educators. We are daily giving everything we have to give to these kids and more. So I want to thank the people I work with for being so dedicated. And I just want to reiterate that our caution in wanting to stay remote for the time being does not come from a lack of care. I would just like to urge the committee to stick with the remote model that we have. I recognize that it doesn't work for everybody. It's hard. It's really hard. There are pratfalls every day, but I'm not convinced that the hybrid model is going to be any better. Just like the remote model does not work for all students, being in school didn't work for a lot of students before. There is no one solution that is going to benefit every single person. And I think we need to look beyond that. I am mostly concerned with the safety of our students and the safety of their families, whatever vulnerable people may be around them. And I just want to ask, how many teachers are you prepared to lose in case we go in person and many staff are not able to return for various reasons? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. The next person whose hand is raised is Mia Jones. I hope I got that right, Mia or Maya.
Yes. Hi, my name is Mia Jones. I'm in 7th grade at JFK. I'm speaking tonight to ask that you switch to in-person learning for those who want it. Here are some reasons why the current remote plan does not work. The remote plan does not provide the ability to learn. It's extremely hard to focus when your teacher is talking at you instead of interacting in the classroom. For example, it's nearly impossible to have class discussions because of cameras turned off and glitching connections. One of my teachers recently taught the entire class with the camera off because of poor internet connection. Another reason why this remote plan is not working is because it's too much constant screen time. With 6 hours a day and limited breaks, this is not good for anyone. As an example, I asked one of my teachers if my class could have a break, and they gave us a break from Zoom, but required us to do work on the screen during that time. Finally, there is no collaborative learning and interaction with peers. We have used breakout rooms, but it's not the same because it is very difficult to interact with others through a computer screen. As I've talked to friends and many other kids, none of them enjoy this remote plan. So I ask that the school committee vote on behalf of my peers, students in this school district, and science. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mia, for your comments. I wanted to go to Melissa Madison, who was on earlier. I called her. She had to leave. She's back. Melissa, go ahead. I think I'm going to just, how long you
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming back. My name is Melissa Madison. I live at 47 Winterberry Lane in Florence. I have 2 children, one at JFK and one at Northampton High. I don't need childcare from school as my children are old enough to stay home for some time unsupervised, but they're not old enough to teach themselves chemistry or math or critique their own grammar. That is not why I'm in favor of returning our kids to school. I am in favor of returning the kids to school so they may learn in an environment that is conducive to learning and questioning and exploring and interacting. Remote learning is challenging. My son in high school remarked this week that he hates school, and this is worse than having no school like in the spring last year. This is a calm, cool, collected child who yesterday kicked his honors chemistry notebook across the floor, something I have never seen him do and out of character. His days are regular on paper, starting at 8 a.m. and sometimes going till 2:30. Wednesday, he has 2 hours of class, then off after 10 a.m. That adds up on paper to 26 hours, accounting for lunch off. But in reality, he is engaged maybe 3 to 4 hours each day and all day on Wednesday. That adds up to 14 hours. That seems like a lot of instruction missed. He has to email or go to Flexbox to ask a question. I only know this as the days I am lucky enough to work from home, I see all of this unfold. I am saddened that he hates school. I want him to love school, all of it. The new social contacts, the new opportunities, new clubs, new experiences. This is all lost at home, and I keep trying to bolster spirits, but after a while, with no end in sight of returning, it does become disheartening. I cannot explain why other towns are in person and we are not. My 6th grader is allowed to attend some school as he has an IEP. This involves dropping off at JFK, where he sits in a classroom with an ESP who helps him navigate Zoom links and Google Classroom and all that it encompasses. He is not taught in person, but rather has a resource to help him troubleshoot technology and offer support. I am so grateful for this opportunity for him. I'm grateful for Pam Plummer at Special Education, who stayed on and chose another year to help our children. I had seen the difference when he got to go in person and have this help, the change in him. He was not able to do this all alone at the beginning of this year, having had no experience or training with Zoom, Google Classroom, or Google Docs. He's not a fan of school, and as an educator, it is downright depressing to see the changes in my children. I have just hired a second tutor for him as he does not seem to be taking in anything via Zoom. But honestly, I am kidding myself if I think I can support this all year. Nor do I expect him to attend to tutoring sessions multiple times after school throughout the year. Before you say it's a life of privilege, I can hire a tutor, it is a life of desperation, and I work 2 jobs. How will we ever make up lost time? We cannot expect to compete with kids who will be in person this year.
I need you to just wrap it up, Melissa, because we have other.
I will. Thank you. I'm afraid to speak out, but I cannot be silent any longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. The next person whose hand is raised is Ann Broadbridge.
Okay, hi everyone. In order to be brief, I'll just read. Thank you, Mayor Narkowitz, Dr. Provost, School Committee. I live in Northampton and my kids are at Bridge Street and JFK. I speak as a teacher myself. I am teaching 118 students remotely at UMass, working, like you, much harder than usual. And I am sympathetic to the incredible work the teachers are doing at Northampton schools. I have no doubts about how much they care and how incredibly flexible they've been, and that they've been as effective as possible. But that is the key, as effective as possible. Teachers working hard doesn't guarantee that students are therefore learning well. I say this as a teacher doing that very same hard work. My UMass students are age appropriate for Zoom, and yet I am losing them every week, despite all my efforts and my endless extra hours. Only some are managing to actually learn, at least based on the assignments they're turning in. Others are just not learning, despite all I can do. Meanwhile, at home, with the kids that some of you are teaching, my kids are pulling it together when they appear on Zoom, but they duck out of Zoom secretly to go onto Minecraft and YouTube. I bust them regularly during school hours. My kids are addicted to their devices and their screens, seriously addicted. I'm not saying addiction is a euphemism for liking their devices. I'm talking about actual addiction, and I need to talk to the pediatrician. My kids have developed anxiety and depression, or both. They have developed eye strain despite 20 reminders a day about glasses. Their physical health is poor despite all of my efforts to get them to move. Their social skills are totally gone. They have lost almost all touch with friends, and I can't get those connections back despite trying actively. I am glad for the teachers here that it's working at least somewhat. I respect the tremendous effort they're putting in, and I'm doing the same heavy lifting myself. But I have to tell you, at home, I am seeing a far less positive story about learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ann. The next person who's, so again, just reminding folks, we're now down to the last 1, 2, 3, 4 folks before we move into the meeting. Again, just asking folks to respect the time so that everyone has an equal shot. Kate Jobson is the next speaker. You can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. My name is Kate Jobson. I live at 357 Avermont Highway in Holyoke. I'm the Technology Integration Specialist at Northampton High School. I'm also an ISTE certified educator, that is the International Society for Technology Educators, which is the gold standard for my position. I was one of the first 400 people in the world to receive this certification. I mention this to say that I have an extensive network of educators who are thinking about this deeply. I want to emphasize what my colleague thoughtfully said. The hybrid model is not the miracle solution that some are expecting it to be. I just want to make sure people are aware that in the hybrid model that is proposed, students will have 3 hours of in-person instruction and 15 minutes of transition time per week. That also means that during 6.5 hours of time during the school week, when the other groups are in person, those teachers, all teachers, will be completely inaccessible to your students as they'll be working with other students in person. So when a student is at home and needs help during those 6.5 hours of time, and none of your child's teachers are available, please remember me saying this and do not get angry with your educators. They're working with other students. One solution that has been proposed and tried in other districts is that teachers teach in person and simultaneously live stream to students at home. Please, please, school committee, do not be enticed by this model that have teachers working with students in class and remote simultaneously. My colleagues in other districts and in my ISTE community who have been forced to do this describe it as an absolutely nightmare scenario. And I know many of the scenarios we are talking about are described that way. But they describe it as doing 2 jobs at once, and they end up doing neither well. Every single educator I have spoken to who's in this situation has said that it is impossible to manage, and that what they end up doing is only staying at their computer and teaching to the remote students, thereby negating the advantages of having students in the building in front of them. This puts students in a riskier situation without benefits of that risk. I did send an article for the record that outlines some of these challenges as well. And the last thing I'll say is that I have heard some parents say that they should get to choose, and this makes so much sense to me, and I feel that desire so strongly. However, it has also been said that if even half of the students opt for in-person learning, that will require all of our teachers, and that there will be essentially it sounds like no teachers left over for the remote students. And this worries me very, very greatly. And so I just wanted to emphasize again that please do not be enticed by the model of having teachers teaching students in class and working remotely at the same time. It's trying to do two jobs at once, and it is just not an effective method. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. The next person whose hand is raised is Kate Kelly. Kate?
Good evening. My name is Kate Kelly. I live at 22 Maple Street. I have a child who's a remote second grader at Leeds and a child who's a preschooler at Nonotuck Community School, where he's been in person for 5 days a week since July. I'm a nurse practitioner with a background in pediatric primary care for 7 years, and I'm currently serving as the school nurse at Leeds Elementary School 5 days a week in person after a summer of contact tracing and COVID case management with city employees and vulnerable populations. I worked in public health pandemic preparedness for 5 years, and I'm a public health nerd who reads books about pandemics of influenza and SARS for fun. On a personal medical note, I'm in the high risk category for impact of SARS-CoV-2 infection and have been hospitalized multiple times in the past 10 years with respiratory illness. Yet I'm in the building, in an office with no windows. Recently, I received a HEPA filter that's supposed to make me feel safer, and it probably does. But the reason I'm in the building is because the number of COVID cases is so low. Because I know that local public health officials are literally watching every single positive case every day and scrutinizing whether or not it could impact our community or our school community. We have not had community spread of SARS-CoV-2 here in Northampton since early July. And there's research studies around the world and in our country that show schools following appropriate public health guidelines are not responsible for major COVID outbreaks. All the teachers are working so hard. The teachers in ESPs who are needing to teach very young children to read through a screen are heroes. And the teachers in ESPs who are in the building teaching and reminding children to put their masks back over their noses when they get distracted are heroes. These ESPs and teachers are all rock stars, never mind the custodial staff and the cafeteria staff who are total unsung heroes. For your information, in the buildings, most people are wearing masks most of the time. Windows are open, fans are on, HEPA filters have arrived. When any student has a symptom on our daily symptom checklist, we don PPE and follow a protocol to send them home. We require a written negative COVID test or an alternate written diagnosis to explain their symptoms before they're allowed back in the building. I visit each classroom every single day. Preschoolers are playing, children are moving their bodies, children are learning in the buildings, and they are not getting sick, and neither are those of us who have chosen to be there. My child is suffering. I have a second grader with a disability and an IEP for whom there's no space in the building right now. Screens have always been a problem for him. Until now, we've avoided the screens as much as possible and regretted it every time we let them creep back in due to resulting behavior and social emotional setbacks. I've lost count of how many hours he spends on a screen every day. We have multiple services in and out of school, and yet we are struggling to keep up with his needs. He's getting almost none of his social emotional needs met. We have a child who's always loved school. We've now seen a backslide in his interest and attention to schoolwork, difficulty focusing, and the need for a brand new medication. We are white and privileged, and my husband and I have graduate degrees. My husband is unable to complete his work during the week, but we are privileged enough that I can run the rodeo of parenting on the weekends while he makes it.
Kate, so if you could just wrap up here. Thanks.
This is my experience. What is happening to the single mom in poverty? What is happening in the household where no adults can actually work from home during the day? I would implore you, as much as I hate to do this, to return to the models that I heard there were 15 of over the summer.
Thank you.
I understand the current hybrid model is perhaps not ideal, but maybe we need a model where the teachers who want to be remote can be remote, and the families who want to be in school can be in school.
Thank you. The next person whose hand is raised is Margaret Byrne. Margaret? Margaret, you can unmute.
Did that work? Hi. My name is Margaret Byrne. I live in Sunderland and I'm a parent of 3 young kids, 2 of them at Jackson Street School and 1 at JFK. I'm a single parent, so I facilitate virtual learning half-time for my kids. I'm hearing comments that everyone wants a return to normal, and I hear that. And my comment on that is that normal isn't available to us right now. We're all mourning the loss of normalcy. We're all working from home. We're doing schooling from home. We've all had virtual lives and virtual birthday parties for months, trying to keep ourselves and loved ones safe. And of course, remote learning is challenging. We've never done anything like this before, but we're doing it for good reason. And again, of course, there's an emotional impact to a global pandemic. Our focus should be on helping our children navigate their emotions about this school year and for us all to change our expectations. I have to say that teachers are doing excellent work right now, making the school community exist here in our homes. And I'm inspired by their work. I can't say enough good things about the work and the commitment of the teachers and the professionals in the Northampton public school system. They're extraordinary. And I want to keep those teachers safe. I want to ensure that the teachers are not being exposed to any risks or harm or additional stress that I think that the hybrid model would put upon them. From what I've heard, the hybrid model won't work. Full in-person is not safe, and there are no perfect options. The hybrid model will offer a compromised learning experience and might put at risk the services that kids on IEPs receive because there'd be more people in the school. And I'm concerned that those IEP services would no longer be available if we do a hybrid model. My suggestion is to not change the model. Cases are bound to go up, and there's no reason to change the model at this time. No one likes this situation, but we have to prioritize our collective physical health and help each other as a community get through this hard time. Please keep things remote for everyone's safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. The next person whose hand is raised is Carl Mead. Carl, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name's Carl Mead, and I am an English teacher at Northampton High School. I use he, his, him pronouns, and I'll try to keep this to time. I heard someone ask earlier if there's a cluster of teachers dying of COVID. Here are some headlines of teachers who have died of COVID across the country. 2 days ago, Murfreesboro special needs teacher dies from COVID-19 complications at 53. North Carolina elementary school teacher dies days after testing positive for COVID-19 2 weeks ago. 1 week ago, a mother to everyone elementary school teacher in North Carolina dies of COVID-19. A beloved teacher died from the coronavirus. Now her school confronts reopening 3 weeks ago, the New York Times. Chicago teacher dies from coronavirus after trips to school, family claims 2 weeks ago, Fox News. Mother of South Carolina teacher who died from COVID-19 dies weeks after daughter 3 weeks ago. First grade Chicago public schools teacher who died after 3 weeks battle with COVID-19, remembered as a fighter. Bayport teacher dies after hospitalization for COVID-19. She loved everybody. Third grade teacher dies after recent COVID-19 diagnosis, Stanley County, North Carolina, 2 weeks ago. Retired Chippewa teacher dies from COVID-19 complications 10 hours ago. First grade teacher dies from COVID-19 4 days ago, Nettleton School District. Watson Chapel first grade teacher dies from COVID-19. Updated, stark reminder of the danger. Fayette teacher dies of COVID-19 1 week ago. And one more, North Carolina teacher dies from COVID-19 complications. This may not necessarily be a cluster in everybody's mind, but I'm confused as to why one is enough. Why should any of us have to die? if the teachers are dying too, by the way, I can only imagine the conditions of the students. I don't mean to make light of these people's suffering. I don't mean to use anyone else's lives for my purpose, but I think it would be much cheaper to let their deaths mean little when they can mean more. Rather than think about trying to implement a hybrid system that we have heard over and over again tonight will not serve the needs of the people whose needs we're trying to serve. Can we please focus on creatively improving the system that we have? There's no need for anyone in Northampton to die. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person, we're down to the final two folks, Margaret Ann Rocarati Azaro.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Ann Azaro. I live at 161 Cardinal Way. I have two children. Anthony is a senior at the high school. Ava is a freshman at the high school. I've been a nurse for over 25 years. I'm one of the nursing directors at our local hospital, Cooley Dickinson. I've been intimately involved in working with COVID patients and staff alike since the beginning of this pandemic. First, before I get into, I'm going to be brief because I know time is limited. First, I'd like to thank the teachers for their hard work during this most difficult time. I know it's been difficult on them. I am speaking directly to the school committee. I'm asking you to vote in favor of transitioning to a hybrid model for all children in our district. I respectfully request that you let science, prevalence, and incident rates and the advice of the medical experts drive your decision, just as many surrounding districts have already done. The experts spoke loudly and clearly at the JLMC. We owe it to our children to follow the recommendation to transition back into the classroom. I hope this is done expeditiously and swiftly with minimal delay, as far as too much time has already been wasted. This is not about the union. This is not about the superintendent. This isn't about the teachers, and it's certainly not about the parents at this point. It's not about who's right. It's not about who's wrong. It's not about who is afraid or not afraid of the virus, who likes and wants to work remotely. It's not about individual preference, feelings, or emotion. This is about our kids. This is about our kids in Northampton. Is it about their physical, mental, and social well-being? This push-pull needs to end. We need to please follow the science, utilize the facts as we now know them. At this stage of the game, we're very fortunate to have the benefit of evidence-based data and research over time. People have been doing this for a while now. We need to use this information to drive this decision. New evidence is now refuting the once held notion that children in schools are super spreaders. We have seen many schools return safely to live instruction with the use of proven infection control guidelines, protocols, and equipment. We have the PPE at the ready. There is no reason to obstruct the move to hybrid. Please, school committee, vote yes this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rachel Baker. Rachel, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, thank you. I live at 14 Evergreen Road in Leeds. I have a kindergartner at Leeds School, and I will soon, in 2 months, have a preschooler starting at Leeds School on an IEP. And remaining calm, I'm hearing a lot of comments from speakers tonight about choice and how families want choice. And so I'm just wondering what happens when it is no longer a choice, when you have a medically complex child and it doesn't feel like a choice to send a medically complex child who's at further risk of COVID complications into the classroom. And so then I'm wondering, do I get to choose to have my kindergartner's teacher remain remote with him? Where does my choice go? And so I guess I'm just asking, I'm not a medical expert. I'm an educator, and I'm thinking about the education side of things. And I'm seeing the numbers that somewhere, I think it was close to 40% of parents don't feel comfortable sending their children back to school. And so I'm wondering, and I might be missing something in the plan. I'm trying to find all the info online, but since the conversation, the public comment comes before the school committee discussing this tonight, I'm wondering what the plan is for the children who will be remaining remote, for that large percentage of children potentially who will be remaining remote, and what access they'll have, what equity they'll have, especially when they're students on IEPs who have to remain remote because they're medically complex and they have underlying health issues. And so I just asked the school committee that if and when you vote for us to go hybrid, that there be a very specific plan in place to allow equity and access to quality instruction from our teachers, and not websites or YouTube videos, that quality instruction from our own teachers for all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Our final speaker is Michael Bishop. Our final public commenter is Michael Bishop. Michael, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, thanks. I'm pretty sure I'll be shorter than 3 minutes. I live on Western Avenue in Northampton. I have a 4th grader at Jackson Street. I just want to say I'm not expecting a return to normal. Somebody earlier said that parents are expecting some sort of panacea from the hybrid model, and I'm not expecting that. I don't believe that to be the case. I believe we'll be moving from a flawed model to a less flawed model, and I still believe that that will be better for my child. A lot of other parents have spoken about, one parent spoke about her child showing symptoms of addiction, and I'm seeing the same thing in my child, both around electronics and both around food. And she just generally, when she's on Zoom, she puts on her best face. And when she gets off Zoom, she just mopes around all the time. She's just very obviously visibly unhappy. And that really breaks my heart. Also in these discussions, I would love for us to not talk about safe versus unsafe. I want us to stop talking about worst versus best. Those are kind of like divisive statements that make it hard to talk about solutions. All of this is like a continuum. Something might not be the best, but it might be better than what was before. And I think that's a more useful way to find a solution. In particular, like medical things, I find it helpful to think about this virus in terms of managing risk, in terms of absolute safety. And right now, it seems from what I'm reading that a hybrid model, or well, I'll call it partially social schooling, presents like a lower risk than, like, for instance, fully social schooling. I want to talk about things on that kind of continuum. I spoke recently to the manager of River Valley Cooperative Market because I was so interested in how she was able to keep that co-op going right from the very beginning of the pandemic. And because she had to do that in a state of a lot of like very little information about how the virus is transmitted, a state of a lot of fear. She had to manage employees and keep them coming to work. She had to make them feel safe, and she was able to do it. And somebody else spoke earlier about, are there models from the community that we can draw upon, people that we can bring in and ask them, you know, how did you do this? How did you make it work? She was able to make that work because they had meetings every single day about information that they all learned from only trusted sources like the WHO, the CDC, state health boards. Nothing from Facebook, nothing from Twitter was allowed to be in discussion. And so all of her employees, they knew what the rules were, they knew how to enforce them. They also changed like their sick policy to make it much, much more lenient because they knew it was so important that people be honest about when they were sick. And so they just came up with all sorts of policies. The people who go to work there feel confident going to work there. They feel safe going to work there. That is a model for
3 minutes.
people to, oh, sorry?
You're at time. I'm sorry.
Oh, I expired. Okay, so I just wanted to say that as an inspiration because I think that it can work.
Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I thought Michael was the final speaker, but Joan Ringrose, you are now the final speaker. Joan?
Hi, I'm an educator at, can you mute yours so I can turn mine on? Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm an educator at Leeds Elementary School. And I work with preschool children and kindergartners, and I work with students at the high school as a speech therapist assistant. And speaking from the perspective of boots on the ground, so to speak, social distancing is a challenge. We try our best to conduct ourselves moment to moment by observing protocol, cleaning, wearing our masks. But there are children who are unable to wear masks. And I don't know if you can imagine working with preschoolers at a distance of 6 feet. It's impossible. And some of our children need, physical contact to regulate themselves. So this is what the boots on the ground are experiencing moment to moment in the school.
Thank you so much, Joan. Really
So
appreciate it.
that's just one perspective to take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joan. And obviously, thank you to everyone else who's offered their public comments tonight. So I will now close the public comment period. And before we move into the business items, we've got a couple of votes scheduled. There was a request made on Tuesday night by at least one school committee member that our health director, Meredith O'Leary, who's our director of public health for the city, be available this evening to answer questions. And I wondered if Ms. O'Leary's been on the call now, and I wondered if I could have her recognized so that school committee members could ask her those questions, or the questions that they said they had on Tuesday that they wanted to ask her, just in respect of her time. And I know she has had a, long day, but probably a long 7 months would be a better description. And so I want to just respect her time. And she's obviously not going to participate in our deliberation or our vote. So I wanted to, if members had specific questions for her, I wanted to have that opportunity right now so that she could answer and then be able to leave the meeting. So if members of the school committee who wanted to ask questions of the health director, please raise your hands. Member Levy, yes, I believe Member Levy, I know you were at least one of the folks who were hoping that she would be available. So Member Levy.
Thank you. I really, really appreciate your being here. I also just want to thank all the people who spoke this evening. I appreciate the tone and the open conversation. And this is a very, very challenging place that we're in, and appreciate all the perspectives that were shared. I very much appreciate that Ms. O'Leary, you're here with us. And my questions are, first, also thank you for your help in the JMLC and all of the members of the JMLC for all of the deliberation and time you've put into bringing us the report that you shared with us on Tuesday. It was shared that you felt that we should not have specific metrics that would tell us we go to hybrid at this point, or we go back to remote at this point, because there was, the way it was described was that our numbers aren't necessarily representative of what impacts the schools. So if the numbers in Northampton go up because of an issue in the jails, that may not actually impact our schools, and maybe shouldn't be our metric that we're using. So I have two questions for you. One question is it possible then to give us some kind of metric that we can use to say, so that we can have some transparency with our families in the community? Here's what we are looking for in order to know that hybrid is the right model, or here's what we are looking for in order to know that all in person is the right model, or here's what we're looking for in order to know we need to go back to remote if the numbers in Northampton aren't what we should be using. I hope that question was clear.
Hi, yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
I should note that Ms. O'Leary is on a borrowed iPad and doesn't have a video, so she would just have her voice tonight. Go ahead, Meredith.
Thank you. First off, Mayor Narkowitz and the school committee for inviting me in tonight to give me an opportunity to answer any questions that you have. I want to first disclose to the public that as the public health director, I'm not in the business of education. So I really can't weigh in on whether or not the hybrid or remote model is in the best interest of equitable learning and teaching for the, learning for the students and the teachers. What I am in the business of is public health, and I've been in this profession for over 18 years, and I lend my expertise and my public health lens on the data and virus transmission. In addition to being a public health professional, I'm also a mother of three, one of which, my children, is a Massachusetts teacher. So I understand and respect all of the public's comments tonight and the teachers' opinions and comments. And I really am so sympathetic to everyone and all the difficulties and challenges that we're all tasked with. Even though I'm tasked with making very difficult decisions and policies that are in the best interest of our community, I'm certainly glad that I'm not a school committee member and I don't have to make this decision. So in response to your question, school committee member Levy, I did say at the JLMC meeting the other day that I don't think that the metrics that were set in the MOU were what we should be looking at. We should be looking at two sets of data. One set of data should be what's happening in terms of community transmission in our community. And currently, we have set metrics that we're looking at the color-coded map. And if one of our contiguous communities or Amherst and Holyoke go into yellow or red, we'll take a pause and we'll discuss how to move forward. Well, yesterday, the State Department of Public Health has updated their map to include an asterisk in communities where positive cases that have been significantly impacted by a clearly identifiable cluster in a long-term healthcare facility or higher education institution or correctional facility, that it's denoted so that the public has a better understanding of this data. So specifically what I'm saying is the municipality's risk level color will be identified with an asterisk if one of these institutions, which I mentioned, has 10 or more cases and results in 30% or more of the total cases over the past 14 days. Now, it's hard to set finite metrics, and I have been advocating since probably the beginning of August. Setting finite metrics is really not the way to go because data can be interpreted so differently and skewed just depending on how you're reading it. I feel like following the guidelines set by DPH and looking at 3 weeks worth of metrics of data is the way to go, and not make a decision based off 1 week of data. Now, that being said, there will be occasions where 1 week's worth of data may be so imminent to the risk of our school community where we might have to make a decision to pause and look at that data very carefully to either go back to remote or move forward. So I'm saying, in a perfect world, looking at 3 weeks of data and, kind of using the guidelines that the state has set is if community transmission, again, removing all of those identifiable clusters, if community transmission is over 8 cases per 100,000 for 3 weeks, then that's the moment in time I think we should consider taking a step back or using that metric as, using that data set as our metric.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate you saying that. That's really helpful. I have one more question for you, and that is
Sure.
that the recommendation of the committee is that we switch to a hybrid model. And there was sort of this talk of the 3-legged stool and the different pieces that need to be in place in order for us to be able to do that safely, which is to ensure air exchange rates, that students are masked and everybody in buildings are masked and have the right PPE, and that we're monitoring community spread. I wonder what what makes you recommend the hybrid model over simply all in person if those three things are met, the way that the JMLC sort of put it forward? So what makes you recommend hybrid right now versus all in person, given the very low rates and our commitment to air exchange quality and to PPE?
Sure. So that's a great question. I think honestly, it comes down to space. I know Desi said, 3 feet or more. I feel it's at least 6 feet, if not more. And I'm not sure that we have an adequate amount of space to house the number of students. So that's why I'd recommend hybrid over everyone coming back. And you're absolutely correct. This is a three-legged stool plus more. It's not just about these mitigating strategies that we have discussed and will be implementing, or excuse me, are implementing and will continue to implement and monitor. It is all about those mitigating strategies plus contact tracing. And now you're going to hear a lot of talk about reverse contact tracing, and there's a lot of other sexy names that this is called. But again, this is nothing new to public health. We have been doing reverse contact tracing since the beginning of dawn, since public health has been a thing in the 1800s, trying to figure out the source and where, the who, the hows and whens and what's this virus or this disease was contracted from. So with a lot of focus and resources going on that and, finding the head of the snake, it's going to be extremely helpful. Another layer of, another mitigating strategy to help curtail any type of spread within our community meaning the schools. Now it's not perfect. We could be doing everything 100% correct. There are no guarantees in life. We could have the virus enter our school system again, but with this 3- and 4-legged and 5-legged stool that we talk about, again, we will be minimizing the risk of exposure to staff and faculty and students. And I'm confident in the public health infrastructure that we have locally, in my colleagues in the county, in the Pioneer Valley, in the state, that we are doing everything that we can to make it a safe environment.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Are there any other school committee members who have questions? Member Goldman.
Thank you. I also want to thank the JLMC for their work in putting together metrics and a recommendation for the committee. Could you speak a little bit more to contact tracing and rapid testing and what would be ideal for our district and what you see being available for our district?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yep, that's a great question. Since day one, I have been advocating that the school have a COVID case manager in the system. We have worked with a couple of your school nurses have worked on my contact tracing team, and they have been trained by us, and they are familiar with the most current data information that they need to do effective and responsive contact tracing. And they're familiar with the Massachusetts surveillance system. So having a COVID manager to be able to respond very quickly if there were to be an event in school and to connect with the health department to get the investigation started is of utmost importance. Contact tracers, case investigators, interview individuals who test positive for COVID-19 to track people with whom they've been in close contact with and notify their contacts of the possible exposure. And we educate them about the illness and tell them what to do if they were to have to stay home and quarantine and or isolate. DESE and DPH have given the authority to local boards of health that if they feel like there is community transmission within the school, to pick up the phone, make a phone call, and ask for rapid testing within the schools. Now, I don't know of any school that has done that, so I can't speak to the effect on how soon they would get there if I made that phone call, but we do have that. We do have that at our hands. It's in our toolbox. We also have UMass as a great community partner. I'm talking with them right now on how they can help Hampshire County schools and the community itself to do widespread testing. So there are conversations that are happening. I'm talking to the Broad Institute on how to increase testing in Hampshire County. So I do believe that we need to have more solid, more solidified testing strategies too. They're in the works, but there is plenty and plenty of capacity to date right now for testing between the pediatricians, between our regional hospital being Cooley Dickinson Hospital. It's there. Would I like to see more? Absolutely. And I'm working on that.
Thank you. Would you recommend, I just have one more question, follow-up question, if I may?
Yes.
Would you recommend regular testing, or do you feel like the rapid testing is a reasonable level of testing for us at this time if we were to open in hybrid?
I feel at this point in time, where we are in terms of community transmission in Western Massachusetts, that the rapid testing would be adequate.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other questions from school committee? Member Fallon.
Thank you. You may have already addressed this, but does the CDC's new definition of who is a close contact have a significant impact on the schools and the level of contact tracing that would have to occur?
Great question. Absolutely not. We have been using that as our best practice for probably close to 4 months now. We were enlightened very early on that as a direct contact, the classic definition had been within 6 feet in proximity for 10 to 15 minutes or more. But the way that, all the research that we have been following showed months and months ago that this was a cumulative effect, not just at one time. So that has been our best practice, and DPH has been touting that itself. So it's just a matter of DPH kind of CDC catching up and solidifying it. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Health Director O'Leary? I guess, well, thank you so much again for being with us this evening. And I wondered, just, I actually began my day, I don't even know how many hours ago, but my first meeting of the day was with our health director. And one of the things we always do is just get an update on where we are in Northampton as of today. And would you be able to quickly give us a quick overview of where we are, just to sort of give us that information?
Absolutely. So as you might all know, DPH comes out with the map every single week that breaks down community average daily incident rates for the last 14 days, total case counts, positivity rate, and etc. So I'd be happy to share that with you. But what I'm even more happy to share with you is that since the second week of August, we have only had 9 cases. That's outstanding. And that is, largely due to the sacrifices that our community members make and our businesses make, and the leadership in the city of Northampton, and everybody thinking about this and being so concerned about this. This was an absolute group effort, but by no means should we be, resting on our laurels. We still have a lot of work to do to keep these rates low. So I'm happy and pleased to report that to you. Currently, we are in the green and the color-coded map, and that means, what does green mean? It's under, sorry, I don't have exactly what green means, but it means that we're very low in terms of the number of cases. I want to say it is anywhere,
less than 4.
Okay, so less than 5 would mean that you are gray. Green is anywhere between 5 cases and 15. Yellow would mean we'd have to have 16 cases up to 32. And then if we had more than 33 and more cases, active cases in our city, we would be put in the red. So we're doing really well. We have been in the green this week and last week. And prior to that, the last 5 weeks, we were gray, meaning that we had less than 5 cases within a 2-week period. And for most of those weeks, it said 0 there. We had no cases. So we've been doing really, really well.
Thank you very much, Meredith.
Mhm.
And thank you for joining us this evening. And obviously, thank you for the incredible work you and your team and your regional colleagues have been doing to try to help Western Mass and the Pioneer Valley stay safe during this pandemic. So thank you again for being with us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, good night. So we'll now move into the, well, I skipped over announcements. I'm sorry. I suspected, since we were together almost every other night these days, that there probably aren't any breaking announcements, but are there any announcements from the school committee? Okay, hearing none. We'll go into new business, and we have 2 items on our agenda this evening. The first item is a requested vote to adopt the transportation capacity standards published in the DESE Fall Reopening Transportation Guidance dated July 22nd, 2020. And Tammy Lieber, our transportation director, is on, and I don't know if John, if Superintendent Provost, if you'll be speaking or if Tammy will be speaking. I just wanted to.
So if it pleases the committee, this is actually really an enabling vote for the next matter. As I'm talking about the transition to hybrid, I will be talking about transportation. So I wonder if it would make more sense to deal with the core matter and then talk about transportation after that.
That would be fine. That would be fine as I toggle my mute on and off. So then perhaps then are you suggesting that we have you make the presentation about the?
Yes, that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, and then we take up the matters from there, just so that, okay. So why don't we then have Dr. Provost, who again at our Tuesday meeting, following the report of the JLMC, was asked to try to put together sort of a clearer roadmap of what a hybrid model would look like, so that the committee had at least a general understanding, obviously subject to things that might change over time, but give us an understanding of what that would look like making that transition. So Dr. Provost.
Great, thank you very much. We have a few slides for this, so I'm going to ask Annie to begin the presentation. Thank you, Annie. You can stay on the first page for now, Annie. So let me begin by expressing my sorrow for the tumult that COVID-19 has brought to our learning community. We've been at this for almost 8 months now. Our reserves have been exhausted. Our relationships have been fractured. We've been treading water in the midst of an angry storm that's sure to last many more months, if not years. And there are many times in the course of these past 8 months where I felt like I was going under the waves. And there's 250 people on this call right now, and I bet there are 250 people who've also felt like they've been going under the waves at times. So hopefully that's a piece of shared humanity from this whole moment. Every single day, I counsel staff and parents who feel the same way. For many of us, this is the 3rd consecutive night meeting of the week. And it'll be the 3rd time those of you who've been with me will hear me speak about the human toll this crisis is taking. And I don't mean the direct impacts of COVID infections, but the less direct impacts of relentless isolation, disruption of routine, and every conceivable form of fatigue that all of us are feeling at this time. Students, educators, parents, and school committee members are all on their last nerve, and I really have a tremendous amount of empathy, as I hope you have for me, because we're all going through this together and it's extremely difficult. So I just want to speak to you tonight the way I speak to my staff. Rather than giving people false hope, I've always felt it was more authentic and respectful to accurately represent the brutal facts of the situation. In other words, to tell the truth. So here are how things look from my perspective. We now share the environment with COVID-19 and probably will for the rest of our lives. Our compensatory mechanisms will get better and better as we learn how to live with this new threat to our health, but we'll never be completely out of the woods. At the current time, behavioral interventions such as masking and social distancing provide our best protection. Maintaining these behaviors is not easy. We're approaching a season when indoor family gatherings are commonplace in many traditions. It's likely that many of us will fall back into social behaviors we remember from the pre-COVID days, and it's likely that we'll all pay a price for that. Also, learning is a social process. This is true for every form of formal and informal education. Technology can act as a surrogate for the company of others, but it's just not the same. Just think about the experiences you've all had on Zoom and compare those to the last time when you were in community, physically present with a group of people who you know and care about. Which experience is more generative? Which experience is more satisfying? Which makes you feel that you've actually had a human moment? As some of our teachers and parents have testified tonight, learning through a computer screen doesn't match the developmental needs of all of our students. And this isn't a criticism of our staff by any means. Our educators from all units have been pouring their hearts and every ounce of energy into remote learning. Our students and families are also working like never before to try to just access a basic level of education. But the human nervous system just hasn't evolved to thrive in a virtual electronic environment. What we're trying to do is to ask teachers to overcome a basic fact of human development, and that's asking a lot. It's not impossible. Many students are learning, but it's a monumental struggle for both the teachers and the learners. And for some students, primarily the young ones, remote learning just isn't working. Putting these last two thoughts together, the very behaviors we can rely on to protect ourselves from COVID-19 are the ones that are going to serve to undermine the learning process, and we've heard a lot about that tonight. Now I'll also add a third piece. There's a developmental component to learning. There are periods in a child's life when they are primed to learn basic skills. If they don't learn these skills when they are best suited to do so, learning becomes less efficient. So now we have a virus that's not going away, a behavioral response to that that compromises learning, and the problem that several of our students are facing closing developmental windows when they not again have the opportunity to learn as efficiently or as easily as they could now. So earlier this week, the Joint Labor Management Committee offered a clear and unambiguous recommendation that the Northampton Public Schools transition to a hybrid learning model prioritizing the needs of young learners. I think it's important to note that this committee was composed primarily of school staff. There was one school committee member and two health officials, and every other member of the JLC came from the rank and file of our district staff. So this isn't a question of management versus labor. This is the joint recommendation of management and labor. And the fact that you saw so many diverse opinions tonight is just representative of the fact that our workforce is not of a single mind on this issue. But this did come from our staff. And I believe that the recommendations they made represent a thoughtful response to the brutal facts of our current situation. If you accept that we have to learn to live with COVID, that learning is a social process, and that the early years are the time of optimal cognitive growth, it makes perfect sense to begin the transition to hybrid learning with a focus on young learners. Given the losses we're all experiencing at this time, this will be far from a universally popular approach. It will be too slow for some, it'll be too fast for others, but I believe it's an educationally sound approach, and I urge the committee to remain steadfast and strong in support of this plan, which aligns with the JLMC recommendations. Before I get into the details, let me add a few more brutal facts. Hybrid learning will not provide optimal learning conditions. It provides less than half of the social learning time students had prior to the school shutdown. As I will explain later, the transition to hybrid learning will diminish resources available for remote learning. And finally, it's possible that we'll have positive cases in the schools. Based on current trends, those cases are most likely to be brought into the schools as a result of family gatherings. That is the likely future. But as one of the commenters mentioned, it's not a choice of good and bad. It's a choice of a continuum from where we are now to where we hopefully can be at some point, having students and teachers back in the school every single day. So with that frank assessment of the situation as a backdrop, I'd like to share my plan for effectuating the recommendation made by the JLMC to transition to hybrid learning at this time. So Annie, if you could go ahead. To help inform tonight's vote, we invited the public to share their views on a possible transition to hybrid learning. We received more than 2,100 responses, which is an incredibly high response rate for a district with fewer than 2,700 students and approximately 600 employees. So the first thing I can divine from this data is there's a lot of interest in the outcome of tonight's vote. That was also obvious in the 56 public comments we received tonight. As has been reported in the media, the learning community as a whole is closely divided on the question. You can see the results here. Moving on, Annie. Disaggregating the responses by school level shows that among those identified with the elementary level, there was more support than opposition to a transition to a hybrid model. At the middle and high school, there was more opposition than support for a transition to a hybrid learning model. I think this offers more support to the recommendation of the JLMC. I had shared this information with some people, but I'm not sure the JLMC was aware of this. I think it's a reflection of what I've been saying from the beginning. The remote learning model is most difficult for the youngest learners. Moving on. Our employees expressed strong disagreement to making the transition at this time. To maintain confidentiality, we did not ask employees to identify their assignment. However, NACE conducted its own staff survey, which it did share with us, and in their survey, staff were able to designate a school level. In the NACE survey, 75% of elementary staff were opposed to moving to a hybrid model, and 80% of secondary staff were opposed to moving to a hybrid model. The NACE survey did not include a not sure option, but their overall result was similar to ours. Next slide. More than half of the students in the middle and high school responded to the survey. These are this is what their responses looked like. More students were in support of a transition to hybrid than opposed or uncertain. And we only heard from three students, I believe, tonight. So I did want to take some time to read some of their responses in favor and opposed, so you get a sense of what's on their mind. I do think in a community where we value equity, it's really important to try to give voice to our students. And I do fear that sometimes they're the most voiceless group among all our stakeholders. So among students who were in favor, there were comments such as, We need to be back in school. As a student, I beg you, please let us come back. Put the kids first. This amount of screen time is detrimental to our brain's health, and not being able to see other kids is bad for our mental health as well. We're not learning much, and we need to go back before more kids fall even more behind. And we want to go back to school. It's my senior year, and I don't want to be online for too long. I want to really learn again because this is so much harder. And I really hope we can get back in person because I feel like the quality of our education is not nearly the same online as it is in person. And I think we should be pushing for kids going back. As a student, it gets irritating to deal with online school. So I'm hoping for at least 2 days back in school so I can at least get some social interaction. Among the students who are opposed to going back, there are comments such as, I think that waiting to go back in person until the new semester would be the best plan. I think it would disrupt the semester and not only make it harder to learn, but also make the new policies feel normal and comfortable. And it's not safe to put students in this situation. Even though personally I would enjoy going back, it's not responsible or reasonable. And your job is to keep people safe. And if you force us to go back, you're doing the exact opposite. So that just gives you some of the color of the student responses. I'll now summarize some of the other qualitative responses. These are combined responses. So Annie, if you could advance. We asked in the survey, what's going well with the current remote learning plan? And there were themes. Synchronous instruction came out as a very strong theme. In the spring, we heard cry for more synchronous instruction. We were able to provide that in this model, and I think that has been very well received. In fact, one of the other questions, which I'm not going to summarize, which I don't summarize in this presentation, asks what would people like to see more of, and far and away the thing that people ask they want to see more of in remote learning is synchronous instruction. People also mentioned routine, structure, organization, and frequent contact with teachers. Even though we've heard a lot about technology, I have to say there were many, many comments about how well the technology was working. Teacher dedication, creativity, and hard work came out as a very strong theme. Great deal of appreciation for teachers. For those teachers who are feeling like they're going under the waves at this point, taking some time to read those comments would be a great way to restore your spirit. Student engagement was a strength. This was really something that came particularly out of the high school, but I can tell you the students enjoy the later start time they're experiencing in the remote model. There are many comments about reduced risk of virus spread and feeling of safety that engenders. And it's important to remember that we have many students who are actually in person during remote learning, and there were lots of comments that the in-person learning is working well during our remote model. So moving on, we also asked about the weaknesses in remote learning. And here I have to say that there was really strong triangulation among many of the types of responses. We were hearing caregivers, teachers, and students all saying the same things on a number of these items. So I think they're very strong findings. So they were all talking about social isolation. The caregivers mainly talking about their students, teachers with concerns both for their students and for themselves, being isolated from their students and their colleagues, and also students themselves feeling separated from peers and teachers. There was also concern about too much screen time, just the fatigue that it causes, the strain that it causes. As I mentioned earlier, our nervous systems were not evolved to be sitting in front of screens. Well, for many of us, 18 hours a day, for kids, at least 7 or 8 hours a day. It's not just how we're built. Technology issues came out. So even though people said technology was working well, they also said technology was not working well. So I think that the way I interpret that is there are periodic problems for many, and there are some people who experience more chronic problems with technology. Lack of physical activity, I think, also related to screen time. Just the physical movement that our bodies crave and that you don't have an opportunity to do. You know, everyone on this call has now been more than 3 hours sitting in a chair, and that's another thing we weren't evolved to do. Student boredom came out strongly, difficulty maintaining attention. And I take this as sort of more than just sort of the garden variety boredom that students report almost always. What really came out was the boredom with the format, the online learning being difficulty to sustain motivation, sustain attention, not having the social cues and the other things that happen in an in-person session that'll allow the teacher to draw the student back in, or even the peers to draw the student back in. So this one is related to isolation, but slightly different. But it's reduced student-teacher connection and communication. And so this was just teachers and students feeling disconnected from each other and parents feeling disconnected from each other. One of the things that the way this was expressed often by students is, you know, I wish I could just ask my teacher a question, and having to email the questions and then wait for a response is hard. Even though the teacher gets right back to me, I just want to be able to ask, and it creates a barrier. For teachers, what it really came across as is comments about, my students aren't turning on their camera. So I'm here giving a lesson, but I'm not really sure that anyone is there hearing it. So that is a really difficult thing, I imagine, for a teacher to have to contend with and maintain their motivation to move forward with the lesson. And then this is exhausting for staff. Everyone is talking about how much more work preparing remote learning and delivering remote learning is than just doing traditional teaching. And then along the same lines, students are talking about this being too much work for them, primarily coming across as having more independent work, having more assignments in between class, and them feeling like the workload is not necessarily reasonable for them. So those are the results of the survey. I'm going to talk next about how we can move forward to implement the recommendations of the JLMC. So if you would advance the screen, we'll talk about a timeline. So if the school committee votes to transition to a hybrid model, we will begin electronic enrollment for in-person classes and transportation starting tomorrow. Our plan is phased, with elementary students returning to school first beginning not next Thursday, but the Thursday after Veterans Day. That's in alignment with the original vote of the school committee, which was to start after the first natural break in November. The first natural break would be that Veterans Day holiday. In order to make the necessary arrangements for a transition to hybrid, we would need the elementary parents to commit to complete electronic registration no later than October 30th. But I know there are many questions parents have about the hybrid model. This is not different than the hybrid model that was approved by the school committee in August. The only difference is that we're rolling it in phases, and we're starting in November instead of bringing everybody back at the same time, which was the original intention. But I know that we ended up going remote, so we didn't talk a lot about what the hybrid model looked like. So I expect there are many questions out there. So in order to help elementary families make their determination, the elementary principals are prepared to hold town hall meetings next week to discuss the hybrid model with their families. I need to say that whatever decision caregivers make about sending their students to school during the hybrid phase or keeping them home will be final for the rest of the calendar year. As you'll see, there are many things that we have to stand up over the course of the next several weeks in order to make a transition to a hybrid model. And we can't stand up a hybrid model and deal with shifting enrollment at the same time. So we're going to ask families to stay with whatever choice they make at the end of October after participating in their town hall meeting. There will be an opportunity for families to change their decision about whether or not to join the hybrid model, but that won't come until January 2021. So a vote for a hybrid model would also trigger an intensive round of negotiations to bargain the impact of remote learning. We've posted 7 executive sessions next week for the purpose of conducting negotiations and discussing negotiation strategy with the full committee. So unfortunately, I will not be able to support those town halls. I will be supporting the negotiating committee in that week of very intensive negotiations. So then moving on. As I said, we would begin the transition after Veterans Day with preschool, kindergarten, and first grade, and after the Thanksgiving holiday with grades 2 and 3. That really only provides 8 instructional days between the first group and the second group. There's a lot of shifting pieces. One thing I can tell you from implementing the remote and then implementing the in-person learning with remote, every piece of this turns out to be harder than you think it's going to be when you actually go to implement it. So I think giving some time to transition this in gives us the best opportunity to have as successful and seamless of a transition as possible. I'll also note here that middle and high school students would return to in-person instruction at the end of the plan, keeping in line with the JLMC recommendation to prioritize young students. So for that reason, we wouldn't need responses from the middle and high school families as early as we would need them from the elementary families. So a high school town hall has been scheduled for November 2nd, and a middle school town hall has been scheduled for Thursday, November 5th. We would ask middle and high school families to finalize their decision by November 6th. So moving on, there's some notes about this first transition. Much of the talk tonight has been about air exchange, and I have had many conversations with members of the JLMC, with members of the negotiating team on all aspects of this. What I'm hopeful for and what I think is actually essential is that we adopt the Cambridge standards. I know that our JLMC drew a great deal of inspiration from Cambridge and the model they came up with. The JLMC has recommended 5 air exchanges an hour as a goal, but 4 air exchanges an hour as an acceptable rate. And what's important about Cambridge, and the reason that the HEPA filters is such an important piece of our mitigation strategy, is that their calculation is that a HEPA filter running in a classroom on high provided an equivalency of 2.3 air exchanges per hour. Now that JLMC has asked to bring in an engineer as a consultant to their group, I've talked with the consultant about this strategy, and our initial conversations are very favorable to this. Overall, we do have lots of rooms that already meet the 4 or 5 air exchange per hour. I can tell you the engineer was surprised that we were able to deploy MERV 13 filters in our systems because in many systems, MERV 13 is such a fine-grained filter, the equipment can't push air through it, but we do that, and we have ordered and installed the MERV 13, so that increases the natural filtration and adds to the quality and the safety of the air in the classrooms. And then adding the HEPA filters can make the difference. So what he has said is, best practice would be not to just determine an arbitrary number of 2.3 air exchanges, but to calculate an individual classroom air exchange equivalency based on the volume of the classroom, because each classroom is slightly different sized. There's a different volume of air, and the HEPA filters are filtering air at a constant rate. So the actual air exchange rate would vary slightly from classroom to classroom. But I still believe that with the Cambridge standards, with 4 air exchanges and the ability to use HEPA filtration to provide an air exchange equivalent, we would be able to use almost every classroom in the district. And that would be essential to implementing a hybrid model, because in order to provide in-person learning with 6-foot social distancing, we have to use just about all of our spaces, even though we would only have a fraction of the students in the building. Also, we would need to change the start and end times of the school day for transportation purposes. Our transportation system will not be able to run as efficiently with social distancing on the buses. So the start and end time at Bridge and Jackson Street would be 8:30 and 2:45 respectively. The start and end time at Leeds and Ryan Road would be 9:15 and 3:20 respectively. And this is the other item on the agenda tonight. We would have to adopt the DESI standard for transportation in order to make this work. We can't keep using the current standard we're using. So when we get to that item, I'll talk a little bit more about that. Moving on to the next slide. Other notes, we would need all of our staff assigned fully or partially to grades who are scheduled to be learning in person to work in person. We've looked at this from a number of different angles, and unless there was a very high opt-out rate, which we don't expect, it would have to be, 2/3 or 3/4 opt-out for us not to require every single staff member in the assigned grades in order to serve the students. And this is where the drain on the remote learning piece comes in. And this is another brutal fact. I know that a lot of people would like us to be able to sustain remote as it's currently operating and hybrid as it could be operating shortly, but there's just not enough resources to go around. And that is something that DESI has recognized in its final guidance. So just quoting from page 4 of the final guidance, parents and caregivers have the option to choose a district's remote learning program for their child's instruction if they prefer, with the understanding that the remote learning program may not provide as robust offerings as or replace the full benefits of in-person learning. We will be able to do some things to support the remote learning, but it won't be to the level it is now, because unless there's a very high opt-out rate, staff will be needed in the buildings to be working with in-person students. Also, along these lines, in preparation for this, many have asked about best practices in hybrid learning, and we heard one commenter talk about that tonight. And so I think what was said was accurate. Those were what she was speaking to were systems that were intentionally designed for hybrid learning, because there are some situations where hybrid learning is actually the optimal model. We're not talking about that. We're talking about doing hybrid learning because there are problems with remote learning, and because we can't go into fully in-person learning because we need to maintain 6-foot social distancing. So actual hybrid models of that type, the satisficing type, the type that is being done to get some students and teachers back into classrooms together while maintaining the safety that social distancing provides, have really only been in operation for 6 weeks. So I don't think anything with a 6-week history can be said to have an evidence base. What we have at best is practical evidence. the kind you get from asking others what they're doing and how it's working for them. In my conversations with district leaders from districts implementing a hybrid model, I found various practices for addressing this problem of supporting remote learning while hybrid is in session. And those practices go the gamut from providing only asynchronous assignments to learners, to providing daily check-ins with staff who may or may not be a teacher, or providing minimal learning experiences, in some cases as little as one class per week. A practical model that some people are implementing with some success. Well, actually, before I even get to that, let me just talk to the point that Kate Jobson was making tonight about not wanting to have teachers doing remote instruction and in-person instruction at the same time. I totally agree with her comments. I've agreed with that from the beginning. I've been one of the very vocal opponents of asking teachers to teach asynchronous, teach remotely and in person at the same time for all the reasons they cited. I think that it is really asking the impossible. But there is a practical model that I've seen people implementing that I think districts are reporting success with, that I think allows us to provide some support for learners without putting teachers in that impossible situation. And it's what I'm calling the remote and then live model, where a teacher begins a day or a lesson online for all learners. There may be students in that same room with the teacher, but the teacher would be teaching them through the remote learning platform as they are currently doing, either from school or from home, depending on where the teacher is working. And then after the kickoff, after that beginning piece of online learning for all, the teacher signs off, the remote learners go off and do the work that's been assigned, and then the teacher just works with the students who are in front of them. Now, I think this is going to feel awkward because a teacher will be actually in a classroom only responding remotely to the learners in the classroom for the first period of time. But I think it's a way to provide some support for the remote learners without putting a teacher in the position of trying to be remote and in person at the same time. So in thinking of what we believe would be sort of the minimal feasible level that we could guarantee at the elementary level, we think we could do morning meeting that way. We could continue the morning meeting online. It would allow students to maintain contact with their peers and their teacher with the expectation that at some point they'll rejoin that group. And so that is what the model and the only level of support we think we can commit to at this time for remote learning, while synchronous support we can provide for remote learning while we go to hybrid. We'd still be able to provide the assignments. We would be providing the daily check-in through the morning meeting, and there would be some learning experience that happens in morning meeting because that is also a teaching time. So in the beginning of this phase in, we'd have about 33% of students in school on a weekly basis, about 20% on a daily basis. So continuing through the calendar year, we just keep adding grades every 2 weeks, essentially. So the next group to come back would be 4th and 5th grade on December 14th, which takes us to holidays. So there's some notes on this moving ahead. This is what I've said before, I'll just say it again. Some involuntary transfers are required to provide enough staffing for the small number of students receiving in-person instruction currently. This does raise a question for our ability to guarantee staffing for the pivot to hybrid, which is another reason why we are recommending this phased-in approach. I think that if we are going to have problems with staffing, we're likely to experience them in the month of December. we'd have approximately 45 students in on a weekly basis, approximately 28% on a daily basis. So moving on, the next group of students to return would be the sixth graders. They would come back after the new year. The next natural break in the calendar would be the MLK holiday, but then the end of the semester follows very closely behind that. So instead of bringing students in only to experience a change of semester, like a double transition, our recommendation would be to hold off on bringing 7th and 8th grade back to the start of the new semester. I have some notes on January. You can move to that. Sorry, my computer's just lagging here. So again, we want to talk about what we think would be feasible. Here, what I'm hearing from other colleagues who are implementing a hybrid model with secondary students, they're also using the remote than live model with some of their classes. And what seems to be emerging is a model where about 1/3 of the class is remote, then the teacher signs off, and the next 60 minutes is in person with the students who are in the classroom. Our middle school periods are slightly less than 90 minutes, but would be essentially the same model. On a note on transportation, by the time we bring back our sixth graders, we'll be at 100% of transportation capacity. So this will also be a phase of the model that really tests our planning and tests our capacity. So then moving on, final phase, as I mentioned earlier, the 7th and 8th graders would come back right at the beginning of second semester, which is the first week of February. The second week of February, high school would like to bring back the 9th graders so they could have an orientation to the building in 2 days to acclimate before rest of the students come back. We have the vacation next, and then we have all of the grades completely in the hybrid model the Monday after February break. So I should mention that we now have a model through our MOU where we have the opportunity to share ideas and have participation of NACE leadership at our district leadership meetings. We have worked this calendar out in consultation with NACE. I'm not going to say that this represents an endorsement by NACE, but I will say that there were suggestions and ideas that came back to us through those channels and were incorporated into this model. One of those was this date of February 22nd. Originally, we were thinking it might be good to have 7th through 12th grade all start with the beginning of second semester in the hybrid model. But there was some concern that came through the NACE leadership that it's really hard for high school teachers to be changing over to a whole new class and also changing over to a whole new model at the same time. And so I said, that makes sense. Why don't we ask them? And we did survey the high school staff, and their preference was to begin the hybrid approach at the high school starting on February 22nd. So that request is honored in this plan. So let me just close by returning to the brutal facts I set out at the beginning of this talk. Although there are many opinions about what to do, I believe the facts I started with are unarguable, even self-evident. I know that other leaders are promising widely available and cheap or free vaccines or miracle treatments that are always just around the corner, but my honest appraisal is that any such relief is unlikely to come this school year. So the only real question at this time is whether we want to remain in a holding pattern, waiting for someone to come in and save us, or whether we want to take the next step, to act on our own agency, and continue the work of reestablishing the schools our students need to thrive. If you believe, as I do, that the time has come to take the next step, I humbly ask you to support this plan.
Thank you, Dr. Provost. Thank you so much. Member Fallon, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Provost. Yeah, I guess I do understand how divided the community is on this issue.
Battery, 90%.
That none of the options are even close to perfect, but we've heard now from the public health experts and the school physician and from the Commissioner of Education and our administrative leadership team, from the pandemic response team or the joint labor management team and the superintendent of schools that they believe that that moving into the hybrid model is in the best interest of our students, and that this is the plan that is being presented to us, and I'd like to support that. So to start the conversation on this, I would like to make a motion to transition to hybrid learning.
Okay. There's been a motion. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, Member Levy makes seconds the motion. Member Levy, you have your hand raised.
Thanks. I have a bunch of questions and I'm trying to sort them all through. I appreciate the presentation, Dr. Provost. I think one of the things that's a little challenging is that you've very nicely laid out the logistics, but I think as families are making the decision of whether to remain remote or go hybrid, there's going to be more questions about what the learning looks like. And so I'm hopeful that the district in planning the town halls will be able to have some really clear and transparent communication about that. I have a few questions. The first is I'm really, so we asked the JMLC to put together a recommendation for us and to really follow the science. And I feel strongly that from a scientific perspective, it makes sense to transition to hybrid. I'm very much struck by the issues of equity and by the fact that in promising families that they could always have the option of staying remote, that we're actually not giving people the option of staying remote, because remote is going to be a very different experience. And so I guess my first question to you is, how might we creatively think about how we could look at remote learning differently, not from the programmatic perspective? I think for the families for whom it's working. And for those who want to stay remote, I would hate to see us have to change what remote learning looks like. I was on a call, I think I said this at a previous meeting, I was on a call with the Florence community, I should know the term, the Florence civic community, something, where there were a number of folks who volunteered to help. They said, we want to help the district. What can we do? And they said, look, a lot of us are retired school teachers. How can we help? And I wonder, are there ways that we could tap community members to help us in remote teaching or in partnering with classroom teachers to be able to take on some of that load? Are there, and maybe having volunteers isn't the answer, but are there other answers? Are there other creative ways that we could think about this?
So I'm just being careful about expectations around this, because the honest experience from people who've shared with me is that there is a diminishment in remote when you start hybrid. If there is an answer, at least the colleagues I'm speaking to haven't been able to figure that out yet. And I am a little bit, knowing how much work all this is, I'm a little bit reluctant to expect volunteers will be able to do too much of this for too long. Certainly we have VINs, and I've been a supporter of VINs, and if people want to volunteer in the schools, we probably can do things, but I don't think a volunteer will ever be able to replicate what the teachers are doing right now.
Okay. Can you just remind me, because the details are a little fuzzy since we last spoke about the hybrid model, The students who are currently learning in person because either they have an IEP or they're part of the foster care program or homeless youth or so on, they will, under the hybrid model, continue to be able to learn in person every day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have other questions, but I'm going to yield to my colleagues because I see their hands going up, and I'll save mine. Thanks.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. And thank you, Superintendent, Provost, and of course, it seems like a large team of people have contributed to building this out. So really appreciate you revising the hybrid plan to accommodate all of the changes and the new things that we know. I sort of want to follow up on what Member Levy was talking about. I understand that within the hybrid model, it is difficult to serve families who choose to remain remote. And so the experience when we vote, if or when at some point we vote to go hybrid, it really means the experience changes for everyone. And most likely even for the students who are in person in the schools right now, who have access to in-person services. Are students who, I know because of the restrictions in the rooms, we're not able to serve all of our students who are eligible to be in person right now. And so I wonder what their remote experience is like, how they're being supported, and though they are prioritized to be in the schools, some of them, as we heard tonight, are just straight up not able to adopt the hybrid model, but they have some of the most vulnerable kids in our district. And I, as a school committee member, am really focusing on the achievement and well-being of our students, especially in an effort to meet the needs of our students whose needs aren't being met. And I know that it's harder to identify who that population is at this point because circumstances are so different. But if you could speak a little bit to meeting the needs of our students whose needs aren't being met, both those who can't be in school right now who need to be, and those who wouldn't be able to even in the hybrid mode.
So let me first of all say that I think it's actually more than two groups of students. When we're talking about this level of need, every student is a unique situation. But if I can just sort of stay with that framework that you provided, I think right now the students who are in an extremely untenable situation are the ones who are on waiting lists. They've been identified to come in for in-person learning because everybody on that child's team has said that they're unable to learn through remote learning, just not able to access the learning. And so now we're also saying, but you can't come into the school either because we don't have a room that we will put you in. So they are completely left out in the cold. We are trying to support them, but that's after having made the determination that no amount of support we can provide remotely will be effective. So it's a horrible situation for them. Now, the other situation that I think is less common, but also significant, are those who have needs such that they may not be able to be successfully taught in school and may be adversely impacted by the change to a hybrid model. And for those, the answer I would give, although it's not a very exact answer, is that's what the team process is for. You know, we have about 600 kids on IEPs, and my dream would be that there are 600 individual documents that really identify the students' needs and the specific services we can provide, that we can provide in a variety of ways. So I would ask families who find themselves in that situation to work with their IEP team.
Member Busansky.
Thank you. Actually, I'm sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
I have one more
Go ahead.
question. I also have had some conversations with teachers in other districts who are doing synchronous hybrid teaching with remote learners. So they're in the classroom, standing in front of students, teaching, and also have remote students at home watching. And it doesn't sound good. Just like you were saying earlier, it sounds like you agree that that's not a good model, but then you started talking about implementing that model for that Kickstart meeting in the morning.
That's a different, what I'm talking about is qualitatively different. And I really appreciate the question, because I hope people get the difference. The difference between what you were just describing and what I was describing is, in the first part of the lesson, everybody is remote. It's not the teacher providing a lesson and then some kids are at home watching it, or just sort of almost tuning into it. It's a remote lesson for all students. Then the remote lesson ends. The students who are learning remotely do their own work, and then the in-person instruction begins only for the students who are actually in the classroom.
And is the teacher in the classroom with those students at that time, or in another location conducting the class?
I think that it would be ideal for the teacher to be in the classroom. We may have some flexibility with that. We have had some situations in the district right now where we have students who are in-person learning and the teacher is at home teaching them. That is not ideal. There are a lot of issues related to that, including equity issues within our own faculty and staff. However, for some faculty, it may be an option, and it may help us to guarantee a workforce.
Thank you.
Member Busansky.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone for all of this work on from the JLMC to the alt team to Superintendent Provost. And I really do appreciate the public comment over the last few nights. Just to follow up on what Member Goldman was just asking about. So could you just walk me through how that would work in a day, how they would all start remote and then suddenly some of them would be in person?
So there are two different models. So I'll talk about the elementary model first, because that works on a daily basis. The secondary model works on a period basis. So in the elementary model, we begin with morning meeting. Right now we're doing morning meeting remotely. It's the beginning part of every day. So the teacher might actually be in the classroom with some learners, and then also learners who are remotely on the computer, but the morning meeting would take place solely on the computer, like it does now. The only difference is some of the students would be in the same room that the teacher is broadcasting from, for lack of a better term. Then morning meeting ends, computer goes off, and the teacher is doing traditional instruction just with the students in front of them. So that's elementary. Questions about that before I go on?
No, continue.
So at secondary, it's a similar concept, only it runs on a period basis. So first third of the class, the teacher gives the kickoff, the mini lecture, the assignment, then remote learners go and do the remote learning either themselves or in a different breakout space with each other. And the teacher keeps teaching and guiding the students who are currently in front of them.
Got it. Okay. I have these real, which I think everyone does, and I don't think I'm alone, but I just have real concerns about remote learners. And I'm just wondering, I hear what you're saying about getting our youngest children in early, first, and I certainly know that there's a window and that window closes, and it is really next to impossible to teach them to read and do math and all of that. So I just understand the importance of that early childhood piece, and I really respect it. But what I don't get is, can you just explain to me how, if let's just posit that half of our students stay home, half of the elementary, these little kids stay home, and half go to the hybrid model, aren't we going to experience extreme learning losses for those remote little learners?
I think we will. I do think we will. I think we're experiencing them right now. As good as remote learning is, and it is so much better this fall than it was in the spring. And again, hats off to every single educator in this district for making that happen. But I still think that there are losses happening, especially with the younger learners.
So in that situation, wouldn't we only really be helping half the young learners, for lack of a better term?
Well, no, we're offering we have the capacity in a hybrid model to have all the students in. So the choice we're making, and I have to say we're 6 weeks in, right? We don't know if this is the right choice, I have to say, right? Because there's not a lot of research on this. The choice we're making is that 2 days of in-person instruction is going to be powerful enough to offset the deficits of having the 2 or essentially 3 days without in-person instruction. I think that from what I'm hearing from families, especially of young learners, they're seeing all 4 days is being dysfunctional in some way. And so if we can get at least 2 days of really solid learning in, we've doubled the learning for them.
So, and I hear you that we have that capacity, but if that survey is any indicator, and I'm not sure it is, because when parents really find out what the choice is, you might see more of them, of course, sign up for hybrid. But if the survey is any indicator, then we do really run the risk of having half of those kids stay remote and getting an even lesser education than whatever they're getting under remote now, right? And therefore those learning losses could be even further exacerbated.
Right, that is a possibility, and I don't have a crystal ball. I can speak a little bit to the very clear message I sent that your choice now will be your choice until the end of this calendar year.
Yeah.
That's based on the experience of other districts who have moved to a hybrid model. One of the things that they've found is that initially a lot of parents hold back, but then they want to join the hybrid model. And it was crazy making for a number of districts. And that's why we even got some guidance from the Department of Education saying, don't enroll parents, don't let them change their minds right away, because it's just going to undermine what you're doing. Start with a group, get that solidified, and then bring the rest of the parents in. If our experience is like others, I think we'll have more parents choosing the hybrid model than choosing to stay remote, but I really don't know. I mean, there's so many variables here. A lot of it depends on, what happens with the virus, what happens with other factors, how successful is our hybrid model. I think that we'll probably have more appetite for the hybrid model as it establishes itself, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I see the time and the long list. So I have one last question. When you, in the hybrid model you presented in August, you did have some kind of earlier sort of what you were, I think we called them like orientation days for 6th through 12th grade. And I just wonder if there's any way to get some kind of face-to-face time, even with masks, for those older students. I think the mental health challenges that we're seeing are really, really significant. And I totally understand the phases and everything and waiting till the second semester, especially for those high school students, all of that. But we did do some earlier, like 6th grade came in for 1 day, 1 week, or 7th grade, some of that. And I'm wondering if we could just incorporate that back into this model as well.
Yes, that is sort of like a flourish to the model. That doesn't involve the same kind of logistics as the rest of it. So I could go back to my team on that.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Member Busansky. Member Gold.
Thanks, Dr. Provost, for your presentation. Thanks to your whole team and all the teachers, the JLMC, the parents. Thanks all around for sure. And I just really have hopefully a quick question. Do you have the flexibility, considering you haven't ever, or the district hasn't ever run a hybrid model before, and there's going to be a lot of learning going on. Do you have the flexibility as the plan begins to augment it or adapt it as what you're learning about it? And I guess I'm thinking in terms of the schedule. Like, is it a lock that once this is voted on, that's the only time that they're going to come in is in January and February and all those dates? Or is it possible you might see something after a month that leads you to potentially make adjustments? Do you have that ability?
Again, a lot of this is about trying to manage expectations and do what I think is reasonable. If we had more success, then I think we're likely to have, there could be an acceleration. But again, I want to be very clear. My experience for the last 8 months is every single thing we've tried to do has been more complicated and more time consuming than we thought it was going to be when we planned it. So I think that the reality is we're more likely to be killing ourselves to make these timelines than finding we have flexibility to go faster.
And I guess I just want to share, because there was a lot of public comment and about both sides of the things. I just want to share that having been on the negotiation team and other teams with Dr. Provost and hearing from his teams and hearing from the teachers, I hope the public knows that this suggestion, and I want to make sure the public has the confidence, as I do, that if you can, that this move to hybrid is not something the district is doing to see if we can do it. It's not like a test to see can we do hybrid. It's in the best interest of our students. It's a decision that's being made because knowing what they know about how students are either thriving or not thriving in remote learning, that it is better for our students to try to go to hybrid than it is to continue in remote. And I just hope no one takes this as we're just seeing if we can also do it or we can also test things out. So I really appreciate the care that the team is giving to all of this.
Member Kaufman.
Thank you, and thank you also, Dr. Provost. I definitely see in your plan a number of accommodations for everybody's desires and wishes, and at the same time, it's obvious that this is not perfect. Somebody said it earlier tonight, took a note of that this is the best bad option right now. And it's true. But I do see some good things in it. And I wanted to ask you some questions that are unrelated, but just because I was confused. So I'm wondering whether our school reopening plan that the school committee voted on is limiting you in any way about other options that you might have wanted to present to us or consider putting in place that are now limited because of our school reopening plan.
I wouldn't think that the school reopening plan is necessarily what's the most limiting factor. As you recall, the school reopening plan was being written at the same time that we were negotiating the MOA for the upcoming year. The MOA has a lot of components like around what the structure and schedule for hybrid and remote learning are. So those are, I think, some constraints. And so this is consistent with those constraints.
But what about the school reopening plan? Like, for example, one of the things that stands out here is it looks like you're scheduling something that's going to have students a maximum of 2 days a week in school, in person, right?
Yep.
But that's what we decided. You also, you had half days. You had so many plans, I don't remember them, but I think one of them was 4 half days as opposed to 2 full days. And I'm sure there are other options, and I'm sure you spoke with other superintendents. So, I mean, you probably know why I'm asking this, but I mean, I would like to reconsider some. If you feel like there's a better model that you would like to implement, I would like for us to reconsider that, or whether you feel like this is the best model through and through.
I think this is the best model we can do at this time. I think earlier we may have had more options on the table, but right now this is the best we have.
Okay. So the way I look at it, like the idea is that for now it's remote and it's working for the families that it's working for. what they're going to need, what the position they're going to be in is they're going to either need to choose to be in person, which is going to be 2 days a week in person and 2 days a week with what is likely to be a far different, and I guess we can say less quality, less supported remote, because you're just not going to have that, likely not going to have that teacher and not have the momentum and everything. So, okay, I see you nodding your head. So, I mean, that's a really tough choice. That's just a really tough choice. With that said, I know you said families can't opt in. Can families opt out? Like if they decided to try in person and then just didn't feel safe, or their child wasn't, for whatever reason, adjusting, can they go back to remote?
Yes, the people wouldn't be locked into staying in the hybrid model until January, because it's easy to take someone out of a schedule and rotation. It's not easy to put a new person in.
Okay, thank you. The other group that we went over the survey and you discussed a lot of folks, but I didn't really hear what your alt team had thought about this. Have you shared this model with them? And could you, if so, can you summarize what they think or what a plan would be if you haven't had a chance to do that yet?
So I would say at the end of our last meeting on this, I asked, for your thumbs up, thumbs down, or thumbs in the middle. And I saw a lot of thumbs in the middle because for all the reasons that we've been discussing tonight, it's not a perfect plan. It is a step in a continuum. There are trade-offs all along the way. And, it's not a slam dunk. It is a plan that I think provides some relief for families where remote learning isn't working right now, and may create some problems for families for whom remote learning is working well right now. Yeah. I think it's by being focused on the younger grades, we're maximizing the benefit in limiting the downside, because it's the younger grades where I think we're having the biggest challenges with remote learning. But every one of us would prefer to be doing something else. Everyone in the district, every teacher, every parent, every administrator, every person just wishes we could go to in-person learning, because that's the most effective.
Yeah. So I have one more question, and I really greatly appreciate your honesty, Dr. Provost. You're a straight shooter, and I always appreciated that. And you're doing more of that tonight. You're not making our job easier, but I appreciate it. So if we stayed, are there other opportunities for the district to support the parents that are really struggling with remote? Because we're going to continue that mode one way or another. And I'm wondering if there's more we can do with their technical problems, if they exist, and it sounds like they do, and with just understanding what's going on, which might take into account what's going on at home, but also maybe there's some teachers that would benefit from some additional support and PD. I'm throwing out those ideas. I'm also want to throw out the idea of, is there more we can do? I thought I read something that there are some play groups or recess time or structured time at the schools themselves that some teachers are having their kids operate in. And so there's a lot of things in remote that aren't working. And I guess that my question is, can we do more to support remote? And if not, why not?
We absolutely can. I think that we don't know exactly what all the supports are. The one obvious one you mentioned is technology. Yeah. But I think we're on a developmental curve here. When we talk about teachers, there's a very predictable effectiveness curve where teachers reach their peak effectiveness after their 5th year of doing something. I believe that in remote learning, everyone is back down to year 1. So I think we're all going through that process. And if we had 5 years of remote learning, we would be hitting it out of the ballpark 5 years from now. But we're all in beginner's mind. We're all trying to figure this out. And so I do think it gets better and better. But there are lots of challenges right now. And I think the biggest challenge, and the one I don't know how to resolve, is just the computer itself. The kids saying, I can't look at these little squares all day long. That's not how young people want to be. They want to be with their peers. So much of what they get out of education comes just from the social interaction that happens in between classes, in the hallways, out on recess, and that's what I'm hearing them missing the
I
most.
hear that. I do wonder if that's, I hear what you're saying. It's also scary to hear that. I mean, I don't want our kids playing together. We have to avoid that. We have to prevent them from doing a lot of the stuff that they want to do. That's going to increase a lot of work on some people's part. So that's a concern of mine. I guess what I'm wondering is if you've considered, have you considered a model where we extend remote learning longer and we don't get distracted by the hybrid option, and we devote the resources that we would put in place and you've put in place and everybody on this team has put in place considering going to hybrid, and shift that to supporting the deficits that come with remote, which, like I said, the technical stuff might be a quick fix. We have counselors that can probably reach out to the families that are really struggling, and I'm sure they have. There must be some models of socialization where all age groups can socialize with some effort and attention on the part of coaches or otherwise to get kids socializing in a safe way. And it doesn't feel like, to me, it doesn't feel like we've necessarily tackled all the issues because we keep thinking about going hybrid. And I'm beginning to wonder if instead of taking all the resources and time that we're putting into hybrid and shift that to making remote even better and capitalizing on the real challenges that many of our parents have told us about, whether that's potentially a better model. Have you ever considered that?
I have considered it to this extent. I think if hybrid is not, this motion to implement hybrid is not successful tonight, I think the school committee should put it in their pocket and not consider it again this year. There's no reason for us to think about it if we don't start now. We're already talking about not being done with this phase until the end of February vacation. So if we go another month, we're talking about March, a year from the time that we went into the shutdown. And then what would be the point? We come back, we do a spring sports season, and then we leave. So yeah, I think this is really a critical night. And, I think that if we don't think we can do it now, we should be honest with the community and say, we're not doing it. We're not doing it this year. Maybe we'll revisit it next year. And we'll work as best we can to make this remote learning as good as it can be. But that's it. I don't see how we can really move forward at a later date if we don't move forward now. And that's what our focus will become on. It'll just be trying to make the remote learning as good as it can be. Not that we're not doing that now, but it'll be our sole focus.
When is a semester break at the secondary school?
February 1st.
Yeah. I mean, I would ask you to consider that might be rather than the whole year, which that sounds pretty bad, but I mean, semester break might be another option where we say that we're going to stay with the remote. We're going to not really deal with hybrid for a while. We're going to pick up and enhance something that is going to continue one way or another till the end of the year. A significant amount of kids getting taught through hybrid, but maybe on February 1st is when we bring kids back, and we'll figure that out as we get closer. But right now we want to beef up the hybrid, the remote, sorry. That's just another option I'm looking at because like I said earlier, this is all bad options, but thank you. And I really appreciate your deep thinking about this, Dr. Provost.
You're welcome.
Okay, Member Condon, you have your hand up next.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, do we need a motion to extend past 11?
Oh dear, I forgot the time. There goes. Go ahead, Member Busansky, if you'd like to make that motion, please.
Sure, motion to extend past 11.
I'll second that since it's my turn to talk.
Okay, thank you, Member Condon. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Member Voss?
Yes.
Member Gold?
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz?
Yes.
Member Busansky?
Yes.
Member Fallon?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
and Member Goldman.
Yes.
Vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, continue, Member Condon. Thank you, Member Busansky.
All right. First off, thank you, Dr. Provost. I'll say that this year I've been constantly impressed by your ability to roll with the punches and change tack and come up with yet another plan for us. So I really appreciate that. And it seems like every plan you put together has as much depth and thought as the last one. So really, I thank you for that. First, I want to start with an observation. I've heard the term equitable thrown around a few times. For those who believe that education was equitable in normal times, you're mistaken. It wasn't equitable even in normal times. There were still learners that were being left behind. To suggest that the remote learning is equitable is also mistaken. There are a large portion of our students who it is not equitable for. And I don't believe that going to the hybrid is going to be equitable either, but as mentioned a few times, I think it is the best of the bad options. And as Dr. Provost mentioned, if we have any hope at all of getting our kids into the buildings, I think we need to start moving on that. As it is, like you mentioned, high schoolers aren't going to be back in the buildings until February at the earliest. So if we wait any longer, there's really no sense. We're just saying that we've given in, and we're saying we're going to stay remote for this year. And I genuinely don't think that's the right choice to make. A few questions for you, Dr. Provost. One of the things that surprised me about your most recent plan tonight was about kind of the yes or no deadline or imperative put on parents about whether they wanted their kids in or out. What's your feeling about, will DESE accept that? Is DESE okay with us saying you have to decide now or forever hold your peace?
DESE is encouraging it. It was actually a part of the superintendent's call last week where I mentioned they were talking about problems districts were experiencing because they built a model based on one level of expectation of parent participation and then tried to accommodate all the parents who changed their mind, and things were starting to fall apart. So they said you can't hold parents off forever, but 4 weeks, 6 weeks, make sure that you can stabilize your program before you start bringing more people in. And when you look at sort of the graduated timeline we have, that brings us about to the new calendar year.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, one of the problems that people have brought up, and I somewhat agree with, are around staffing. And you yourself have mentioned the stumbling block might be staffing the hybrid plan moving forward. So if we vote to move forward with this, and as we go through the process, we realize that we don't have the staffing, will that sort of freeze the hybrid plan in whatever place it is at that point? So whoever's in will be in, and whoever isn't at that point will not come in? Or what would happen, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that would be the most likely outcome. When we might be able to, we might just have spotty outages depending on where we have the personnel issues, but it's really hard to see how that would play out. That's again the reason why I'm saying let's not do it all at once. I think at the beginning of the year we had an opportunity to do it all at once, but now there are so many variables that I can't predict that I think taking it in chunks makes the most sense.
And I agree. Thank you, Dr. Provost. That's it for me.
Member Voss.
My dog just showed up. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Provost, for all the time you've put in. I've been at 3 meetings with you this week and a 4th, so I feel it too. what I'm taking away from the last month of just meeting after meeting and talking to people and reading way more emails than I can possibly respond to on top of my job is that we are a very split community and people are passionate about what they want. And I'm sorry, I hear you all, and we're all struggling in our own ways, and it's horrible when kids are struggling. And I know there are a lot of kids struggling, and I want to be able to support something that works as best as it can for the widest community possible. And so, Dr. Provost, I guess I don't know what's going to happen in the next 6 to 12 weeks. And no matter what we say, there are families who are not going to send their kids back. And there's families that are desperate to send their kids back. And there's teachers who are going to feel safe given their situation to be in person. And there are some rock stars in our community who are not going to feel safe. And that's where I'm left sitting here. And if there was ever a time to find a compromise, now is the time. And it's not to just, I don't know. I think we need to work just a little harder on trying to accommodate the range, because we've already recognized that the education is not going to be great in any of these models. There's real drawbacks to hybrid with 2 days in class and 3 days left alone versus what we're having now with remote. And what I'm seeing with remote is, I know it's different for the different age levels, but I'll just say roughly 40% of the people are happy with another 20% undecided, which means our teachers have really done an amazing job since the spring figuring this out. And I think it's a mistake to let that go. And I also think it's a mistake to not see if we can't get more kids back to school who need to be there. And I'm just struggling with being asked to decide between those two things, because I feel like, why not let people keep the same remote experience, maybe with a different teacher that they currently have, if they feel that's the safest and the best answer for their family, and especially families where there really are civil liberties issues where kids can't go to school if they're at a higher risk or their family is. And then at the same time, adding, and especially in the lower grades now, some options for hybrid that support the families that feel that's the best choice for them. Because this argument of throwing all this stuff around and yelling at each other, really, people aren't going to change their mind, and we're very split. And I just wonder, do you see a way to do that? I need to understand why we can't do that.
The main reason is because of social distancing. It all comes down to that, and this is something that it took me a long time to get my head around, because for some reason it's counterintuitive. You think if you have 50% of the people who want to stay home and 50% of the people who want to come into school, then you could just take your staff in half and divide them and serve everyone in the way that they most like. But the problem with that is social distancing, because what happens is, if you have 2 teachers who have, say, 40 kids, with social distancing, you need 4 classrooms to accommodate them all in person. If half of those students decide to come in person, you still need 2 teachers to accommodate them. You've used up your entire workforce. So the 50% of students takes 100% of your teachers.
I'm not following. Maybe I could provide a different example. If you had 4 classes with 4 different teachers, 2 classes and 2 teachers were fully remote all the time. Let's call it class A with teacher A and class B with teacher B that's left behind at the school. I think your current hybrid model says teacher A would teach class A 2 days a week, half of them, and the other half Thursday and Friday. And teacher B would teach half of them Monday and Tuesday, and the other half Thursday and Friday. And in fact, you'd have fewer people at school. So in a way, you'd have more social distance for the kids that, but by allowing people who want to stay at home, it would actually make it safer for the people who choose to be at school.
Right. So that's how I always thought of that problem too. The element that social distancing comes in is those two classes that want to stay in really would then require 4 teachers because you have to split them into 4 rooms because you can only fit half as many in each room.
Except that they're, sorry, I'm jumping in, except that they're only coming 50% of the time.
What you're saying, I think, Dr. Provost, is if they're, and I know we're all working on very little sleep, and I might not be thinking about it right either. But I think what you're saying is for full time.
So we have thought of a way where things could work a little differently. But again, it depends on the parent responses. And it also depends on the teacher responses. So for example, I want to just go back to 2 classrooms because at 11 o'clock, it's easier for me to think of 2 classrooms. If we had one teacher who wanted to teach in person and we decided that we were able to break up the learning community so that the learning community wasn't together all the time, that one in-person teacher could teach the A kids on Monday, Tuesday, and the B kids on Thursday, Friday, and the other teacher could do the fully remote kids. If we get an even split, we can do things like that, and we have thought about that.
Well, I'll be done. I'm just gonna say one thing. Maybe I can. I think it's. I want to move this forward. I can't support it if we can't support the families and educators that need to stay home. So I'll ask for a friendly amendment to the motion on the table, which is we will figure out how to give that option for now, or you can get rid of it for now. Add a friendly amendment would be to add to the motion that we will plan to give families a remote experience comparable to what they're experiencing now. And this, that's what it is, but I'm just gonna give a little more of a reason why I think it's so important. People are happy.
Possible.
And fewer people in our schools are gonna make it more successful to work for a longer period of time too. So I don't know if the motion maker is willing to accept that or not.
No, no, but I do have a question then later. Sorry.
Can I make a motion then? How do I, do I have to make a motion to amend it?
Well, there's a motion on the floor, and so you'd have to amend the motion. You'd have to make an amendment to amend the motion. That would have to be seconded, and then there'd have to be majority support for it. But yeah.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to amend the motion on the floor to say that the proposed hybrid model would include an option for families to choose a remote option that's comparable to what currently exists.
I'll second it, and then we're gonna have discussion about this amendment, right?
That is correct. So it's been seconded for purposes of discussion. I guess my question would be, Dr. Provost, is that possible? You've been very frank with us tonight. You've been very clear with us tonight. And so I just want us to, we can vote on an amendment that sounds good, but I want to make sure it's something that's feasible.
I honestly believe this is impossible. You would be asking me to do something that, to my knowledge, no other district has been able to do, that the Department of Education has recognized is not possible. Obviously, I'm going to do the best I can to support the families who wish to remain remote. We're not going to leave them, stranded. They're still our families. They're still part of our community and our big school family. But if the intention is to direct resources to make the hybrid model work, that is going to consume most of the resources as far as I can tell.
Can I just respond and then I'll be done?
Most certainly.
Thanks. So if we have an average class size in the district of 20 kids per teacher, I'm making that up at whatever the number is, take your pick at whatever age level. I don't see why we can't maintain those classes in either of these models roughly at that and be creative. For example, maybe you could do some combined first, second grade classes if you have to. But if you look across, I've seen a bunch of examples where from day one in September, districts have offered a remote option that is in parallel with their hybrid option, and the same amount of resources are going into it per kid. So what am I missing?
That we don't know what the actual breakdown is. And we don't know how that's going to change over time. Let's just say we get a perfect split from the beginning, which would probably allow us to more or less evenly divide resources and maybe able to do that. What do we do when families change their mind? Do we say, okay, you can come in hybrid learning, but there's only one teacher, so we're going to give up social distancing and put more students in the classroom? Or are we going to say, okay, we're going to create another classroom so you could come in, and then they'll be taking resources away from the remote learning model. And that's if it works out perfect from the beginning, which isn't unlikely.
I'll let other people talk. I'll think.
Okay. Member Goldman, your hand is up. We're now speaking to the amendment. So did you?
Right.
Okay.
I'd love to get Member Fallon to talk a little bit about
Oh, thank you.
your interest in the motion. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to say, so my concern in making any sort of amendments that are promising things like this in the future is actually with this survey, Dr. Provost, is looking at it like we're putting a whole lot of stock in this notion that the community is evenly divided. But when I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that we have responses from 105 caregivers at JFK, and it's kind of evenly split, but there's 622 students at JFK. We have no idea what those other 500 and some parents are thinking. We have 187 responses from the high school, but we have 878 students. That to me is not enough to say our community is evenly split, or even to trust like anything about, like I can't make any sort of predictions before we find out from the community who is inclined to be remote or who is inclined to be to want to be hybrid, to make any promises to anyone about what we're feasible, like what's feasible for us to do. And so I hear Member Voss's concerns, and I do have concerns about not offering a more robust remote option, but I also am struggling with believing that we're as evenly divided as what it may be that we are. But I feel like the same people who took this survey are also plugged in and writing us letters. And it's also, as you may have noticed, some of the same people who write us letters then come to public comment. And so I'm worried that we're not hearing from the same group of people over and over. And I want to hear from those people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very clear from public comment and from the letters we're getting and from the survey that there's a group that's split, but I want to hear from the majority of people that have never responded to a survey or written to us. So that's my 2 cents on the amendment, is that we can't offer promises or imagine what's possible without having a better handle on numbers.
Member Goldman, do you wish to reclaim your time, or shall I move to the next person?
Right, just move to the next person, because I'm
Okay.
discussing things that aren't related to the amendment.
Okay. Member Levy, did you wish to speak on the amendment?
Yeah, I also have non-amendment questions, but I'll hang on to those. I fully support your thinking on this, Member Voss, that I'm 100% with you, that I feel really uncomfortable telling our teachers and telling our families that they can't stay remote if that's what is best for them. I also hear Member Fallon that even though the survey sort of tells us 50%, it doesn't really, because there's a lot of undecided folks. And we also have a lot of folks who haven't taken the survey. My other concern, and I don't know how to formulate this into a question, but I guess I'll vocalize it as a concern, and then maybe Dr. Provost, you can respond, is that I think it's also really unfair to ask families to choose between hybrid and remote when we're not sure what those look like right now, or at least remote. If what we're saying is we'd really love to offer you a remote option that looks like what your current remote option looks like, but we don't know if we can promise that to you, how can we find out from people whether they are going to be hybrid or remote? Because there will be some families who will say, well, I prefer remote, but I'll go hybrid if remote ends up just being asynchronous learning all day long for my kid.
So you're absolutely right. There's a terrible information asymmetry there, right? And we're asking people to basically close their eyes and make a choice with respect to the remote. With hybrid, we can tell them what it is because we're planning that out. But I guess all I can say in transparency is it's not because we have any information that we're not sharing. The reason we don't have that information is because what we will be able to provide will depend on the aggregate choices that people make. Well, there's so many chicken and egg problems in this whole thing. For the past 8 months, that's all it's been. And this is another one of those.
I wish I had a creative solution that would help us get to Member Voss's amendment. Maybe, Member Voss has a creative solution.
Maybe I'm just tired. I'm still struggling with the problem Member Fallon is discussing. I don't know if it matters what the percentage is of the people that would pick either of these, because if more people pick remote than you think, it doesn't look like we'd have trouble staffing it. And I just think that if you offer people if you say to them, there's this hybrid plan that's been articulated tonight, or there's a remote plan that's comparable to what you're experiencing now, and pick one. And I just don't understand why we have trouble supporting both of those, because we have this teacher to student ratio that we can keep the same for both.
So let's say, and we are really simplifying it by using the elementary example, but I think it's good for purpose of illustration. Let's say it's the Ryan Road second grade with 40 kids. We make that choice. And in the example you say, there's a preference for remote. So 30 students stay remote and then 10 want to go in person. Well, those 10 could, in theory, go in person 5 days a week or 4 days a week anyways, right? But that means the other teacher has to take a caseload of 30 now. And I'm not sure that's fair to that teacher or even sustainable, given all of the difficulty of implementing remote learning. So it's just not as simple, is what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. I think there would be, and this is where, it's hard because this is all new and there's no paper you go look up about how do you plan a remote plan, and you're creating it as you go. And I'm totally appreciative of that. And I'm not trying to be difficult about it, but I think there's solutions that are better than forcing people to go to school when they're not comfortable with it. I am not going to sleep well feeling like people are choosing to go to school because they can't access a good remote plan. And in that kind of case, maybe the issue is you combine some of the elementary schools remotely, right? So you have 30 at Ryan Road and another 10 at Bridge Street, and you combine them and kids get to know each other across town this year, and it's different, but it's not worse or better. It's just different. And I just feel like it's not like we're dealing with classes of 5. We have tens and tens of kids in each grade, and somehow there's creative ways to combine grades, combine kids, combine the remote. They don't have to get bused. So I wish we, I don't know if we have to vote on this tonight. Maybe we can think about it a little more. I'd like to do it right, and I'd like to serve as many families as we can to get what they need.
So is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendment? I see hands from Member Busansky and Member Gold. Member Busansky?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to start by saying that, while I respect what Member Condon said about education is not equitable, nothing's new on that front. I think it's a rare, I certainly haven't ever seen it in my parenting days where we're actually going to say, if you stay remote, you are going to get a lesser education. If you choose an option, if you are a certain type of learner, you're going to get a lesser education. So I just, and I know Dr. Provost, you're concerned about this too, and we're just in an impossible situation, but I'm really curious about what percentage would need to stay home or to stay remote to voice that option in order to create a more robust remote model.
I think at the elementary level, a 50-50 split would be ideal. At the middle school, it's a little bit more complicated because students have multiple teachers. I'm not exactly sure what the optimal split would be. It's a best fit, problem, and we could try to figure that out. But elementary would definitely be 50-50.
Okay. I mean, we did, we heard from lots of parents, and of course it's not everybody, it's not the whole world of parents by any means, but that they were having a good remote, their child was having a good remote experience. We heard from lots of parents whose kids were not having a good remote experience, but if we can't offer anything that sounds like a good remote experience, it's going to be very hard to get anyone to choose that option other than the people who absolutely have to. Sorry, did you want to?
No, finish. Please finish.
And no, that's just it. I just don't know if there's a way, any way to, to keep that 50% who are doing okay remote so that we could have a robust remote.
So I do have an idea. I hate to just do these things off the cuff in these meetings because so much effort goes into getting a presentation ready, but it's a potential process idea that might help us resolve the question Member Levy was asking, which is, and it would delay everything. It would probably push everything back by at least a week. You could do a 2-round choice on the first thing. You could say, please make your choice. After you choose, we can come back to the people who wanted to stay remote and tell you what we can feasibly do. We talked on our presentation about the minimum feasible, which is morning meeting for everybody. But and that may be where it ends, but depending on how it breaks out, we might be able to do more. But we could say, take your choice, what you think it is. We'll come back to you and let you know what we're able to support for remote learning. If that's not enough for you, or if you think that hybrid is better based on that, then we'll let you make the choice to move before that January, reshuffling date.
I mean, I've heard of this concept of ranked choice voting. I don't know, just throwing that idea out there, but
But this is different because essentially what happens is the candidate changes depending on what happens in the first vote.
I heard that happening too, but okay, I like that concept that you're presenting. And then I'm just also wondering if there's any better in between that. You mentioned this kind of morning meeting idea. I'd heard somewhere else about having kids come for the whole morning till like noon and then do remote learning together in the afternoon. Have you thought about that model for the elementary? Just talking about the elementary now. I realize middle and high school would present other challenges.
So we did actually have an AM/PM model presented in June. It was rejected because of the transportation cost involved.
Mm-hmm. Was that AM kids are in school and then PM they're all remote? I mean, sort of hybrid in school and then remote in the afternoon, or was it AM one group, PM a different?
It was that. It was AM one group and PM a different group.
Okay, I'm just asking about a different, that AM, we have a hybrid model. So group A comes in, Monday, Tuesday mornings. Group B comes in Thursday, Friday mornings, let's say for half the day. And then in the afternoon, everybody is learning remotely.
We haven't considered that model.
I just wonder if that'd be an opportunity to sort of, supplement for the remote learners, create a better model.
Yeah, I just can't speak to that because I haven't thought that one through.
Okay, thanks.
Member Gold, did you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, I did. I saw Cammie raise her hand. I don't know if it's related to this current conversation, if she has something more to, into the amendment or something I remember.
Cammie, did you wish to add something?
Yeah, I did want to just add something to what Dr. Provost just mentioned. I believe, and Tammy Lieber has many of the details, I believe that was one model that we had at least talked about, doing the morning and the afternoon with 2 different cohorts of students. And I believe the problem that we were running into with that model is cleaning in between was one of the issues, in between having 2 different cohorts of students, that there wouldn't be enough time to clean the building, that the classrooms would be used for different groups of students. And also I believe, and Tammy could add to this, is I believe there was a transportation timing issue of trying to get all the kids in and out during that period of time.
Yeah, Cammie, I'm talking about a different model. I'm not talking about having 2 different groups in the building in one day. I'm talking about having let's just call them group A for half the day on Monday and Tuesday, and group B for the first half of the day on Thursday, Friday. And then it's true, there could be a transportation problem. And Tammy, I see your hand up. So
I was going to say, I think we had looked at both of those options. So
right. And then everyone would just be remote in the afternoons on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
I'll let Tammy get to the transportation piece.
Sure.
So I have a question though, Rebecca. I think I can follow what you're saying is group A on Monday and Tuesday would come in. It would be a half a day of school. We'd get them home at lunchtime. And then from say 1 to 3, everybody would be remote across the board, A and B group. On Thursday and Friday, B group would come in. It would be a half day. And then everybody, A and B, would be remote again for the rest of the day, 1 to 3. Is that what the plan that you're talking about? Okay, so from a transportation wise, we wouldn't have that problem because we would treat it just like a half day. We wouldn't be bringing kids in and out with 2 different groups. It would just be counting it as a half day. On my end, it would be feasible. John would have to look at what the logistics is as far as faculty and staff, I think, as far as trying to staff after lunch hours and how they would do their remote learning.
John, any thoughts on that?
I don't have any thoughts right away. I'm willing to think about it, but I just, one of these things, there's a lot to be pieces that you have to try to fit together to see whether it works or not.
Yeah.
Can you just confirm, Tammy, that it is a transportation issue with the AM PM model, because the cleaning issue seems less important now that we have more information about how the virus is spread. I mean, the windows could be open for 15 minutes and then we don't need them to be scrubbed down the way we thought they did when we were talking about this in the summer.
So transportation wise, we would have to treat it as 2 half a days of school. So for our contractors, it would be double the cost. And that's where it ran into some problems. It also ran into the problem that you would need a good, depending on how many schools we're going to be doing this, we're talking bringing the 6th graders home plus K through 5, and we split the 2 elementary schools. I'm going to need an hour and a half just to get them home and then bring them in. So we were talking that to make it feasible, some of the kids wouldn't be getting home before 4:30, 5 o'clock at night. They would have to be in school until like 3:45, 4 o'clock, only to keep the hours in the morning and the hours in the afternoon around the same time. They were going to lose a lot of time in school, and it just time-wise, we were running into a lot of problems.
So Member Gold, you had the floor and then you yielded to Kemi.
Yeah, and thanks. So in speaking to the amendment, the reason I can't support it, and I would ask that we don't support it as a school committee, is for the same rationale that we want tomorrow someone who's a building science expert to come and tell us about our buildings because they know better than other people, like that we wanted that expert to tell us that. Dr. Provost has the expertise and knowledge of the system that our district is as a school, is what is realistic and what is not realistic. I don't think that any of us can say he did not give us extensive numbers of plans over the summer. I think we've gone through them repeatedly. The half-day thing that Member Basansky brought up, I brought up repeatedly myself back in June and July, and saying of different, some version of half-day, and there was, I don't know, there's a variety of reasons why it might not work, and I think we owe it to his team and all the effort that they put in to just give an up and down vote on his plan. And if we vote it down, then make another amendment and make another motion to some other plan. But we can't, I worry that we're sending the message that we're not believing in his expertise and his team's expertise by changing his plan and changing the district's plan. Like, that is a really difficult message to send. I don't want to own it. I mean, I think this has happened in the past when it came to budget things. Like, then it's not what their expertise saw they needed to do. And to be doing this again at 11:30 is just, or 11:46 now, it's uncalled for, y'all. I think we needed just, is there a way to call to question the original motion, or does the amendment have to be voted on?
The amendment is on the floor, so the only question that could be called is the question on the amendment. So that's the only question. But that again requires a motion and a second and a vote. So
can I call? I'd like to call to question the amendment. That's the only thing we can call to question, right? Is the amendment?
Yes, and that's a parliamentary request that requires a second and it requires a vote.
Okay, so before I do that, I'll just at least ask Member Fallon, are you at all not Member Fallon, Member Voss, are you at all willing to withdraw your motion and allow us to just vote on Dr. Provost's plan as he wanted it, and then see what that goes? And if that fails, then you propose something else?
I can't, because my job is to try to find something that works for him and also for the people we've been hearing from. And I'm trying to work, I'm not trying to change his whole plan. I'm trying to offer tweaks to it to try to walk through it now, because we're about to take on this huge thing and it's worth talking it through. He's been working late every night, and every plan can have an improvement. And I think it's very reasonable to suggest compromise. So no, I'm not going to withdraw my amendment. If he has more to say, I'd like to hear it, actually.
So I like to, as I think you all know, I like to just be straight with everyone, with the committee, with the community, with the parents, teachers, everyone. I think the best we could do to try to avoid the problem that Member Levy brings up, which I think is legit, because we're asking people to vote without really knowing what they're going to get if they say remote, is to ask everyone to do a first run through and then come back to them and say, this is what we can offer you remotely based on where we need to put our resources. If you want to change now, you can change. I think that doesn't fully resolve it, but I do think it makes it better without committing us to doing things that I don't know whether or not will be possible. Because, it's even more complex, I'll say, than just a split. it has to be the right split. It has to be at every grade level. It has to be at every class. You know, if the split is all, you know, fourth and fifth graders wanting one thing and everyone else wanting something else, then a 50-50 split isn't that helpful. So, you know, I think the best thing to do is get some more numbers in, report back to families, and then give them a chance to change if it creates a lot of dissatisfaction and isn't going to work for them.
Okay, Member Fallon, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I just, Dr. Provost, do you think, I just have two questions, do you think it's realistic seeing the response rate? Like, you sent out robocalls and you really did try to get a response. Like, how do you plan on getting people to commit? Like, how do you get a truly accurate head count within a week? And explain, like, sort of a complicated question to the community, A, and are you only seeking accurate numbers then from elementary level parents for this right now?
Right, we're starting with elementary because they're the first phase we have to get definite numbers for. So the way is after not only will we send out this initial information and request for the sign up, then there will be a town hall next week where the principal will say, if you were waiting to ask questions, ask them all now, but remember, we need you to sign up. And then at the end, it will be the office staff going to anyone who hasn't responded and say, we need an answer for you because we need to know which group to plan to put you in. So I think with that, we will get everybody.
Within a week, you think that's possible?
I think it's possible. I think it's going to be, we're pushing it, but I think it's possible.
You had two questions, or that was the only question?
That was it.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you said you had two questions. Member Condon, your hand is up newly.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah. So I'm just going to speak kind of in support of Member Gold and say, and kind of reiterate Dr. Provost's message that, you know, Member Voss, you're asking us to support an amendment that logistically could be impossible for us to deliver on, and put us in a position that we can't actually fulfill. I mean, I can't imagine I'm the only one who has faith that our district has all of our students' best interests in mind, and whatever resources we have to give to those remote learners, we're going to give them. We're not going to hold anything back. I mean, Dr. Provost isn't going to think, I have, you know, all of this stuff that I could do for remote learners, but I'm only going to do half of it, right? We're going to do as much as we can based on what resources are left after we figure out the numbers, what resources the hybrid, the in-person students take, and give everything we can to the remote students. But, you know, promising that it's going to be an equal experience when logistically that could be impossible doesn't seem sound to me as a committee.
Okay.
Can I respond to that?
Certainly.
I would be happy to reword it in a way that Dr. Provost helps to form, but my concern is I want families to have a choice and not feel pressure to send their child to school because the stay-at-home experience will be inferior. So I don't know that it has to be exactly what it is today, but it has to be one that they feel is comparable to what's going on now. Right now, families are getting 4.5 days of synchronous education at home. And it just, I've just heard too much public comment and from too many people that they want to keep it in place. It's working for them. And I don't see why we would rock that boat. I'd like a different way path forward if somebody can suggest it. But in the summer when we talked about this, I think there were some issues with what it would look like at the high school. But my understanding of K through 5, and I think K through 8, was that there would be comparable resources. And now we've done remote and a lot of people are really happy. So how can I word it to work for people?
I have an idea for how to word it, which is the district will make every effort to provide a robust remote learning experience. Nope. The district will survey families, and based on numbers will then determine the type of remote learning experience it can offer. I'm with you that I think there needs to be a robust remote learning experience. And I also understand that we can't make promises we can't keep. And I think we need a little time to be able to figure it out creatively. We're not going to figure that out tonight, but I like the idea of asking families first and then figuring out what might those numbers look like, and then going back and saying either, yep, we can offer you exactly what we're offering now, or this is what it might look like. And that also buys us a little time to figure out what our other options might be in order to offer a remote learning experience to folks if there are more families who are choosing for the hybrid.
So this is the maker and the seconder of the motion here are discussing. So the seconder has made a suggestion, I guess a friendly amendment, or a suggestion for a friendly amendment. Are there other folks who wish to comment in the meantime? I know I've got hands up for the original motion, so I'm trying to figure out who's. Member Gold, are you still waiting? Oh, Member Busansky, are you waiting?
I also wonder how Member Voss feels about that line.
That's true. So we can hear what the response is.
I'll listen to others, but I think I'm in favor of it. Do I need to? Sure.
So, Annie, did you get
I would
that?
like it to be restated.
Yeah, that's, was hoping that Annie would say, Annie, did you happen to have that?
I have it. It would be nice if it was a little bit more succinct.
Can you type it up and share it on your screen, somebody? Just type it, come on, someone type that up, and so we could all read it real clear.
Dina, would you like to type it up?
Yeah, I'll type it right now. That just means I have to remember what I said, but I'll try.
You know, what I have is the district will survey families and based on numbers will determine the remote resources it can offer. If that helps.
I'm still working on it, obviously. I wrote down what Annie just said. So the district will survey families and
How about the district will survey families to determine their preference for hybrid or remote modes. And based on these numbers, we'll be in a position to better define what the remote choice will look like.
based on these numbers, we'll be able to determine what the remote.
Sorry, I'm just gonna say, since I need to accept this as an amendment, I'm wondering, Dina, if, or Member Levy, if you could offer, the piece that's missing for me is the family, the kids that really need to stay remote, how do we ensure they get what they need? That's the piece that's still missing.
Superintendent Provost has his hand up.
I just want to speak to the last sentence, and maybe if I give you more detail, maybe the sentence isn't needed. There are so many kinds of special education services. It's hard to even enumerate them, and I wouldn't want to try to get them into a document like this. I really think the process should be such as the commenter we heard tonight. If they need to maintain a remote need, a remote learning plan because of their unique needs, that they should work with their IEP team to build a plan. And that's something that's their statutory right. So I don't know if that needs to go into a motion.
This wasn't the issue I was getting at all. What I'm trying to get at are the families that have decided, we had a student speak about she would choose remote so she could continue seeing her 90-year-old grandfather or grandparents, okay? Or the kids who are living with parents with autoimmune problems, or the kids who are actually compromised their own health. And how do we provide them the remote experience they need? And I don't think they need to self-identify. I think for me, if people say I need to be remote, I need to be assured, if I'm going to vote on a hybrid plan, I need to be assured that the people who say they're going remote get an education that is not all that different. We've all agreed what they're getting now isn't even that great. And it's not the teacher's fault. It's just the fact that it's remote. The teachers are doing a great job. The educators are doing a great job. But how do we make sure they get some reasonable amount of synchronous content without asking them to do something that they have very good reason to be fearful of? How do we do that? I'm just looking for choice for families.
I don't know how to do it, if I may. I don't know how to do it, but it's kind of like the reverse process that we just went through. Somehow we identified families that needed to be in person during remote model. Now I think we're talking about identifying families who need to be remote during a hybrid model.
Do you think, Superintendent Provost, that this at least articulates the beginning of that process and would allow us to begin to figure that out?
I think so.
Would it work, Susan, if we put in language up front, or somewhere in here, that the goal is to find a way to ensure the remote model, the quality of the remote model that is currently in place is not jeopardized? John?
I want to throw the red flag on that one because that's promising exactly what I said I don't think I can promise.
No, but that's why I didn't put that in. I think it's the goal. I mean, I can support it if it's the goal, and I trust that you will put in place what you need to. Sorry, what?
I also feel like we're moving from a vote to
a discussion. You're right.
To implement, and now we're drafting how the district will implement, or how the district will. I mean, they're sort of like two different things. I think that the superintendent has been clear that their goal is to try to provide the best education for every student, and that they're going to try to provide the best remote education for those who do not opt for the hybrid plan. I think it's implicit in his original plan. And I think he's been clear, he's on tape. He's like, he said that tonight, that's what they're going to do. So where you're losing me here is that we're adding goal statements to.
Well, because I didn't hear him say that. I heard him say the opposite. I mean, Dr. Provost has admitted that the remote model is going to be less inferior to what we have now. That's a big concern for Member Voss. It's a big concern for myself equally, that's what he said, and he has every right to say it, and he's explained why he said it. That's fine. I think that's where we're pushing back. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think Dr. Voss thinks it's fair. So that's what this is an attempt to do, is that we're all on the same page, and we're going to revisit this based on, are we doing what we needed to? It's not a distrust of Dr. Provost, but it's actually a different plan because he has put forth something different.
I guess what I'm saying is that you're putting him in the position, or we're basically wanting to vote on a hybrid and a remote plan that are of equal at the same time. And I think that he's saying that is not possible. So I just don't want to over promise to our community. I just want us to be careful. So that's all I'm concerned about. But
can I offer a different compromise?
Yes.
Can I offer a different compromise? Which maybe isn't going to be well received either, but it sounds to me like if you had an idea of what these numbers are, that you might be able to be more certain about what could be offered. Is that what we're hearing? And so I guess
correct. That is correct.
So I realize this puts things off, but could we get these numbers next week? Get them as soon as possible and come back next week, and you can tell us what does remote look like and what does hybrid look like given the numbers we have, and then we go.
Not next week. It would have to be the week after, because I have to give the elementary families at least all of next week to make their determination. And if I do this double choicing thing, it might be 2 weeks for that process, or at least 1.5 weeks.
Member Voss, are you suggesting we wait to vote until we have those numbers, or are you?
In the summer, I thought there was a choice that was going to be comparable, and I guess I don't know what I'm voting on. I am really uncomfortable voting to take away a remote model that works for so many families. That's what I'm really uncomfortable about.
So then I think you should vote against the hybrid model. That's the best. To me, that's the choice, because I just don't think that you can have both. I think that's the concern that we're setting it up that we're moving to hybrid, but we're going to guarantee that the remote will stay the same. And I just don't think we can do that. So that's just my concern.
Okay. Well, I guess I have a motion on the floor, and the wording can go back to what it was, and it doesn't have to be identical. It has to be comparable. Synchronous learning, comparable. It can be different. I don't care if it looks a little different, but I want it to be comparable.
So sorry, are you withdrawing my language? Can we vote on my language? I like my language.
Are you still seconding
I don't know. I don't know what I'm seconding. I think
you seconded the original motion, and then you offered a friendly amendment, and now that's been withdrawn, or rejected. So
I'll suggest we vote on mine, and then if need be, Member Levy, you can put yours up.
So can you remind me what yours is then?
Sure. To amend the hybrid model as it was proposed to specify that families choosing the remote option will have a remote educational experience comparable, not necessarily identical, to what they currently have.
Dr. Provost, I'm sorry. Okay, so that's the motion. Does the seconder continue to second the motion? If not, it'll need another second from someone else.
Who was that?
It was Member Levy.
Yeah, I fully support the idea behind it, but I'm not sure I can second it if Dr. Provost is saying that it's impossible. And if there's a way to make it a little bit more possible, I think we should go with that. So I guess maybe I don't second it, but if somebody else wants to second it, we could vote on it.
I'll second it.
Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded. Member Busanski.
I just would like to hear Dr. Provost comment on this motion, if you think it's.
I am actually trying to get, well, I just found it. So I'm going right back to the DESE guidance on this. Page 4, it's on slide 11. It, quote, parents and caregivers have the option to choose a district's remote learning plan for their child's instruction if they prefer, with the understanding that the remote learning program may not provide as robust an offerings or replace the full benefits of in-person learning. So I don't know why we would commit ourselves to doing something that from the people who have the view of all of the districts across the state are saying isn't happening. To me, comparable means almost as robust.
I think we have a disagreement, actually. Maybe I should be more clear. I didn't say this comparable to hybrid, which is what I think you just read. I said comparable to what people have right now. It's what they know. And people who are happy might want to, a lot of them want to pick what they currently have. It's not what you just read. If we have a kick butt hybrid program that's great, that's better than the remote, that's okay. My motion isn't saying it can't be. My motion is saying what we've done for the last 5 weeks, enabling synchronous learning for a lot of families that are finding it to meet their needs, that we're not going to reduce what we're offering right now. It doesn't have to be, what you just read is different.
I really think that if it's a choice, I think if you want to guarantee that the remote learning stays at the current level, you should be against the hybrid model. I really don't think we can do both. We are so stretched. I just don't think we can keep both start a whole new model and keep remote as good as it is right now. And many of the teachers who've looked at this issue shared the same conclusion tonight.
So there's a motion made and seconded on the table. We've heard from the superintendent. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this?
This
Okay,
is a vote for the amendment, is that correct?
What's that?
This is a vote for the amendment.
This is the vote on the amendment. Yes, yes. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Goldman,
No.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
No.
Mayor Narcoitz,
No.
Member Busanski,
No. Oh. No. Oh,
Member Fallon,
Couldn't hear you.
No.
Member Seraphy Cox,
No.
Member Condon,
No.
Member Levy,
No.
and Member Kaufman.
Yes.
The vote is 8 against and 2 in favor.
Okay, so the amendment fails. So we're back to the main motion. And Member Goldman, you had your hand up, I think, related to the main motion.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple questions that I think would be helpful to have answers to help determine support. One is, I guess the big picture question is just knowing now that the remote experience, that every child's experience essentially will shift with a vote in favor of the hybrid method. Can you please speak to why you think the hybrid method, the hybrid model would be a better vote for than, like, because I'm thinking of the continuity, that, you know, all of the things people are expressing about the benefits of the remote model.
Sure. So the first thing I'd have to say is this is a vote that we're taking on behalf of, and that I'm recommending on behalf of all of the students. It doesn't mean that it's going to be the best choice for every single student. But when you look in at the totality, I think that the younger students are really struggling with remote learning in ways that I think the older students aren't. That's why this is phased in, why it focuses getting the younger students back earlier. You know, for sure there are some students, young students, who are thriving under the remote model, but I think there are many who aren't. I think we've heard from parents tonight who've shared their experiences of kids who are not able to learn remotely. I've heard from teachers. In fact, we had a public commenter who was a teacher of a young child, I think it was Tuesday, who said, we're really underestimating the learning loss that's happening right now because it's very hard to teach the skills that students need to get at this age remotely. So, and that I think just fits with also what we heard a kindergarten teacher speak tonight about developmental appropriateness. What we are all doing right now is very developmentally inappropriate for young learners. So I think that for them, the loss is less than the gain that they would be picking up by being able to have live instruction on a limited time basis with their teachers, to have access to actually be in school with their peers instead of seeing their peers as disembodied faces on squares. I don't think it's as much of a loss for middle or high school. I think it's a closer call there, which is why we pushed out the move to hybrid for the secondary until later on. Now, we also heard from parents who disagree with that. And we've heard from students who disagree with that, who say that they're suffering in this model as well. But I think the real imperative is to get the younger learners in. I think that's what the JLMC recommended. And I know that's what the JLMC recommended, and I think it was for similar reasons. And I also will just say, this is the weakest argument, but it's a process argument. The school committee asked the JLMC for a recommendation. The JLMC came back with a recommendation. This is the plan that follows that recommendation. So I think unless you think what the JLMC did was completely off base, you should respect the work of that group.
Thank you. And could you please speak to concerns around the beginning of flu season and the holidays and gathering? There's, especially when we're talking about families choosing hybrid or remote for the remainder of this year, which includes November and December, our holiday months. And then instead of waiting till January, I suspect this is because it pushes it out too far.
Yes. So if we started, I don't think the right time to do this is right after the holidays. At one point I was thinking about doing it after Thanksgiving, as you recall, because that is a natural break in November. But some of the health experts on this are advising that's the worst possible time to begin a transition. So hopefully we can get students habituated to the daily check and the rest of the practices that they need. We'll be messaging very strongly about avoiding family gatherings over the holidays, or if you do, really being extremely vigilant about the checking at home. But I am worried about it. I think I said that in my comments tonight. What we're seeing, who knows if the patterns will change, but what we're seeing right now when we're seeing COVID in schools is it's something that students pick up in the community or in their families, mainly through family gatherings, and then bring into the school. And so I am worried about that. So it's going to require vigilance, but I don't think there's ever really a time in the calendar when we can say with confidence families won't be getting together. Like, that's another normal human behavior, right? And I can't, as an educator, say I forbid families to gather, right? That would be inhuman. That's going to happen to a certain extent. What we can do is try to educate people, ask them to avoid travel. We already have within our guidelines for the state that anyone traveling out of state will not be allowed to come back in until quarantining for 14 days or getting a negative test. We have rules within our MOA that say employees who travel outside of the state will not be able to resume work without quarantining or getting a negative COVID test. So it's about building up layers, but you're absolutely right. It's a risky time in the calendar.
Thank you. And then my last question is, I appreciate you bringing up what's developmentally appropriate for the young kids. I think the teachers have spoken to all this screen time not being appropriate. As you know, I have a kindergartner who's doing her best, and just comparing what we have here or what we've set up for kids compared to what those classrooms look like at this point, and what I think of as a kindergarten classroom with the kids sort of piled on top of each other and learning how to do stuff in a really messy way, which seems developmentally appropriate. So can you just sort of speak to that a little bit about how a 5-year-old sits at a desk with a mask in in-person learning, and what the benefits are to this new landscape for them?
Yeah, that's a definite loss. I would love to have them crawling all over each other and sharing toys and doing the things that kids normally do, but we know right now that's not safe. What I can tell you from what I've observed in schools, and remember, we have about 260 kids in school right now. What I've observed is kids doing a lot of interacting in spite of the fact that they've got the mask on. I've seen teachers taking kids outside a lot. I've seen them playing in a social distanced way a lot. Probably you can't have two kids playing 2 feet away from each other building a block tower, but you can have two kids running around outside with maintaining social distance. Unfortunately, that's what we have to offer now, but it's a heck of a lot better than sitting in your room or doing Go Wiggle by yourself in your classroom while you're imagining that all your peers are doing the same thing in their bedrooms.
Okay, Member Gold, your hand is up next.
Yeah, I'd like to call to question Member Fallon's motion.
Okay. Again, that would require a second and a vote. So is there a second to that motion to call the question?
I'll second that.
Member Condon seconds the question, seconds the motion to call the question. So this is a non-debatable motion, and the clerk will call the roll. This is basically to say we'll stop debate and we'll take a vote on the motion before the committee.
Member Voss,
I believe you're muted, Member Voss.
Okay, sorry. I said no, which means I want the debate to continue, right?
That's correct. Yes, that is correct.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
I'll vote yes.
Member Busansky,
No.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
No.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
No.
Member Kaufman,
No.
and Member Goldman.
No.
The vote is 6 in favor, 4 against.
Okay, so the motion to close debate fails. So now we'll go to Member Levy, who has her hand up next.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that looks like this. I realize I should not have done this in this order because I also have some questions. So I'll have some questions after I offer my friendly amendment. You may have seen this before.
So there's been a motion made, and is there a second on the motion?
I think it was offered as a friendly amendment. So the question is to Member Fallon.
I'm not sure how this could be a friend. So Member Fallon, are you?
I can offer it as a non-friendly amendment.
An unfriendly amendment. I think
Well,
it
I
really
mean,
has to be, honestly.
So Member Fallon, I didn't understand your response.
So no, I'm not willing to accept it as a friendly
Okay,
amendment.
fine. So this will be a standalone amendment.
I'll second.
So now there's the second from Member Kaufman. So Member Levy, do you wish to explain, or obviously we've had this, we've discussed it previously.
Yeah, I think in the interest of time, I don't know that we need to discuss it more. I think this is a way of getting towards what Member Voss was saying without guaranteeing anything going against what Superintendent Provost was saying. I think it's a way of using Superintendent Provost's idea of surveying families so that we can figure out if we can offer a more robust remote learning to families before we make promises.
I see the superintendent nodding his head yes. What is, do you wish to expound on that?
No, I think Member Levy explained it perfectly.
Okay, great. Member Busansky.
Back up. Could you put?
Yeah, could you put it back up for us?
Sure, sure.
Okay. Do you have a question, Member Busansky? You're the next hand.
I really have questions on the main motion, but I can't seem to get back to that. But now that we're into another amendment, I do have a question on this. So I'll just, sure, yes. Which it does, going back to what the mayor said earlier, it reads as too long and too much more of a process or a procedure than a motion. And I'm just wondering if you took out, I think the real point is that the first sentence and the last sentence, and maybe, I mean, this feels like yeah. It feels like micromanaging instead of just really getting to the point, I think, as a motion should, as what your outcome is intended to be. But I like the feeling behind it.
Is this better?
I think now I gotta just read it, but.
That I would accept.
The last sentence. I liked the last
Member
sentence.
Fallon. Not Member Fallon's going to accept it.
Let's take it.
Okay.
Because it's essentially affirming what Superintendent Provost committed to this evening, correct? So that's, so Member Fallon, you will accept that as a friendly amendment to the original, obviously the district will move to remote or the hybrid plan or whatever, just so it's added on to your motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Can
So,
Can I ask a question about that?
yes, go ahead, member.
I mean, you don't want to say something to the effect of like they can change their mind once, I guess. If you put it back up, I could see what it looks like. But I mean, because Dr. Provost laid out pretty clearly that we really need people to commit and stick with that preference for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
I feel like we're really getting confused by what emotion,
We're making
like
a
what's
policy
procedure and-
decision, not setting rules for the process. So I feel like we're empowering the superintendent to do this, and he's already indicated how he'll do it. So
I
agree that families should not, I think to the superintendent's point, once they've changed their mind, they can't then change their mind again.
which is part of the original plan. So I don't think we have to add that as an amendment.
Can I keep the floor for just a moment now that that's been accepted as a friendly amendment? I have and you can tell me if this is also not the right time for this, but I've seen some other schools that have tried to minimize the community spread during vacations, and I wonder, Superintendent Provost, if you would consider having the week after Thanksgiving break be one that is just decided to be fully remote for all people. So that way there's a added in quarantine period so that anybody who is with families doesn't then has time, and there's the opportunity for teachers to plan and for families to plan and to know well ahead of time that week would be remote learning period, so that there's an added quarantine period before students who are doing hybrid learning are back in the buildings.
I would consider that. I would like to talk it over with the remnant of the JLMC that I guess we'll be talking about later tonight, just to see their thoughts on it. But I understand the potential wisdom of that.
Okay, and then my other comment is just regarding the amount of time that it's going to take to get to the middle school and high school hybrid learning. And I wonder if we could put in place some opportunities for students to gather in person, socially distanced, to be able to connect, given some of what we've heard from families about their challenges with students not connecting with teachers and students in person.
Yes, so I believe Member Brzezinski asked about that earlier tonight. I will go back to my team and see what we can come up with.
Great, sorry that I missed that.
Member Busanski. So we are effectively back to the main motion now. So the main motion magically amended itself the moment that the friendly amendment was accepted. So there's no need to vote on an amendment. So now we are on the main motion.
Okay, great, excellent, thank you. I'm wondering about, well, that's great to hear what you just said, Dr. Provost, about member levies. Yeah, because I had brought that up earlier, so that is very good to hear. I'm wondering about testing, if it's what you think is the possibility that we'd be able to test students or teachers. It feels like that's really been the key to success in higher ed. It's also funny that we're sort of following the Cambridge public school system, and they're testing they got the ability to test their students, I think through the Broad Institute, not students, teachers, twice per week.
So Meredith spoke on this earlier tonight when she was asking questions. You know, obviously testing is a good thing. I don't think that testing, right at this moment is feasible. I think it may become feasible at some time in the future. And if so, then I would be open-minded to continuing that discussion, especially given the guidance that Meredith is providing on it.
Okay, so you don't see us putting that into place as we're kind of rolling out hybrid, or that coming in the next couple of months where we would literally be able to specifically test our teachers and or.
I wouldn't see that as part of this phase. It might be part of a future phase. Another thing that you could think about is pooled testing. And that may be something that would be a first step. But again, it's something I really would rely on Meredith to guide me on.
Okay, I think it would offer a lot of
anyway, I think it would really help us in this process. I'm wondering this hybrid mode, if pre-K would be more than 5 students per class, isn't that what we're at right now? Or if you don't know that yet.
So that's something that I would love to talk to you about during the executive session tonight.
Tonight, okay.
Night.
And I want to just ask you again, Dr. Provost, about exploring this idea of the sort of half day or 2/3 day in-person hybrid and with a remote section in the afternoon, so that we could better serve our remote students. And if you would consider that, and if not, I realize you'd have to bring it back to your all team, et cetera, but I think that really what I'm hearing from Dr. Voss and Member Cobbin, from many of us, is concerns about our remote students.
Right. So what I'm going to do is survey everybody, find out what's possible with the resources we have available. If somehow that turns out to be a good plan to use, then certainly I'm open to it. But I'm not ruling it out, but I'm not ruling it in. I think what we really need to do is get the information from the families and see what's possible based on the resources we'd have left.
Okay. And the last thing I just want to throw out there is that, I know other school districts have created outdoor learning committees, and not that we need another committee, but we've talked about doing some kind of creative thinking around outdoor spaces, outdoor learning, and it'd be great to somehow put some of our great minds that we have in this district among our parents and staff, et cetera, together to work on that, because I know you're pretty overwhelmed at this point.
So I guess I would just ask for some direction on how that would be different than the tent plan. I forget what it was called, but I remember I had a plan that had a large number of tents to facilitate outdoor learning, and that one was rejected because of the cost involved. So how do you foresee this being different?
Well, I've heard that some elementary school teachers are doing Forest Fridays, some are doing informal gathering. I think there's a lot that's going on. I think that the tent plan was really expensive for us. I think if we had some help from the PTO or the NEF or a community, I mean, we really only asked officially for one thing from our community, and that was an article in the Gazette for more Chromebooks. I think if we asked for other things, I think if we had a group that went and visited Hartsbrook or some of the other nearby schools we've heard about that are doing some interesting things, and obviously we're not comparable, private school is a whole different, thing, I get that, but I think there's just some learnings we might be able to get and apply with some help from our, community. We're talking about mask breaks, we're talking about lunches, we're talking about how could we do some of that maybe outdoors somehow? Just thinking those things through and trying to make those things happen. We have a pretty creative community that shows up all the time when we need money, when we need time, when we need energy. But we need to do some, more kind of creative thinking about it. And it isn't just going to be a tent that costs us $50,000 a week or whatever that,
Right. So that's an idea I definitely can put in the hopper, but I have to be honest, I don't know I have bandwidth for it. If it's something that a teacher, a community member, someone wants to take on really the responsibility of trying to build out the resources in the district for outdoor learning, I definitely encourage it and would support it to the extent I can. But we've encouraged outdoor learning as much as possible throughout this entire time with the students we've had in our remote model. So certainly in favor of.
Thanks.
Member Goldman.
I'll pass. Sorry.
Okay. Member Seraphy Cox.
I just wanted to appreciate that the plan that the superintendent put forward would certainly give more time for for families to make decisions for themselves. I'll just let folks know that I still at this point can't support the motion, but I do appreciate that creative thinking from the superintendent, even if it in the end may mean that families are feeling forced into in-person learning, potentially my own included.
Okay, Member Fallon.
I was just going to point out that conversely, taking more time, while it will benefit some families, other families feel like their kids really needed to be in weeks ago. And so I do want to be respectful of those families who every day that they're not in school is actually a hardship for them too. So like, it's awful for so many families in so many different ways. And so I do want to be respectful of those families who are actually going to be terribly disappointed to find out that there's been a further delay. So that's all I just want to say.
Member Voss.
This will be quick. I just want to echo what Member Busanski said since it came up, and that is I feel great. I know we have limited time resources and that Dr. Provost, you're strapped, so this isn't a criticism in the sense because you've spent so much time on this, but we need to figure out outdoor learning and we need to ask for help from the community. I actually think it's tragic that we don't have tents on our school properties at this point. Every restaurant in town has a tent, and the $50,000 tents had electricity and Wi-Fi. I don't think we need that. I think we need cheap tents that kids can eat lunch under, that spontaneous lessons can happen, and it gives another spot. Mask breaks can happen. South Hadley in the Gazette says they've done this, and I just want to really encourage us to do it and to ask for help. Our community wants to help. Let's have a goal of by March having tents outside at all our schools and ask PTO or whoever, NEF, I don't even know at this point, but please just let's let people help. That's my plug.
Member Levy.
I have a clarification to Member Busanski's question about the hybrid model that could potentially be half days. And Superintendent Provost, you said you would go back to your team and ask some questions. And my question is, when are we going to make that decision? Because when we go to families and ask them if they want to do hybrid or they want to do remote, we've got to be specific about what hybrid means and what remote means.
That's the problem, and that's why I'm trying to not be too committal. I mean, really, if that's what you want, you should say, we're not ready to vote on this tonight. Go back and bring us another plan. Seriously. I can try to work that one out, but it's hard. It's hard for me to say I can get a vote on this plan and then bring you back a plan that's completely different to implement.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, I do not see any other hands. So I'll ask the clerk to call. Oh, Member Busanski.
Sorry, I'm really truly not trying to drag this out anymore, but I would be willing to make an amendment that, and I don't know if the motion maker would accept it, but that says, the motion, approving hybrid while exploring an approach of half days hybrid and half days remote that would allow us to support our remote students better. So it doesn't commit Dr. Provost to it, but it does say that we're committed to actually looking at something that would support our remote students better. If I'm making any sense anymore.
I guess I'm just wondering why, if the only vote that's on the agenda is vote to transition to hybrid learning, why we have to add anything to it. Can't the motion just be to transition to hybrid learning and all of that be, like, does that need to be part of the motion? Do we need to approve a plan tonight or approve all the rest of this? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I think that's a good question. Dr. Provost, do you have?
I think it would be strange, I mean, we're in uncharted waters here, right? I don't I guess I can't think of another example where a decision like this was made sort of, here's our intention, do whatever plan you want. I mean, if that's how you want to make the motion, I guess it's okay. But then I would just ask that the committee stand by that and not then come back and say, no, we didn't like that plan, try it a different way, which has happened like 14 times so far, right?
Right, and that's why I'm hesitant to delay on voting on it, or, I don't want to delay on, voting or approving it tonight.
Okay.
I respect
So
that.
I'm sorry, what is your proposal?
I don't really want to make it as an amendment. I just want to be clear that, I think you've just, that you kind of, just want to, I don't know, be convinced that you really heard that my main problem with the hybrid model is that I want us to get to a place where we're supporting remote learners better. And I think you're hearing that from, I think that's maybe it's not unanimous, let me take that back, but I think there's a very strong voice from this committee that's giving you that direction.
Agreed.
And that what you presented tonight, it does not sound like, depending on how the numbers work out and how everybody votes, it's going to support remote learners well enough. And
Okay, member. So
say something, Dr. Provost.
I was just going to say that I really don't know how to advise you in terms of whether or not you're in support of this or not. That's the issue. I could come back and say, here's how the numbers worked out. It really is going to be a diminishment of the remote learning plan. And then I wonder if you'll have buyer's remorse for saying, okay, we approved it based on this process of seeing what was possible after the parents were polled.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to put that out there. I don't want there to be any surprises.
Member Condon, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I had a quick question for Member Fallon. Was your motion to?
It was Member Condon. Member Condon had his hand up first, but I don't know if he's.
I thought you said Kaufman.
No.
Gotcha.
My comments were more so if Member Busanski wanted to continue forward with the amendment. And I was just going to point out that her suggestion is kind of already baked into what we have. Dr. Provost has already said he will follow that process and see what possible supports he can put into place for remote learners, and has acknowledged that that is one of the possibilities. So I wouldn't see why we'd need to specify that in an amendment. That was my only point.
Yeah, I agree, Member Condon. I was hoping that I didn't need to put it into a motion. It felt a little too specific, but I guess it was just, yeah, that's all.
Member Kaufman.
Sorry, did you say Member Condon?
Kaufman.
Member Fallon, I just wanted to ask, is your, so long ago, was your motion to go to hybrid, or was your motion to go to hybrid under the model that Dr. Provost presented to us?
It was to transition to this hybrid plan, but then with Member Levy's amendment that I don't have, but she has in writing.
Double survey.
Yeah.
So my understanding that it's to follow transition to hybrid following Dr. Provost's plan is accurate.
That was my intention. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? I'll ask the clerk. Member Lee.
Sorry. So now I do actually feel like I need the clarification, because if what Member Fallon's motion is to go under Dr. Provost's plan, then that would mean that I think I would have buyer's remorse if we weren't able to make any changes to the hybrid model, if we also found out that we didn't have enough remote learners to be able to have a robust remote learning program. So that if what Member Busanski is saying is, can we change the hybrid model? And Superintendent Provost, you're saying not if we vote for this one. And it sounds like we're voting for this one under Member Fallon's proposal. Is that correct?
Well, it's a little bit more nuanced from my perspective, although I understand I may be losing track of it. What I'm saying is we're going to first ask everyone what their preference is. Then we're going to build the best remote model we can and tell people who've chosen remote, what that remote model will look like, give them an opportunity to change to hybrid if it doesn't meet their needs. That best remote model may turn out doing remote in the afternoon. It may turn out to be something else.
But that's the best remote model, not the best. It's the best remote model under a current hybrid plan, which would be AAOBB, right? Or no?
And that's already in the MOA too. So that I think is pretty much locked in at this point.
I don't understand what remote.
I'm not sure, Superintendent, that your last statement is accurate. What it says in the MOA is that Wednesdays are an O. It doesn't say anything about AABB, but I will look.
No, I actually think you're right because high school is in 3 groups because of the size of their classes. So
there's an opportunity for the hybrid plan to look different potentially.
Potentially, but it's hard for me to conceive at this time.
Okay, so when we vote on Member Fallon's plan in just a moment, we are voting on the AAOBB hybrid plan.
Well, that is the plan that the superintendent has presented tonight. And so but again, he's saying he's going to look at the remote piece and see what can happen there. But I mean, I think that's what he's presented. So yes, that's effectively what we're voting on, but superintendent.
And I'll just say that all that it says is that the Wednesdays are no, to get back to Member Seraphy Cox's point, because at the middle school it goes ABAB, not AABB, and at the high school it goes ABC with the O in the middle. That's all based on the plan that was approved in August.
Member Fallon.
I just want to say, I feel like we've been here before and we've presented 14 different plans and we've all wanted different, better, but we all want different, better things. And we all have suggestions and we're going to get creative. And we have the leader of our district telling us he worked with all the administrators and this is the best they can do under the parameters that we are currently operating under. And we've all expressed that we're not happy with the remote option currently being offered. And he's expressed a willingness to try to address that. But to actually have him present an entirely new plan again, to me is insanity at this point. At 12:52 in the morning, when we still haven't voted on either of the 2 agenda items, and we're expected to go into executive session, I'm really about done with this being best practice when we're coming up with new plans at the last minute. I really hope that we vote to support our superintendent to do the job we hired him to do.
I simply wanted to clarify that what we were voting on. I think it's important for us to know that.
Sorry, that was just me before we vote saying, for the love of God, can we please support this man?
I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
I'm going to need some clarity on what the motion is, and is there amendment still? I've lost track. Wasn't there a friendly amendment?
Yes, there is an amendment.
Okay,
The amendment was accepted by the maker of the motion and it was put up on the screen and there it is.
Okay.
And, yep.
Thank you.
Yep. I'll ask the clerk once again to call the roll.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
No.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
No.
Member Gold.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 2 against.
Okay, so there's one other item on the agenda, which actually I believe the superintendent had requested that we take first, but we sort of got out of order. That is the adoption of the DESE fall reopening transportation guidance. I'm not sure, Superintendent, I'm not even, oh, Tammy's still on the call. Tammy, go ahead.
Sorry, I had to unmute. So tonight I'm here, well, actually this morning I'm here to ask you to adopt the transportation cap standard that's been published in the DESE report. We are currently at the 6-foot rule, which is every other seat on the bus. Presently, we can transport on a Durham 71 passenger, 12 students. On our NPS buses, which is a 15 passenger, it's 4 to 6 students. And on the 70 van, instead of 8, it's 2 to 4 students. If we had the 3-foot rule, we could double those numbers. The 71 passenger, we could actually transport 22 to 23 students. On our buses that are 15 passengers, I could get 6 to 8 students. And on the 70 vans, it would be 3 to 5, depending on the seats that are in there. This would allow the students to sit every row, and they would be either at the aisle or the window. And the 3-foot rule would allow us to transport more students to the school. So I'm asking, especially if we are going to be talking hybrid, to be able to go to the 3-foot rule on transportation so that we could get more students into the school in a 1-tier or tier per school instead of multiple shuttles. Oh,
Dr. Provo.
Mayor, you're muted. Sorry.
When I was presenting on the hybrid plan, I said this is one of the things that's required in order for it to work. If, just to give you a sense, if we were not able to go to this standard, which is the DESE current approved standard, we would need to have multiple tiers just to bring in leads. I think we need 2 tiers at Leeds. We need 2 tiers at JFK. And then the rest of the tiers after that for the other students. Not only would it be great cost, it would be a tremendous impact on the schedules.
Member Gold, you have a question. Your hand is up.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the transportation capacity standards published in DESE fall reopening transportation guidelines dated July 22nd, 2020.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, I heard 2 seconds. I think Member Condon was the second. Any discussion, further discussion on this? Questions? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
No.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy, Member Levy,
Oh. I said yes, but now if I could change my mind, no, I'll stick with yes.
thank you. Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Abstain.
Member Gold,
Yes.
and Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you very much, Tammy, for hanging in there with us tonight. Thank you so much. And
Thank you.
obviously, we now have, I'll just quickly go through the future business and meeting dates. The negotiating subcommittee meeting of Monday, October 26th, 2020, 6 p.m. Rules and policy subcommittee meeting Tuesday, October 27th, 6:30 p.m. These are all Zoom meetings. Goes without saying. Negotiating subcommittee meeting Tuesday, October 27th, 2020. Negotiating subcommittee meeting Wednesday, October 28th, 6 p.m. Negotiating subcommittee meeting Thursday, October 29th, 6 p.m. I guess I should also add that we have school committee meetings on Tuesday, October 27th at 6:45 p.m. and Tuesday, October 29th at 6:45 p.m. and November 12th, 2020 at 6:45 p.m. Okay, then finally, as we get to 9:05 on the agenda, there's a request for an executive session. And
Motion to move to executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting Chapter 30A, Section 21A3 to discuss strategy and preparation for collective bargaining if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares.
Second.
Okay, I will ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Member Fallon? Member Fallon? I guess I'll.
Fallon, you're muted.
Okay, sorry.
Member Fallon, executive session?
Yes, I'm here now. Thank you. Sorry.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Condon?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Kaufman?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Voss?
Yes.
Member Gold?
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz?
Yes.
And Member Gusansky?
Yes.
10 in favor.
Okay, so the school committee will now move into executive session to discuss strategy in preparation for collective bargaining. We will not return to open session. We will adjourn from executive session. So at this point, I need to ask all the members of the public to please leave the meeting.